Heat failed in St. Anne from the outer wards first. A man could track the city's health by the order of those losses. Nursery glass cooled. Hydro trays lost their warm mist. Laundry tanks fell below comfort. Then came corridor heaters, chapel lamps, and the public baths. Once the baths went dark, people started watching one another with the mean little patience that came from cold skin and bad sleep. I was inside Exchange 12 when the latest ration cut came through. My left arm was buried to the shoulder in the belly of a thermal exchanger, while my right hand worked a torque key by feel. Water rushed through the housing with the whole district's hope in it. Each kick of the flow regulator sent a shiver through the casing into my cheek. Old weld, thin margin. A city still alive because men like me kept patching bad decisions long after they should have died. Daniel came over the service handset. You still breathing in there? Enough for both of us. Marlon Reeves laughed somewhere beyond the panel and rapped the housing twice. Director wants the dock team in 20. Drill run moved up. I worked the last bolt free, backed out of the exchanger, and slid onto the service grate with my coveralls wet to the chest. My wrists ached. My knees sang. 18 years in lower systems had marked every one of them on me. Marlon crouched by the open panel with a slate tucked under one arm. Broad man, shaved head, scar across the chin, patience worn thin by long service and too many supervisors. You hear me? I heard you. You going? I asked for it, his mouth flapping. You ask for all the wrong jobs. Wrong jobs keep the lights on. That line worked better when the lights stayed on. He handed me the slate. The seal at the top glowed red. St. Anne Energy Directorate, Emergency Deep Thermal Access, Crew Call, Final Clearance. The drill run had sat in argument for months. Output had dropped every quarter for 6 years. The thermal veins under the trench floor were cooling, thinning, or slipping deeper than our intake shafts could follow. Half the city called it a bad cycle. The other half called it judgment. Either way, reserve banks kept shrinking. Every speech in Civic Hall bent around the same fact. St. Anne needed a new heat source, or it would start choosing which districts deserved winter and which got the dark. I signed with my thumb. Marlon folded his arms. Sister Ruth prayed over the shaft this morning. She prays over everything. This one sounded different. That's because everyone listens harder when power gets short. He glanced toward the corridor and lowered his voice. Old rule says nobody cuts below foundation grade. Old rule says a lot of things. Old rule also says the sea took the world for its sins. My grandmother said the founders buried that rule for a reason. Your grandmother also said a child with a fever needed copper wire around his ankle. That worked once. It worked because the fever broke. He let that sit, then gave me a look that said what men in St. Anne rarely said aloud. Come back. I sealed the panel, slung on my belt, and left the exchange. The corridors were full of evening traffic, everyone wrapped in coats a little heavier than last year's. St. Anne had been built for endurance, not grace. Pressure ribs arched overhead in blunt curves of alloy and sealed stone. Pipes ran along the ceiling in bundled trunks. Chapel icons sat in niches between conduit plates, their brass faces gone green with age. Every wall carried repairs older than I was. Every repair carried some other man's hand. Sam waited outside our unit with his school tablet tucked under one arm and a schematic stylus behind his ear. 17, too tall for the doorway. His mother's eyes, my mouth. He had my habit of standing like he was bracing for impact from a direction nobody else had noticed. You took extra shift again, he said. I took the job that came. You missed my systems exam. I stepped inside, peeled off my gloves and checked the wall gauge. Heat low, water ration still active. The kettle sat dry beside the sink. On the table lay Sam's notes, thermal lag calculations, exchanger diagrams, 3 corrections in red where some teacher had tried to find fault and mostly failed. How'd you do? Topping class. Good. His face closed. That all? I looked up. He stood in the middle of the room with that stillness he had as a child when he wanted something more than praise and had no idea how to ask for it. I tried again. Show me the lag problem. That surprised him enough to cut the edge from his mouth. He held out the tablet. Secondary jacket bleed. Everyone else routed straight through the damaged tree and lost pressure. I read it and nodded. You vented through service line 2, because 3 would have iced under reduced flow. That's right. He waited another second, then some of the hunger in him eased. Not all, never all. Director Heller already cut apprentice intake for another quarter, he said. Doesn't matter if I top the class. You'll get in. Into what? Hull maintenance? Pump scraping? Same life you got? My life kept you fed. His gaze slid to the mission slate clipped to my belt. You're diving. Yes. He went to the window and set his thumb against the thick glass. Beyond it, the city fell away in terraces of lit domes and tower spines, all clinging to the trench wall in a stack that looked sturdy from a distance and exhausted up close. Far beyond the last lamp, black water pressed against the glass with its endless weight. Every time you say yes to one of these jobs, he said, you act like St. Anne belongs to you. It belongs to all of us. It belongs to the people who keep us cold and tell us to kneel. That came from school, from his friends, from growing up in a place where every door had a rule and every rule had a hymn wrapped around it. But it came from something truer too. He was old enough now to see the city asking for sacrifice, and too young to believe sacrifice ever stopped once it started. I crossed to him and put a hand on his shoulder. This run works. Power comes back. Apprentices open. Hydro gets full heat. You stop sleeping in a coat. He turned enough to look at me. You really believe that? I wanted to say yes. What came out was, I believe it gives us one more winter. His expression changed. Not softer, just more adult. That's not the same thing. No, I said, it isn't. Silence sat between us. Then he said, quieter, I don't want your job. Good. I called him. I want you better than me, I said. I just need the city to last long enough for it. The fight in him changed shape. Not God, redirected. Grandad said work changes things, he moaned. He did. He died under service time. Your grandfather died on shift doing what the city needed. He died because the city always needs one more man. That one landed where truth usually does, too deep for argument. I squeezed his shoulder once and let him go. Lock the unit when chapel bell sounds. Stay out of lower access. Waterline in this block still jumps. He gave me a hard look. He understood my instructions. At the door I stopped, turned back, and held up his tablet. Service in the team for 1 second I looked 16 instead of 17. Then I left. At the dive dock, 20 men in full wind moved through the The drill rig hung in its cradle like a steel insect built for the trench floor, its bore head wrapped in sensor lines and heat shielding. Supply sleds sat in a row nearby. Every sound had purpose. Clamps striking home, pumps cycling warm, slate boards clicking hand to hand. Dr. Rosalind Bohr stood by the drill controls with her hair pinned tight under a cap and a sample case tucked against her hip. Station grey, clean lines, no insignia beyond research authority. She had the kind of face that looked carved for concentration. She wasted nothing on comfort unless comfort served the work. You're late, she said as I came up. I was under an exchanger. You spend your life under failed equipment and still walk toward more of it. That's because people like you keep throwing up
so
better
little fight in you.
Her mouth twitched. With Rosalind, that character was weird. Breakthrough didn't work. That word is breakthrough. Breakthrough sounds good and said. Tonight it sounds better under full heat. She She passed me a wafer strip. Mission mark, board power. Her fingers. 7 meters of hardened trace. Past that, the data ends. Old stones, it's stable. St. Anne buys records. Found a scan. The same founders who ran past the lower city in warnings. The same founders who kept us alive under 8,000 feet of water. Director Grant Clark raised hands securely. Heller wore a dark civic coat and gloves too clean for doctors. But there was nothing soft about his face. He looked like a man who had not slept, and had forced himself to become more precise because of it. Burns, his security chief, carried the heavy frame of a battery ram, and the eyes of a man who prefers force because it cut down on discussion. Heller stepped onto the prep deck and let his gaze fall. We all know the public version, he said. Here is the private one. Outer Ward 3 loses heat completely in 11 bars. Hydro yield falls below survivable ration in 6 weeks. We evacuate the last crews. We lose 32% oil capacity. We are already choosing which pipes to burn against the base. We are already choosing which children dock to ignite. That quieted the dock more effectively than any slogan. This mission does not solve everything. It gives us time. Time is what every city buys with its debt. I would rather put hours of risk instead. Nobody applauded. Men shifted their weight and kept working. But more of them were listening now. Sister Ruth Carver waited near the launch gate, small and straight in her dark habit of St. Anne's silver emblem. Those people knew her as the architect of the old religious order, or as the woman who seemed to appear in the impressionable film, or female music knowledge.
What is it you want from me?
I had seen her in machine rooms more than once, less than a dead man in the bottom. She was bound in mercy, keep the walls above you solid, the stone beneath you still, and the water around you blind to your passing. That was the film of this. Then her eyes settled on Wilhelm, and her next words came slowly. Honor the marked ship. Some boundaries protect more than fear. A few crewmen crossed themselves. Marlon glanced. Rosalind stared sharply with annoyance. Bella gave the doctor his half stare. And with God's favor, sister, we'll bring back peace. Ruth did not smile. Bring back wisdom, Ruth. We launched 2 minutes later. I rode the second sled behind the drill room. St. Anne fell behind us in tiers of amber domes and running service lights. The city always looked beautiful from outside. A cathedral of bubbles pinned to black stone. 5 centuries of stubborn breath in a world that had drowned everything else. Below the last habitat ring, the trench floor opened in broken shelves and ridges where old survey crews had sunk anchors and left them. The shaft marker stood where the first founder team had cut a shallow thermal well generations ago and capped it with blessing plates and sealed warnings. We had stripped the plates away that morning. Fresh braces gripped the stone in a circle around the bore point. The site lay quiet under our lamps. Silt drifted low over the floor. Steel support towers cast long bars across the rock. The bore head settled against the cap and locked in. I moved with the placement team, checking brace pins, coolant return, stress readings. The stone here felt wrong under my gloves. Smooth in patches where the trench floor everywhere else ran rough and broken.
Who knew?
Ancient tool marks showed through the sediment like healed cuts under skin. Daniel, Rosalind said over comms, your thermal strip. The heat profile on my wrist screen showed a climb to your target. Stronger than 40. Looks good. Looks promising, she said. Marlon gave the all clear. The bore head spun up. Dust plumed from the cap, caught in the floodlights and spun away on the current. Meter by meter the drill drove down. A job like that folds a man into time. You stop counting minutes. You count feed rate, heat rise, motor load, stone density, seal integrity. Everything mattered. Everything spoke. At 4 meters, the cap fought back. Hard layer. Dense. The boar teeth screamed in a pitch that climbed through my helmet shell and settled behind my eyes. "Pressure spike on forward casing," Marlon said. "Compensate 3 points." He did. The load steadied. The drill bit again. At 6 meters, Rosalind's voice changed. "Daniel, I'm losing prediction. Heat pattern just dropped." "That's impossible! We're under the vent line." "I'm reading a void." Burns cut in from the surface relay. "Proceed." "Void means cavity," Rosalind snapped. "Proceed carefully." Heller came on a beat later. "Maintain operation. Chamber confirmation alone changes our options." I should have called stop right there. Instead, I looked at the numbers, at the ring, the deep amber line of St. far above, at the memory of Sam's tablet on our kitchen table, neat equations solving a system old enough to move to the left. I thought of outer wards going black. Physicists cutting on again, until boys like him started believing the city had no future, but maintenance. I wanted proof. I wanted enough heat to drag St. Anne 1 generation farther. I wanted, against all good sense, for one hard risk to mean something other than more loss. "Advance 2 meters, I said. "Sensor drop, then seal." Rosalind turned toward me so fast her lamp hit my chest. "Daniel!" But Burns had already confirmed. The drill punched through with a jolt that threw me off my boots. The borehead dropped half its length into open dark. My tether snapped tight across my chest. Floodlights swung down through stone dust. The chamber beneath us swallowed the beams. They crossed a wall that curved away on both sides like the inside of a buried cathedral. Stone figures covered it from floor to unseen height. Whole bodies. Tall, narrow torsos, broad, finned shoulders, elongated skulls with mouths laid open in what could have been song or pain. They had fused into the rock ages ago. Some folded into themselves, some reached toward the dark below. All of them faced one direction, down. Nobody spoke for 3 seconds. In a dive suit, 3 seconds feels like prey and shock at once. Rosalind found her voice first. "Those are bodies!" Ruth's warning came back to me with savage force. "Honor the marked depth." Marlon whispered, "Christ keep us." We sent a range ping. It came back weak and scattered, late enough to suggest the chamber bent sound into a shape our instruments no longer understood. "Chamber integrity?" Heller asked. I looked into that depth and did the worst kind of math. The kind a tired man does when he has already decided what answer he needs. "Stable enough for extension," I said. The drill advanced. When it bit again, black fluid rose through the return line. It carried its own light, thin at first, like dark oil braided with blue fire, then richer, thicker, running up the clear hose in luminous veins that curled around each other, as if the fluid knew the shape of the pipe and liked it. "Shut it down," Rosalind said. I hit the kill. The borehead rolled down. The fluid kept climbing. Return pressure should have been in your Marlon grabbed the hose as if anger could stop its heart. Valve stuck. I moved in, worked the bypass lever and felt a sharp sting across the back of my glove. There was steam a bead of the black fluid touched the skin and cold through the opening. Cold hit skin. The chamber fell away. I stood in a processional cut from stone, older than any human record. Bodies lined the walls in stacked ranks, fused through ribs and shoulders and open targets. Water moved through them in slow, glowing strands. Far below, something vast shifted, and everybody along the wall turned its empty face to the water. Then I was back at the door site with Marlon in my ear. I tore my hand free. Black light clung to the damaged seam for a second, then vanished into the room. "Daniel!" Down the suit. "Exposure." "Minimal. Minimal still counts." I stared at the return hose. The black fluid moved upward toward the surface plate. St. Anne waited with open intake channels, ready to swallow whatever we had drawn into its drain. He sealed the shaft with his hand and rode the streets like giants. Nobody said much. Every crewman kept glancing at his gloves and seals, with their hands moving through trench water. Decontamination turned ugly within the army. Crewman Lewis Hayes started. One woman from Hampstead, two daughters from Hampstead. 3 nights earlier, I had shared coffee with him while we rebuilt a regulator. He sat naked in the ultraviolet lamps while medtech cast probes over the floor. Then he raised his head and said very gently, "The gate sings through the pressure skid." Pilgrims laid their spines in the hands. Their mouths stayed open for the return. A touch touched his shoulder. Pain drove 2 fingers into the woman's eye sockets and opened his knuckles down. Men lunged for him. He bit through his own tongue. Blood and black fluid mixed at the corners of his mouth and ran down his chin and wounds. I had seen panic. I had seen decompression madness. Rosalind had me in isolation before the alarms finished changing bands. "It barely touched skin," I said. "That is enough." She put me in a glass-walled observation room under 3 banks of light. Monitors tracked skin temp, pupil response, blood chemistry, pressure tolerance. She stood outside with a slate and watched the figure rise or fall like a woman trying to decide which fact might still save someone. "You saw something," she said through the speaker. "Yes. Tell me the shape." "Stone passage. Bodies in the wall. Something different." "I want a clean answer. I don't have it." Fluid carries a pattern. Pain had exploded through his visor wall. You have contact through damaged staff. I need contact. I shut my eyes and the chamber returned in rough black pieces. The ranks of fused bodies. The downward pull. The fool that would never lay below had known the drill before the drill knew it. When I spoke, I kept my voice level.
And all right, we going, Dad.
Oh, like I stepped into somebody else's place and kept going after the worshippers. That changed the face. I found the warnings. Warnings survive because details rot. Rosalind said. That doesn't make them real. Ruth knew something. Ruth knows fragments wrapped in liturgy. Maybe the liturgy came through the wall. And this time she didn't answer at once. Power came back to 3 districts before they did. That brought Heller his first wave of public support. Energy from the black fluid had kept the city's authorities into output rose 10% in the season. Heat returns had lost and spent days in the cold. Families cheered outside Merton Station. Somewhere in the same station wing, a woman cried out because Lewis Hayne had bitten through his own tongue and still would not stop trying to sleep. Hayne died with his mouth open in a shape I had seen in the chamber. I was halfway out of medcorn, wrist banded and head still ringing, and the whole station lurched. The force moved through St. Anne's as if it had dropped an inch into some larger hand. Alarm bells kicked up across 3 bands. Red strips burst into the door. Somewhere above, glass fell like a fat snowflake through the city in layers. "Ring 4, brief," the dispatcher said over the net. "Full collapse! Full collapse!" It was already moving. The dive teams reached the ruined ring under floodlights and emergency strobes. Ring 4 had been a family habitat for school amateurs. One whole side had folded inward. Fractures ran through the tables, lunch trays, kitchen sinks, bodies, hydroponics, all floated in the wet water behind the broken train. The dead had gathered at the ruined base before the floor. Men, women, children, 20, maybe 30 in the first section of the scene. All of them on their knees and folded forward with their hands against the pane. Faces tilted toward the dark beyond swam up beside me and turned his lamp away for a second. That alone told me the sight had reached him. Ridiculous, obvious. Pressure event. A secret away something nobody knows. Through the broken dome, past hanging frames and broken school porches, deep water opened into black vastness. Our lights caught movement. Lanterns in the wind, pale eels in smooth lines, crabs lifting from the wreck and settling again in a shared rhythm. Everything moved around a center point our lights could not frame. My suit speakers picked up a subsonic grind so low that it was caught in the dream. Rosamond came onto comms from the relay. Daniel, what are you seeing? Life traffic, organized. By what? I watched a slow swell move through the water. Small rubble turned toward it. Fish altered course around it with calm obedience. A body, I said. Too large for our lights. We recovered 6 bodies from the entry section before Burns pulled us back. Structural failure spread through the ring, and there were still people inside, still children. But another swell moved through the wreck water, and the whole frame started to come apart from the base up. Men do ugly math under pressure. How many can be saved? How many bodies slow the rest? How long before the city claims enough? Back in St. Anne, a crowd had already formed outside Civic Hall. People wanted names for the dead. People wanted the restored heat to keep flowing. People wanted someone to say the breach came from age, stress, anything that still fit inside a world of valves and pressure locks. Heller stood before the cameras within the hour. A tragic structural loss, he said. Unconnected at present to the thermal breakthrough. We have no verified evidence of systemic breach below foundation. We do have verified evidence that restored output is preventing wider collapse. That was the clever version of separate, not denial. Reprioritization. I stood in the back of the hall with salt drying on my neck from soup and felt rage second to
I live for this.
Rosalind turned and said with grace, "There's more? You mean aside from the reeling dead? Fluid." She spoke too easily, which meant she was close to breaking. It produces coherent signals in neural tissue cells. The response repeats across species. You say that like you're impressed. I'm frightened, she said. I'm curious, which is almost worse. Shut the intake channels. Heller refused. I stared at her. She held her gaze. He says if he shuts them down, this whole war will freeze before next cycle. He is not entirely wrong. That was the first moment I truly hated how much sense he could still make. Where's Ruth? I asked. In the archive chapel. St. Anne's oldest chapel sat low in the central spine and found his home next to Sheriff Sanders' shrine. The place got closer than the rest of the station because part of it truly was. The founders had taken care of the trench wall and built their first pressure room around it. At the time, the polished the stone and tiles breathed with repetition. Lights burned in a sheet. Water dripped sunlight behind the walls, ran through the front of the second floor.
To glory!
Finish it! Slate fragments and pressure meters. She looked at us with threatening care. You warned us, she said it in her voice. You opened the marked deck. Yes. You her fingers moved over a resin sheet where Founder's script ran in 8 lines. I know complex pieces of this. Drop the sermon. This is the opposite of sermon. She slid the sheet towards her. Under the prayer mat sat a crude schematic. Foundation. Ceiling. A void breach below floor. Pressure over the breath to the lower cavity. Never again. I looked from the diagram to her. This was engineering. It began that way. The first survivors built St. Anne over older stone. They found cavities below the trench floor, bodies in the walls. Survey teams came back old They recorded pressure events, changes in contact. Then they numbed the track, literacy narrowed, memory dimmed, warning language changed. lost during restricted excavation. I had been 16 when I carried his tool bag home. You knew all these years. My older knew enough to fear the lower seas, not enough to understand it. And yes, she said before I could accuse her, we let fear stand in for clarity, because fear was easier to preserve. Rosalind, sample canisters clipped to the ground. I ran more tests. Rosalind set one canister on the table. Black light swam within. The fluid transmits pattern stimulation through nerve tissue. Vision centers react first, then compulsion. Exposure scales with contact. It doesn't just poison, it roots. Roots toward what? I asked. Ruth answered before Rosalind could. Opening systems. Rosalind glanced at the founder sheets, then back at me. That's it. 3 intake techs disabled their own locks this afternoon. 2 med orderlies tried to divert contaminated rinse water into the circulation area. They all described the same vision content before restraint. What vision? Wasn't it? Descent, procession, joy, a great body below them. I felt the black touch of my wrist. Ruth drew out a thicker sheet wrapped in oilskin. The founders prepared for breach. Charges in the side seam. Collapse inward. Glass the cavity mouth before full pressure transfer. I studied the map. That puts a team within 10 yards of the weapon. Yes, we can do it. Ruth's gaze stayed on the page. Then do it before Civic Hall decides hunger is worth obedience. We didn't move fast enough. At the lower launch, Burns waited with 4 security men and a sealed order from Civic Hall. Foundation zone under Civic control, he said. Director authority. I read the order. Controlled extraction. Restricted research access. Lower intake priority. Heller had made his choice. Not because he thought nothing was wrong, because he thought he could use the wrong thing before it used it. Heller saw Ring 4, I said. He saw the reserve numbers too, Burns answered. So did I. You want outer wards frozen by dawn? I want the city to stop drinking poison. He set a hand on the charge crate by my boot. Director wants 1 controlled sample run, then a seal assessment. Rosalind stepped forward. Every exposure increases pattern response. You are not controlling this. Maybe not, Burns said, but I can control panic. That finally sounded like him. Ruth moved closer, voice quiet enough to cut. Control is just fear in a better coat. Burns looked at her the way hard men look at clergy when they're too tired to be respectful. Sister, I don't speak chapel. You're about to. I took 1 step toward the sled cradle. Burns moved to meet me. My fist landed before either of us could dress the moment in rules. His head snapped sideways. One of his men reached for my arm, and Marlon hit him from behind with a wrench hard enough to settle the matter. Rosalind went for the dock controls. Ruth started handing out release tags from a chapel keyring she had no lawful business carrying. We launched under emergency dark with 1 sled, 1 charge crate, Rosalind's case, Ruth's maps, Marlon on rear tether, and the full knowledge that if we failed, St. Anne might lose more than law before morning. The trench floor seemed to wait for us. Maybe that was the exposure talking. Maybe it was simple dread. Either way, the descent shaft stood on their ramps. The seal plates from our first mission had already warped outward along their bolts. Black fluid threaded through the seams in slow, bright beads. We cut through and went down. The chamber showed more of itself this time. Our lamps reached a wide stone apron around the bore mouth, then dropped into the great hollow beneath. The wall of fused pilgrims curved away on both sides in ranks so vast the mind rejected the scale before the eye did. Bodies had been laid into channels with intention. Their spines fed carved grooves. Their open mouths pointed toward troughs in the stone. Ritual and plumbing shared the same design. They built worship into fluid control, Ruth said. Rosalind swept a sensor wand over one of the channels. Residue still active. Set charges, I said. We moved fast. Marlon took the left seam, I took the right. Rosalind mapped stress bands. Ruth called distance from founder notes. For 6 minutes, work held fear at bay. Charge seated, brace locked, cable run, timer synced. Then my lamp crossed the wall beneath the bore apron and found the bell. The structure rose from the chamber face like an organ grown from stone and calcified hide. A concave membrane, cracked with age, stretched across a ring wider than a transport cab. Grooves ran from it down into the deeper dark. Our drill had sliced one edge. Fresh breaks gleamed pale around the wound. "We hit that," I said. Ruth turned her lamp and drew in air through her teeth. Founder term was tongue of summons. Rosalind passed her wand over the membrane. It squealed. Residual resonance is climbing. We should have left then. Instead, Burns came down the shaft on a powered frame with 2 surviving security men and a canister rack bolted to the rig. Heller had dropped the polite language. He had sent a raid. Burns landed hard on the apron and brought his weapon up. "Stand down. You fire in here," I said. "We all die. Heller wants one clean extraction. Heller wants to feed the thing. He wants heat." That was the last sentence in the chamber. Lewis Hayne walked out of the black below. He should have been in Morgue Seal 3 levels up. I had watched med crews close the bag. Water moved around him with slow grace. His suit hung half open at the chest. Skin along his jaw and throat carried black light in branching lines. He rose from the deeper dark and set both feet on the lower stones as if he had been invited back to his own pew. One of Burns's men jerked his lamp down. Hayne lifted his face. His eyes held the chamber glow. "The gate remembers the strike," he said. Burns fired. The round broke Hayne's shoulder apart. Black fluid burst from the wound in a spray of cold stars. Hayne took one more step and drove both hands into the charge rig at Marlon's feet. The detonator pack shattered. Cable lines snapped free. The blast cap spun away into the dark. The bell membrane flexed inward. Pressure hit the chamber in one vast stroke. My helmet alarm screamed. Lamps burst along the apron. Burns's nearest man folded under the force, suit shell crushing against his ribs until the visor cracked white. Marlon went off his feet and slid toward the drop. Rosalind struck the wall so hard her comm cut out in static. The water itself bent around something rising below. I caught a glimpse through all that ruin. A moving surface larger than any structure in St. Anne, passing through the dark with the slow authority of weather. Hide ridged in layers like old fortress walls, embedded along one flank, relic shapes pressed into healing flesh. A line of eye structures opening one after another with wet inner light. It was looking at the city. Ruth shouted a founder prayer that turned into coordinates halfway through. I lunged for Marlon, caught his tether, and slammed my boots into the stone lip. Burns vanished from my right. One of his men went with him, sucked over the apron as the pressure flow reversed towards the abyss. Rosalind came back on comm in broken fragments. "Right seam. Gone. Daniel!" I hauled Marlon up. His left leg bent wrong below the knee. Burns clung to a brace post with one hand and his weapon with the other. He looked across the chamber once, saw enough of the shape below, and all command left his face. "Up," I said. "Up now." Ruth got Rosalind under one arm. I dragged Marlon. Burns followed because terror had finally done what argument could not. Behind us, the bell chamber gave out a deep rolling note that came through my bones more than my ears. Somewhere beneath that note, something vast turned in satisfaction. Crisis changes a city's manners before it changes its maps. 2 days later, St. Anne had armed checkpoints at every pressure junction, prayer circles in the food lines, and sabotage in half the lower systems. The black fluid had spread in diluted traces through the intake grid. Rosalind confirmed that with horror in her eyes and numbers in her hand. Exposure was strongest in maintenance crews, med staff, and anyone assigned near lower flow control, though panic ran wider than contamination. People saw processions in condensation on corridor glass. Men woke sleepwalking towards sealed bulkheads. Women knelt by drain grates and listened for hymns in the water. Work crews failed at the worst moments. One team opened a flood bypass in Nursery Spine and drowned the hydro routes. 2 valve techs locked themselves in a service alcove with black fluid drawn from a sampling port and let it run across their tongues. Hela imposed curfew and called it stability. Ruth went public in the oldest way she knew. She entered the central chapel during ration assembly and read the founder warnings in plain language before the altar calls. She spoke of sealed depth, pressure organs, conduct alteration, and the command never to ring the deep. Half the city called her brave, half called her faithless. All of St. Anne learned within an hour that its religion had hidden an engineering manual for 500 years. I spent that same hour hunting for Sam. His school block had evacuated after 3 students tried to pry open a service gate below the hydro ring. One instructor told me he had seen Sam heading toward lower distribution with a crowd of boys from the outer wards. My son had always moved toward the place where anger collected fastest. I found them in Intake Gallery 6. The gallery overlooked one of the major lower pipes through a shielded pane so maintenance crews could inspect flow. A cracked service valve at the base of the glass had sprayed a thread of black-lit water across the floor. 10 residents knelt around it in a rough ring. Some mouthed prayers, some cried. One old woman rocked as if listening to a cradle song. Sam stood among them with one hand on the manual override wheel for the intake gate. For one brutal second, I saw him as the dead in Ring 4 had looked at the glass. His body was still his own, but something had leaned into him and found the shape of worship there. "Sam," I said over the gallery speaker. He turned. His face was still my son's. His eyes carried the same inner shine I had seen in pain. "Dad," he said, and his voice held 2 cadences at once, one his own and one deep enough to seem spoken through stone. "It wants passage." I hit the emergency hatch and forced my way inside before security could lock the gallery down. Every person in that ring turned toward me together. The old woman smiled. The roof shakes. The buried court rises. Sam tightened his grip on the wheel. One more turn and the intake gate would crack open, pulling unfiltered trench water into the lower grid. I stepped forward. "Let go. You said work changes things. It does. It showed me the city from below. All our walls sit on its gate. All our prayers were keys." I kept moving, hands open, the way you approach a frightened child near a shaft. "You're hearing the fluid." "I'm hearing truth." The boys beside him shifted to block me. One of them was Owen Cress, son of my closest friend in pump service. I had watched that boy learn to solder with hands too big for the tools. "Move," I told Owen. He spread his arms. "St. Anne starved because old men feared the deep. St. Anne survived because old men feared the right things." He lunged.
You can
I
count
shoved
on
him
me
aside
for
harder than I meant
perfect
to.
dye work.
His temples struck the handrail with a wet sound that still comes back to me in sleep. He dropped and did not rise. The rest broke at once. Someone cried out. Someone clawed at my coat. Sam spun the wheel half a turn. Water roared against the intake shield with new force. I drove into him, got both hands on the override arm, and slammed it back against the lock. He fought like a grown man under full panic. For 1 second I felt the deep thing working through his muscles, aiming him at the gate. Then his footing slipped in the black water, and I got the lock pin through. Security teams flooded in. Burns would have had them shoot first. Burns had not returned to command.
You
since the
can
chamber
count on
below.
me for
The new
perfect
commander
dye work.
used restraint foam and blunt staves. The gallery went white with chemical webbing and shouted prayer. I dropped to my knees beside Owen and pressed my hand to his throat. Nothing. One dead boy because I got there too late to prevent the moment and early enough to make myself part of it. They took Sam to med isolation. I stood at the decon sink afterward, washing Owen's blood and black water off my hands, and watched my own face in the steel until Ruth found me. "There is one more seal," she said. I turned. She held a founder key plate wrapped in cloth. The chamber charges were an outer measure.
Just tell me what you'd
The
like
founders
died,
built a
and
second
I'll get
system
it done.
under St. Anne itself, a last seal tied to
Just
the
tell me.
banks.
Have a
How last?
colourful
Her
day.
gaze stayed on mine. It closes the scene from our side. It also burns out large sections of the city grid. Whole wards may die with it. I thought of Sam under isolation lights, of nursery glass, of lower blocks, of Owen Cress by the rail, and Helen somewhere in Civic Hall still counting gained output against the day. Show me. The route to the Founder Vault ran beneath the chapel through a locked stair older than the current city walls. Rosalind joined us at the first pressure door with a case of notes, 3 ampules of suppressants, and the look of a woman who had gone past exhaustion into purpose. "What about Sam?" I asked. "He's stable," she said. "He responds to your name and memory prompts. Exposure remains active. He stays in med. He comes with us." "No." "Yes." Her answer snapped like a cable under strain. "The fluid established pattern access through him that none of us have. He can hear signal shifts in contaminated water before instruments catch them. He's 17, and already inside the system whether we like it or not." Ruth laid a hand on my arm. "He may be the one thread that keeps you from the wrong turn below." I wanted to refuse. I wanted to drag my son to the highest dry place in St. Anne and sit there with him until the city made its own choice. The city had already made it. I had helped. Sam came down from med with a sedative patch at his neck, wrists loose in front restraints, 2 orderlies at his sides. He looked pale and ashamed and very young. That nearly broke me. "You should have left me there," he said when they released him at the vault door. "You're with me," I said. His eyes moved to the Founder key plate in Ruth's hand. "It's below this." "How do you know?" "I can feel where the pressure changes." No one spoke for a moment. The Founder Vault opened into a chamber cut directly into the trench stone beneath St. Anne's central spine. Bronze prayer plates lined the entry arch. Beyond them stood the engine the Founders had hidden
I
inside their
specialise in
religion.
transforming
Banks of old
garments.
valves rose in 2 facing rows, each fitted with hand wheels and locking teeth worn smooth by generations of upkeep. Carved into the stone above them ran liturgical text I had heard all my life in chapel. Petitions for mercy, restraint, shelter from the deep. Ruth translated as she walked. "Open reserve, brace the roof, seal the throat, cut the path." At the center stood a control dais, facing a round shaft that fell straight down into black. Thick conduit trunks ran from the dais into the walls and upward through St. Anne's core. This was where the city's first thermal banks met the older seal, where prayer had become operating language, because the Founders feared ordinary memory would fail. Rosalind set her case on the dais and connected her instruments to the old ports. "The reserve hardware still answers." "Of course it does," Ruth said. "Our people kept praying maintenance for 5 centuries." Sam stood near the shaft with his eyes shut. "Something's moving." Hella arrived then with 4 security men and a
Tell me
resonator
where,
sled
and
built
I'll
from
handle the
parts
dying.
stripped out of the first drill telemetry rack. Ugly, hurried, functional, dangerous. He looked older now. The city had eaten through his polish, but his eyes were still clear. "Step away from the controls," he said. "Nobody is giving you that engine," I told him. He glanced at the shaft, the carvings, Ruth. "You hid this from Civic Record." "We hid it from ambitious men," Ruth said. Rosalind stepped between Hella and the dais. "Grant, listen to me. The fluid uses perception as route mapping. Every exposure, every vision, every act of surrender gives it a path into St. Anne."
Tell me
He
where.
looked at her and spoke
Have a
without performance.
colourful.
"I know what it's doing," he said. "I also know Outer Spine lost heat 6 hours ago. I know 2
Say.
nursery blocks are sharing 1 warm ward. I know if we trip that seal and lose reserve routing, people who are not contaminated
Tell me
die
where,
freezing
and
in
I'll
the dark.
handle the
Do
dying.
not speak to me as if I'm blind to cost." That almost made him more dangerous.
Looking to add some
"You still
colour.
think it's a power source," I said.
Looking forward
"I
to
think
your
it is power,"
return.
he answered. "The question is whether we master it before it masters us." Sam staggered and pressed both hands to his ears. I moved toward him. One of Hella's men blocked me. I slammed him into a valve bank and heard bone crack. Another swung a baton. I stepped low, drove my shoulder, shoved him into his own partner. The vault erupted in close violence. Hela hit the resonator switch. The sound that came out of the rig had no business inside a human building. It rolled down the shaft and up the conduit trunks, carrying the shape of the bell we had wounded below. Every valve in the chamber rattled. Rosalind's instruments died in a burst of sparks. 2 security men dropped at once with blood running from their ears. Water surged up the central shaft. Hela met death in the founder vault. The pressure strike took him across the chest before he could cut the rig. His body hit the far wall and stayed there for one impossible beat with his knees bent under him, head tipped toward the carvings like a penitent at an altar. Then he slid down and left a red fan across the stone. The vault lights died. Emergency strips came on in hard red along the floor. "Manual stations," Ruth said. She moved through the dark with the speed of a woman stepping into the task she had been trained for all her life. Her hands found the valve wheels. She called the liturgy in plain sequence now. No ornament left. "Reserve open. Brace line 1. Cut channel 4. Daniel, to the dais." Rosalind crawled back to the controls with blood on one temple and began forcing the reserve feed by hand. The remaining security men fled or dropped where they stood, broken by pressure and panic. Sam crouched by the shaft with tears on his face. "It's under us. It knows." "I know." Ruth turned the last primary wheel, and the skin along her forearm split under the strain. Black water burst from a side gasket and washed over her sleeves.
A
She
hyena
kept
called
turning.
Skevald has been attacking travelers.
I moved toward her. "Stay where your task stands," she said through gritted teeth. "This line needs blood and muscle. Mine still counts." Rosalind read
You're
the
coming
gauge
with
plate
me.
by emergency lamp.
Ah!
Reserve flow engaged.
gave me a fright.
Seal track armed. Remote trigger gone. I stared at the dais.
Let me
the
go!
shaft, the founder schematic fixed under cracked resin. The
I'm
final
sorry.
path was
I'll
clear
never
enough
do
even
it
to my
again.
tired brain. Manual closure from below. Rosalind met my eyes. Yes. Distance. Downshaft maintenance
No.
sled.
No,
Ride it
it
to the breach
hurts.
throat. Trip the closure lever at source. The vault shuddered again. Somewhere above us, a whole section of St. Anne lost power and went black. Sam got to his feet. "I can guide you. You stay here." He stepped toward me, face white in the red light. "It keeps pushing false turns into my head. I can feel where they are. I can keep you off them." "No." He grabbed my coat. "Dad, listen to me for once, as if I know something." That hurt because it was true. I pressed my forehead to
I'm
his for 1 second.
terrified.
Enough to remember the weight of him as a child when I carried him asleep from chapel through corridors that had once still been warm. "All right," I said. "You stay
Let
on
me
top.
go, please.
Keep talking."
I'm scared.
Ruth got the maintenance sled loose from its cradle below the dais, while Rosalind forced the reserve line higher. Steam burst from old trunk seals and rolled across the chamber in white sheets. The stone underfoot grew hot. Ruth's skin had gone grey. Black light threaded up her sleeves from the burst gasket. She locked the last valve in place with both hands and looked at me with a calm I did not deserve. "The founders were weak in body by the end," she said, "so they made memory holy.
Goodness.
Keep the
A
words plain when
hyena
you
called
pass them on.
Skevald has been attacking
You're
travelers.
coming with us. My task stands here." I knew then she would die at that bank with both hands on the city's last prayer. I got onto the sled. Rosalind clipped my harness, shoved an emergency ampule into my kit, and pressed the trigger key into my palm. If the visions climb too
Please,
high, inject
forgive
this
me.
through the neck port. Will it help? It might make you slower. It might keep your mind your own. She gripped my shoulder. "Close the seal. Whatever you see, close it." Sam crouched at the shaft edge, headset line patched into my comm. His voice came low and quick. I can hear the channels. Left branch sings higher. Right branch drops into open water. Take left at the split. Keep saying useful things. The sled released. I dropped through the heart of St. Anne on a ribbon of founder iron, while reserve heat roared through the conduit trunks around me.
Greetings.
Stone walls flashed past in red light and black gaps. Every 100 feet, the shaft widened into service collars lined with old prayers and newer repairs. The whole city seemed built around this hidden throat, a chimney for fear and duty both.
I'll give you
Pressure
all my coin.
changed as I
Just
descended.
please, don't
My
take me
ears
to the
clicked
cards.
inside the helmet. Water seeped through cracks in warm threads that flashed black
Oh, I
under
swear,
the emergency lights.
I won't do it again.
Then the shaft opened and the sled shot into lower
Hail,
maintenance
and well met.
tunnels cut along the foundation seam.
The guards.
Left.
They're
Sam
all
said in the
terrifying
morning. Sharp
people.
left. Keep moving. The tunnels carried founder marks on every wall. Direction arrows laid
I'm
beneath
sorry.
scripture. Hazard signs dressed as devotional symbols. Generations had walked here, keeping systems they were trained to fear.
I'm
I
terrified.
passed two bodies in Station Grey at the first junction,
Please.
both maintenance men
Spare
from
me.
recent emergency crews. Each had turned toward a side niche and knelt there until the water took him. Eyes on the rail, Sam said. A voice rose from the left branch ahead, soft as chapel service. My mother's voice. She had died when I was 12. She called my childhood name the way she used to when soup was hot and evening work was done. I kept my eyes on the rail. The tunnel widened toward the breach throat. Black fluid
Here you
ran
are.
through carved
Well,
channels
take a
in the
look.
floor, lit from within.
Impressive work.
Beyond it, the stone
That's
opened
the
into
one.
the abyssal chamber we had seen from above.
Lock 'em up.
Only now I approached from the
Yeah,
side, by the
You'll
old
run out of
sacrificial
cells at
route
this
itself.
rate.
The pilgrims
Still,
filled the walls.
you saved me some
Up
trouble.
close, the bodies showed
Thank you.
toolwork around
If you
them.
find more scum in the
Grooves cut
future,
to
bring 'em
receive
here.
Spines, shoulders, skull ridges. Their faces had worn under the ages and still held an expression I could only call willingness. Some civilization before ours had built reverence out of labor and anatomy together. They had turned their dead into valves. The Leviathan moved below. This time I saw more because I stood where the founders had meant a man to stand if the last seal ever failed. The thing rose through the lower dark in a curve of hide and scars broad as city walls. Water peeled away from its mass in silver lines. Embedded relic matter ran along its flank. Bones, worked stone, metal from other ages. Perhaps whole offerings pressed into healing flesh across centuries. Several eye structures opened along a ridge and stared upward with recognition.
How
It
about
knew
you
me.
untie me first,
That
and then
feeling
we
came
talk?
immediate. I
Don't
was the
do
man
this.
who had rung the bell. Daniel, Sam said, voice sharp now. The closure lever sits under the bell root, 40 feet ahead.
I beg you.
I forced the sled off the track at the service lip and went the rest on foot, mag boots biting old stone, reserve cable dragging from my harness.
Don't do this.
Heat built through the sheath. The final trigger key burned in my glove. Voices rose from the pilgrim's wall as I passed. My father telling me he had found a better tunnel below the marked line. Owen Cress asking why I shoved him so hard.
He snapped a
Heller
man's spine
promising
like a
light for
twig.
the city. Haynes singing in that calm. I reached the bell route. Up close, the structure showed our drill wound and older scars around it, marks from strikes long before human arrival. The closure lever sat inside a stone housing wrapped in founder script. One pull would send full reserve through the seam braces and vitrify the breech mouth. The loss projections flashed on my wrist. Outer docks, upper spine, our home block, escape lines. Half the city's easy future. Sam's breathing came through the comm. Dad, you seeing the board? Yes. He knew what it meant. Smart enough, old enough, hurt enough. If I pull this, I said, our block goes dark for years, maybe forever. Silence, then. Do it. The deeper voice under his own tried to speak through him. I heard it catch in his throat like current through a damaged wire. Sam, I'm here. Tell me about your systems exam. A broken laugh came through the line. What? Tell me. I placed top in flow diagnostics. What problem gave the rest trouble? Thermal lag through a damaged exchanger tree. What did you answer? His breathing steadied as memory took hold. Reroute through the secondary jacket. Bleed trapped steam through service line 2. That's my boy. Below me, the Leviathan turned. One great eye opened wider. Pressure built in the chamber. The pilgrims seemed to lean, though I knew the stone itself did not move. I drove the key into the slot and pulled the closure lever with both hands. Reserve heat came through the cable in one savage rush. Light burst down every carved channel in the chamber floor. White spread through the black fluid and outshone it. Stone at the seam mouth cracked, sagged, and flowed like glass under a furnace. The bell root split. A note of such depth rolled through the chamber that blood ran warm down my neck inside the suit. The Leviathan surged. Its body struck upward through the lower deck with enough force to tear whole slabs from the pilgrim's wall. Water became empty. My boots ripped through. I slammed against the closure house and felt something tear along my side. Daniel! Rosalind came over to me, thin through static. Keep reserve on, I said. The seam began to close. Glass bloomed across the breach in sheets, crawling over stone and channels alike.
I can go
Black
home,
fluid
thanks
flashed
to you.
white wherever the heat caught it. The Leviathan rammed the narrowing throat once, twice. Each strike sent another district notice across my wrist blade. Upper spine, block 9 north. Home. I kept the lever down. The third strike came weaker. The thing fell back into the abyss with a slow convulsion that shook relic matter free from its hide. A carved stone head spun past my lamp. Behind it rolled one final view of that massive flank, and the eye structures closing one after another as the seal hardened between us. Then the breech mouth fused shut. Silence arrived in pieces. First the pressure note stopped, then the water calmed. Then my comm returned with Rosalind saying my name through static and Sam trying to answer over her. I do not remember the climb back well. Pain took most of it. Heat took the rest. I know I found the service rail. I know I crawled more than walked. I know the founder tunnels shook around me as sealed wards died, and St. Anne learned survival through amputation. When I woke, I was in med under low light, with my right side bound from hip to ribs and my wrists strapped to the bed rails. Rosalind sat beside me with a stack of slates on her lap. She looked older by a decade. You tried to get up twice, she said. How long? 3 days. St. Anne. She took a breath before answering. Alive. That word cost her something. Ruth? Rosalind lowered her eyes. She kept the reserve valves open until the closure registered. We found her at the bank with both hands locked on the wheel. I shut my eyes. Sam. He's here. He came in a minute later, thinner than before, face drawn, a white patch over the inside of one wrist where Med had burned out a contamination line. He stood by the bed as if he feared I might vanish if he leaned too close. How bad? I asked. He understood the question. Upper dock's gone. 4 home blocks sealed. Ring 4 and Ring 5 lost. Hydro at half output. Central Chapel is a shelter ward now. They moved us to maintenance housing near Foundation Watch. Us. The word landed gently. You all right? He thought about it instead of lying. I still hear pressure changes before alarms catch them. Rosalind says it may stay. So you're useful. He almost smiled. Weeks passed. St. Anne shrank around its wounds and kept going because there was nothing else for it to do. That is the truth of any city built by desperate people. Survival becomes tradition faster than grief ever gets its proper time. Rosalind released the founder records to public archive in full. No more disguise. People could read the old warnings plain now. Chapel services changed after that. The liturgy carried valve sequences and depth limits without cover. Children learned them in school beside flow math and pressure discipline. Faith remained. It just put on sterner clothes. Hella's portrait came down from Civic Hall. Nobody argued for keeping it. My block stayed under seal. Sam and I moved to Foundation Watch quarters cut into the lower spine near the old vault. The city needed people at the scar now. People who knew the sound of the sealed roof and could tell panic from a true pressure shift. Rosalind argued for sensors and automated review. I agreed and still took the watch myself. Sam got his apprentice placement after all. Reserve exchanges. He comes back with hot metal dust on his sleeves and questions sharp enough to keep me honest. Every few nights he sits with me by the reinforced glass over the founder shaft, while the reduced lungs of St. Anne breathe through the dark. Pumps cycle. Far wards complain through old pipes. Children run in shelter corridors where chapel pews used to stand. Under all that, far below the fused seam, pressure still moves from time to time. I feel it before the gauges do. The contamination never fully left me. Rosalind calls it residual pattern sensitivity. Ruth would have called it mark. I do not care which language takes it. The meaning stays the same. I opened the way. I closed it. Part of me remains tuned to the door. When the pressure changes come, I write them down in plain words: date, depth, duration, clear warnings, accurate terms. No room left for men like me to mistake danger for superstition because hunger makes us arrogant. Sometimes Sam asks what the chamber looked like. I tell him the truth each time: stone, bodies, channels, a living corpse beneath our feet. I tell him fear has its uses when it points to a real wall and says, keep this sealed. I tell him cities die from lies dressed as courage almost as often as they die from cold. He listens. He learns. For now, that is enough. St. Anne survived. Sealed wards full of the dead. Outer domes gone. Families stacked in shelter beds. Heat on strict ration. Founder prayers recited as maintenance law by children who know exactly why the words matter. Survival came with a bill, and we paid it in stone, blood, and truth. I end most watches the same way. Hand on the rail, eyes on the reinforced glass, listening to the water move through the city we saved by making it smaller. Far below, something ancient passes under the sealed roof once in a long while. It does not knock. It remembers. Routine kept men alive in bad places. It had kept me alive under storm surge, inside tunnel collapses, and, as far as I knew, through a century of cold sleep. So when the lids split above me and the bay lights rose from dusk blue to working white, I reached for routine before fear had time to pull on its boots. My fingers found the release rail. My bare feet hit the deck. Cold bit my calves. I bent, coughed freeze fluid onto the floor, and stood with my head down until the swaying eased. The cryo bay gave me the same sight I expected from every rotation briefing back on Earth. 3 long lines of pods, service gantries over each line, floor drains feeding the central trench, thermal mist sliding low across the deck. I should have heard men waking. 100 years in transit meant 100 years of duty turns, repairs, checks, fights, cards, coffee, boredom, and men cursing the company for every small thing that broke. Colony ships ran on schedules. Schedules ran on hands. Hands made noise. I heard fluid dripping from my own pod into the trench. I turned, found the locker wall, and keyed in my code. The panel took it. That settled me for a breath or two. Systems still knew my name. I pulled out thermal coveralls, socks, work boots, a utility belt, and my maintenance case. My badge still read Dean Foster, Infrastructure Tech, Colonial Transit Project Larkspur. The laminate had yellowed at the edges. I hooked it to my chest. The bay looked full. Every pod held a sleeper under frost-smeared glass. That should have comforted me. It did the opposite. The poses felt arranged, faces tilted at the same soft angle. Hands rested over chest or hip as if somebody had walked the room after lights out and tucked everybody into place. I went to the nearest pod and wiped the glass with my sleeve. A man lay inside with his eyes shut and his chin raised. I knew him. Eddie Pike. He used to brag he could splice a flooded power run in black water with one hand and a mouthful of nails. He had a scar over his left eyebrow from a dock crane cable. The scar sat there under the frost. I hit the wake pad. The pod sighed open. The face kept still. Warm air rolled across the sleeper. Heat softened the skin along his cheek. A bead formed under the lower eyelid, and slid down. Wax caught the bay lights in a greasy shine. Real wax had been rooted into the sky. Claws had been pressed into the sky. The scar over the eyebrows laid in with its Eddie tried to become a candle version of himself, sealed in a cryopod for company. The bay stayed quiet. I shut the lid and looked down the line. My mouth worked before words came. Whoever's in here, you can stop. The intercom above the second hatch answered in the company hostess voice they used during the pre-launch drills. Maintenance rotation 47 now active. Please proceed to assigned systems. The calm did not help. It made the room feel familiar. I opened the pod across from Eddie. Wax. Another pod. Wax again. A woman from Habitat. Freckles rising and softened face. Another man from one ear blind by the sky. The fourth pod had a kid named Curtis Hall who had talked through half the movie because he wanted to become his father. He stayed on the top front too. Wax filled the gap. I stopped 3 spaces down from my own because the hair on my arms had risen and stayed on. The sleeper inside wore my face. Age had worked on him. My hairline had climbed back. The lines around the mouth ran deeper. Heat had slumped the left side of the face so the cheek sagged toward the ear in a way flesh never would. The badge clipped to his covering was red. Thumbprints were being crushed into the throat. The wax still held the ribs fresh and short. Either a struggle had happened inside a sealed pod, or somebody had opened the lid very recently and strangled the way the cover was covered. I touched the glass on my marks. It felt warm. My own reflection floated over the face. Same scar on the chin from the welder's spray. Same broad nose the welder used to say came down our line and dropped I had spent years trying to build a life sturdy enough to carry that face with some pride. Then I blew it apart in one wet night under a floodgate, and a district court took the rest. The intercom came alive again. Maintenance rotation 47 now active. Please proceed to assigned systems. I picked up my case and headed for the bridge. The corridor outside the bay sloped upward in a clean curve. Ship architecture meant to suggest motion even when a man stood still. Strip lights ran along the floor. Mission posters still hung in lit frames. Artists' pictures of a green-black world under 2 moons. Prefab domes glowing on a plain of ice. Families in colony blue smiling up at a sunrise no human had ever seen. My boots rang on the deck in short, hard taps. The sound bounced off the passage walls and came back from ahead, like another man trying to keep step. I checked the nearest wall panel and found the mission elapsed time. 106 years, 4 months, 11 days. I had signed my body over for that trip. I had taken a life sentence and traded it for labor service in deep transit, the way poor men had always traded one hard cage for another. The brochure called it deferred civic redemption. The judge called it an opportunity. My lawyer called it mercy with a payroll paid. A century passed on paper. In the pod it vanished into black. The bridge hatch stood open. That felt wrong all by itself. Bridges stayed sealed during wake cycles, unless somebody with command clearance wanted the whole ship out. I stepped through and saw empty chairs facing the front glass. Panels glowed. Navigation points floated over a star field. A blue giant burned off the starboard side, wide as a city. The sight pulled me 2 steps forward before suspicion caught up and dug in. The stars looked wrong in the same way those wax faces looked wrong. The pattern sat too clean, too centered. It had the polish of a screensaver instead of the ugly depth of a sky that could kill you. I set my case down at the nearest terminal and called the wake roster. Names streamed down in neat columns. Crew assignments, maintenance turns, cryo intervals, health status. Every entry after mine had been barred out. The list still counted bodies. It refused every attempt to show where those bodies had gone. I pulled local hardware maintenance next. Any ship that old had scars. Valves seized. Seals cracked. Relay boards cooked themselves and had to be swapped. I knew what a century of use did to metal. The service log came up in scraps. Dates fought the mission clock. One board replacement had been stamped before launch. Another carried a vendor code for the Federal Corrections Supplier I remembered from prison entail. I stared at that code until the bridge speakers clicked, and a woman's voice said my name with enough clarity to put a hook under my ribs. Dean Foster, Registry Conflict Detective. My hands went still on the terminal. Civilian profile inactive. The bridge glass kept showing stars. Inmate classification active. I jerked back a step. More lines rolled across the console by themselves now. My name, a case number, redacted fields. The speakers resumed in the same woman's voice, steady and utterly uninterested in whether I could bear the words. Violent conspiracy resulting in 11 deaths. Sentence class. Permanent suspended cognition with labor simulation alternatives. Behavioral drift event count, 6. Current continuity integrity, declining. The starfield held for one more breath. Then a panel in the ceiling snapped open above me, and a jointed arm dropped on a track, injector glinting at its tip. I moved on habit. Left foot back, shoulder turn. Maintenance case up between me and the needle. The arm struck the case hard enough to crack one latch. I rammed the whole case into the side housing. Tools jumped inside with a sharp clatter. The injector scraped my shoulder through the coveralls and punched heat under the skin. I swore and drove the case upward again. The arm twisted and came again, faster than a man's reach, slower than a bullet, right in the bad middle where machinery kills people who still think in human timing. I snatched a pry bar from the split case, jammed it into the track and threw my weight on it. Metal screamed. The arm pinned me to the terminal, needles skipping down my collarbone. Fire spread across my chest where the drug got in. I drove the pry bar deeper. Something in the track broke. The arm sagged, twitched, and hung. The drug crawled into my skull almost at once. The bridge light stretched forward. The woman's voice came from 2 speakers at my second hand. My own hand on the terminal looked foreign. I braced both palms on the console and forced my eyes toward the front glass. Stars smeared. The blue giant folded inward. For one hard instant, the whole bridge showed itself. Glass became projection film with a third space. The starfield slid off the concrete ceiling webbed with conduits. Water stones spread above the floor like old mattresses. The steel support wall crossed through what had looked like business space. The image snapped back. Stars again. Blue giant again. Water seeped from the seam at the base of the front glass and ran round my boots. Dean Foster, the woman said, returned to bay position for a symptom management. I kept one hand on the terminal until the drug wave eased enough for the words on the field to hold still. Mission controls. In their place sat a stripped maintenance man. Conduits, access shafts, pump lines, one label away. Overall course. Below it another line flickered into view and out again so fast I nearly thought I imagined it. Cryo-population placeholders, bay continuity active. That was what the wax people did. Placeholders, props, a full room to give a waiting line to the A second line followed, ugly. Self-model recalibration failed. I looked back to where I'd come, toward the bay and the older wax beam crumpled there. 6 drifted out. 6 tries at keeping me inside the school. Maybe I'd fought. Maybe I'd killed my own future enough times that the system had printed another one to frighten me back. The hatch behind me slammed shut. Locks drove home a fast change in the corridor. Whatever this place was, it had decided the blueprint was over. I snatched a flashlight and a multi-purpose wrench from the broken case, stuffed both into my belt, and went for the service hatch under the command dais. Every ship had one. Every prison had one too. Men built hidden routes into every machine they wanted to repair or control. The hatch dogged open after 3 good hits from the wrench. A blast of cold hit my face and neck. I swung my light into the space beyond and found a crawlway packed tight with insulated lines, cable runs, and drainage pipes the width of my thigh. Condensation slicked every surface. Somewhere below, water moved with weight behind it. I got down on one knee, shoved the hatch wider, and climbed in. The crawlway ran under the bridge and downward in a bend that made my shoulders scrape both walls. Raised grip bars crossed the deck every few feet. I knew that design from flood tunnels. You put bars under a man when water might take his footing. You put bars over his head when you expected him to crawl with a bad load on his back. The ship voice went silent. Another voice came through the pipework, soft and close. "Dean, you always push too hard." My sister Rachel. Her drawl had flattened a little after nursing school, yet I knew her on the first syllable. She had used that line on me when I was 16 and breaking dirt bikes down behind our mother's trailer. She had used it again when I took offshore contracts, then tunnel work, then the flood barrier job that paid enough to clear her student loans. She had used it one last time through the glass in County Holding after the indictments came down. I stopped crawling. The pipe against my left shoulder carried a small vibration in the bone. "Rachel, you tightened everything to the screw," she said from inside the wall. "Bolts, schedules, people. Then you acted surprised when something gave. That landed harder than accusation alone. It was true in a way the court transcript never managed. I had not blown the floodgate because I wanted blood. I had blown it because I trusted my own hands more than weather, time, or the lives moving through a system too large for one man to bully into justice. The crawlway split at a junction. A metal tag hung from one branch with neat printed text under a crust of mineral scale. Immersion Manifold B. That tag belonged to a tank farm, a lab, a prison wing. It belonged to concrete and state procurement, not to a colony ship bound for some ice world. I followed the red route from the bridge map, moving on elbows now
Would you
as
help
the
a
ceiling
man
had
trying
dipped
to be
lower.
better?
Water dripped down the back of my neck. My injured shoulder tightened and sent hot needles through my upper arm. Eddie Pike came next, laughing through a mouthful of rain. "You set the charge too high, Dean. Told you that on the deck." I squeezed forward around a turn where a coolant line had sagged low. "You wanted a message. You got one." Eddie had been on the Floodgate project with me during the last contract year before the arrests. He had taken cash from the subcontractor skimming safety inspections and then turned righteous after a gate collapse killed a kid downriver. I had taken his sketches, the maintenance windows, the weak points in the concrete throat. I had told myself one shaped blast under an empty spill tunnel would expose the fraud and stop the theft ring cold. Then the storm came early. Water rose. 11 people died, most of them workers. The state called it terrorism. The company called it sabotage. I called it an accident right up until the jury stood. A grill on my right carried warm air from someplace deeper in the system. A woman's voice came through it this time. Clipped, educated, tired. Subject continuity remains strongest when corrective strain stays bound to aspiration. He wanted distance. He wanted useful work. He wanted the dignity of necessary labor. Feed all three. A panel beside the grill lit up and threw a name into the crawlway. Dr. Nora Bell. I pressed the speaker tab with my thumb. The recording jumped back a few seconds, then played through from the start. Subject continuity remains strongest when corrective strain stays bound to aspiration. He wanted distance. He wanted useful work. He wanted the dignity of necessary labor. Feed all three. Resistance rises when the environment becomes too passive. Add procedural friction. Add maintenance scarcity. Add social absence in measured blocks. Full deprivation drives fracture too quickly. Bay mannequins remain effective for wake sequence stabilization. Age-progressed self-models should be used sparingly.
You could
Recognition
see
of
that.
age produced
hasn't been seen in quite a
The
while.
file ended. I stayed
den was
crouched there a
completely
bit
cleared
longer,
out.
one hand on the speaker,
Should we ready
the
the
other
cord
braced
for the
against
bounty?
dripping steel. A scientist had taken my life apart and built a world from the
Did
pieces
you really
she
slay
thought
that
would keep
beast?
me obedient. Give the welder rust
I
to
hear
fight.
you're the one who
Give
dealt
the
with
tunnel
Skaveld.
handpipes to wrench. Give the convict
the reason
distance
everyone
so
was
vast
penned in
his
town.
sentence could pretend to be service. When isolation stopped working, print him a room full of company.
At last.
When that failed,
Our lives can
show
return to
him
normal.
what he would become.
Thank you.
The crawlway
You did some
narrowed
fine
further
work.
and
We
broke
owe you
into
our
a
lives.
vertical drop with
Thank you.
footholds stamped into the wall. Blue-white frost glazed the rungs. A valve wheel sat at shoulder height on the right,
This four
painted red
means
under
we
the
can
ice.
finally move
The
our
tag
goods
below
freely.
it read, Coolant Bypass. The map's route still burned in my head. Override
Here's the
core
reward,
straight ahead.
as promised.
Bypass sealed. Main channel open. I took one rung down and saw why. A pair of pressure doors farther below stood half shut, with a gap between them, narrow enough for my chest if I exhaled and prayed. Frost had built thick around the frames. Coolant vapor poured through the opening in a hard, white stream. There was room for a dog. There was room for me if I got stripped down and stupid. The bypass wheel refused to move. I put both hands on it. Cold sank into my palms so fast it felt like a burn. I leaned harder. The wheel gave me a fraction and locked again. My left
Hey, I see
thumbnail
you.
split
Don't be
deep
stingy.
at the base. Pain shot bright to the elbow. You can return to rest, Rachel said from somewhere behind the wall. I bared my teeth and kept turning. The wheel held. My palms lost sensation. A second later, the pain came back worse. Skin had frozen to the rim. I tore free and brought both hands to my chest. Blood stood bright around the split nail. Fine. The gap then. I shrugged out of the coveralls, kept the undershirt, shoved the belt and tools through first, and went in feet first with one arm over my face. The pressure door scraped my sternum and spine. Cold chewed through cloth into muscle. The coolant stream took skin off the backs of my hands when I tried to brace. I kicked, wriggled, and drove myself through by inches. Halfway in, the drug fog returned with teeth. Voices crowded close from the pipes and the metal skin around me. Subject Drift 6 shows self-recognition failure. Dean, stop! Your family accepted transfer. Hold still. Mercy requires
My dog,
containment.
It's gone.
I snarled
promise
and shoved.
I'll get it back
My
for you.
right hand found the far edge of the opening.
My
I
dog.
gripped and hauled.
Hey,
Two
come now.
nails on that hand
Maybe some
bent
sweets
back
will cheer
with
you
a
up.
tearing sting so raw it drove a sound out of me I would not have believed came from my own throat. Then I was through, sliding on my back
this is
down
the
a
very
frosted
dawn my
chute
daughter
into a
lost.
chamber lit in harsh white.
Oh,
I
thank
lay
you.
there for a few beats
Thank
and
you.
stared up at bundled
This will put a
lines
smile back
over
on
my
her face.
Frost steamed off my skin.
I am deeply
My
grateful.
palms had patches where the top
I shall
layer
never
was
forget your
gone.
kindness.
The split thumbnail hung by a ragged strip. When I curled the hand, the nail shifted against raw flesh and sent a spark clear into my neck. The chamber around me had been built as a service nexus and then dressed up to resemble something grander. Decorative panels shaped like reactor shielding stood over industrial bulkheads. Colored strips ran in circles on the floor, trying to sell the lie of a ship's core. Yet the dimensions belonged to one thing. A cylinder filled the center of the room from deck to ceiling, about the size of a small tanker truck, wrapped in coolant lines, injector feeds, data trunks, and pressure couplings. Inspection stamps on the lower ring carried prison inventory marks under a fresh layer of painted ship labeling. The whole starship had been skinned over this central shell. The colony transport had existed only as theater around a tank. The lights dimmed. A woman spoke through hidden speakers, this time without the company hostess sweetness. Dean Foster. Cortical strain has breached prescribed limits. Remain calm. Relief is available. I walked up to the cylinder until my reflection showed in a polished section between frost patches. My face looked older than the one that had climbed out of cryo. Lines cut in around the nose and mouth, eyes bloodshot, stubble silvering at the chin. The system had not pulled that older Dean from nowhere. It had been aging me by accumulation, by drift, by failed returns I did not remember. Every reset had left some residue behind. Dr. Bell, I said, you around for this part? A beat of static. Then her voice, preserved from some earlier hour, came through the chamber. Emergency note, immersion block C through J. If flood status reaches lower manifold, all continuity environments become unstable. Subjects will interpret exterior breach through local narrative structures. Staff evacuation remains in effect. Central release requires manual pressure hold. I looked at the cylinder again. Manual pressure hold, flood status, exterior breach. Water ran across the floor from a drain near the rear wall, ankle deep and rising. The chamber gave me what it still believed I wanted. Decorative panels peeled open and showed a reactor interface, glowing touch keys, status diagrams, a large green control labeled Stabilize Mission. It had built a choice meant to soothe. Keep the voyage intact. Return to duty. Accept the dream as the sanest thing in reach. I drove the wrench into the panel screen. Glass burst inward. A real housing sat behind it. Thick steel, lock bars, injector valves, coolant feeds. A small speaker snapped alive above the broken panel and spilled a looped line in Nora Bell's voice. Truth Onset produces persecutory ideation in resistant subjects. I hit the speaker until it died. Then I went after the injector manifold, ripping flexible lines free, smashing valve handles, stomping the housing lid until one hinge split and the box opened. Inside sat ampules of pale fluid in foam racks, labels half dissolved by time. Sedative, dream continuity agents, chemical cycling formulas I did not know. I smashed every glass neck I could reach. The floor water lapped over my boots. Somewhere in the walls, pumps began and failed, each start ending in a deep judder through the deck. The central shell had a seam on the side facing the floor. I knelt in the water and wiped ice from it with my forearm. The seam ran vertical, shoulder to knee, narrow as a wire. An inner hatch, my hatch. I tried the wrench on it. The tool slipped. I jammed a pry bar from my belt under the lip and leaned hard. The bar skated off. The seam held. Relief is available, the dead speaker kept saying through broken circuitry in a wet gargle. I dug my split thumbnail into the seam on instinct. The nail bent up and tore loose from half the bed.
The
White
master
pain
of the
hit so
anvil
hard my
stands
teeth
before
clicked
you.
shut. Blood thinned in the water around my knee. The pain gave me something useful. The soft pad of the finger had slipped.
Stay. I want
The
to hear
edge
all
under
about
the
what...
nail had caught. I looked at my hands. Skin stripped from the backs. Nails split.
my work
lifted,
has seen out there.
Blood dissevered. The seam waited. There are places where a man runs out of every clean tool he owns and starts spending parts of himself because the wall in front of him leaves only two instructions: open or drown. I jammed the fingers of my left hand into the seam and pulled. Two nails ripped back farther. Blood slicked the metal. I lost purchase. I swore, hooked deeper and pulled again until one nail came free entirely and the finger slid in farther. Then the right hand. Same work. Same white burst through arm and chest. I had no room left in me for shame or horror. I had the seam. I had leverage bought with bone and pain. The hatch lip moved, a quarter inch, then another. I shoved the pry bar into the gap and hung my weight on it. Metal groaned. Dark water punched through the opening and hit me square in the face. I kept pulling. The hatch folded inward far enough for my shoulder. The chamber behind it gave way all at once. Black water slammed across the room, tore the broken interface off its mount, and drove me backward across the floor. My head struck the shell. Light flashed. Water filled my ears. I came up choking inside a wider space with a ceiling lower than the fake ship chamber and walls of bare concrete shining under emergency strips. My body had crossed from the simulation shell into the real installation. The air carried cold and old mineral damp. A line of pods stood in the dark ahead, each one tall enough to hold a man upright or laid back depending on design. Indicator lamps still glowed on several. Human faces floated under gel and glass. I grabbed a grated ladder bolted to the wall and hauled myself above the rising
gear
water.
can be his saving
The
grace.
chamber stretched farther than
Or
my
his
light could reach.
downfall.
Pod after pod after pod, arranged in long ranks under support beams. Service catwalks crossed the space 3 levels up.
Was this what you needed?
Cables drooped into the water at the far end where a wall section had collapsed. Each tank had its own screen hood and local life support rig. Some screens spilled images through cracked housings. Desert dunes under red suns, snow falling across a farmhouse window, a launch gantry under dawn light, city towers under an orange sky. Each dream bled into the real chamber in scraps. Rows of still caged people, rows of private worlds. A prison built to outlast pity and then abandoned anyway. I climbed to the nearest catwalk because the water kept rising and because standing among the tanks at eye level with all those sleeping faces would have broken something in me I still needed. My boots slipped on algae and mineral slime. My hands left bloody prints on the rails. At the first maintenance post I found a hand lamp, a rusted toolbox, and a wall map under cracked plastic. I wiped enough muck away to read sector labels. Immersion Block C through J Emergency Lift North Shaft. Central Power Nexus below. Manual release control attached to Nexus. A paper memo had been clipped under the map years ago. Most of it had turned to paste, yet one corner remained readable. Coastal incursion status red. Evacuate lower works. Subject transfer delayed pending authorization. Somebody had planned to move these people. Somebody had gone home instead. I kept the lamp and headed along the catwalk. Below me, the tank rows passed under blue and amber indicator lights. Human bodies drifted in gel.
A
under
man's
closed
gear can
lids.
be his saving.
Most
There,
looked
if you're in a
middle-aged,
bind,
some old.
you know where
The
to
system
find me.
had kept their tissue going long past any sentence that should have held. Some faces had scars from restraints, old surgery lines at the temples, bite marks on inner cheeks. Everybody showed the small signs of a life fought in custody before sleep took over. At Sector F, a pod near the catwalk carried a manual release wheel. Its screen had gone dark. The indicator beside it swung between amber and red. The pressure readout had dropped into a danger band I could follow even through the dead pixels. I crouched by the pod and wiped the nameplate. Tom Bennett. Male. Age at intake, 52. Sentence class redacted. Tom, I said through the lid, as if the man could hear me over 30 or 40 or 60 years of chemical stars. His face floated just under the glass, broad and pale, grey hair drifting around his scalp like soft weeds in current. Deep lines ran from nose to mouth. A scar split one eyebrow. His hands had curled inward over time. The release wheel took effort, though less than the bypass had. I planted both boots, ignored the screaming from my nails, and turned until the seals broke with a wet crack. Gel sluiced out over the catwalk. The lid lifted slow on tired struts. Tom spilled halfway into my arms, slick and shivery. Eyes rolled white. I dragged him clear of the pod before the lid dropped back. He seized once hard enough to crack his heels against the grating. Then he coughed gel across my chest and sucked air in ragged cuts. There you go, I said. Easy, you're out. His eyes opened. I saw a man return from somewhere he had trusted. That grief hit before understanding did. Claire? He asked. The name came out with a child's trust in it. There's nobody here by that name. He pushed at my chest with weak hands and tried to sit up. I helped him because leaving him flat would have felt like cruelty. He looked down through the rail into the tank rows, then up at the concrete ceiling, then at the lamp in my hand. His face changed piece by piece. "Where's the lake?" "You were in a tank," I said. "Some kind of prison site, flooded, abandoned." He blinked hard. Water and gel ran from his lashes. My daughter was on the dock. She was 8. The pod screen behind him still held the last clean frame of his world. A wood pier over flat blue water. A little girl in yellow rain boots. A dog leaping for a stick. I had no answer fit to give another human being. He looked at the image, then at his own hands, then at me. My wife died before sentencing. His eyes had gone wide and fixed on nothing I could see. Claire came after. She was born after. She had my mother's ears. His body stiffened again. I got him onto his side as another seizure took him. He bit through the inside of his cheek, blood mixed with gel and dripped through the grating. The fit passed. He tried to speak again, each word dragged over broken ground. "Do not leave them in there. I'm looking for controls." "You pull them out," he said. "You tell them hard, fast, keep..." The rest died in his throat. His eyes stayed open. His hand slid off my sleeve. I sat beside him with the lamp between us, and the tank rose below. Water slapped against the lower pods. Somewhere in the dark, a relay clicked, failed, clicked again. Tom Bennett had returned to the real world for less than 5 minutes. In that time, he lost a wife twice, lost a daughter who had never existed outside a machine, and died asking me to keep strangers from vanishing the same way. My own case had always turned on intention. I had wanted to expose corruption. I had wanted to stop future deaths. I had wanted the crooked contractor on camera begging federal mercy, while every outlet in the state ran his face for a week. I had wanted justice shaped exactly to my hands. The dead did not care what I had wanted. Tom did not care either. He was asking for work, not remorse. I got up and took the north catwalk toward the lower stairwell. The emergency lift could wait. The tank farm had settled into my spine. Every pod held a person still serving time to a country that might not even exist in the same shape anymore. Walk out now, and I would carry those sealed worlds in my head until the day I joined the rest of the dead. The stairwell down to the power level had half collapsed. I climbed through the broken section by rail supports and came out on a machinery floor knee-deep in black water. My lamp swept across pump housings the size of pickup trucks, transformer banks, cable trays and pressure manifolds marked by sector. Much of the room had fallen into darkness. One line of work lights still burned over the Nexus control booth at the far end. By the time I reached it, my hands had stiffened into claws around the lamp handle and wrench. Each step sent cold up my legs. The booth door had jammed halfway open from pressure on the frame. I shoved through sideways and found a chair, a dead monitor bag, a panel board, and one surviving local terminal running on reserve battery. A woman appeared on the screen when I brushed the controls. Dark skin, grey at the temples, eyes ringed by sleeplessness. Lab coat open over scrubs. Dr. Nora Bell at last, from some year far past the bay where I had woken. "If you are seeing this," she said, "the evacuation failed or somebody came back after it should have been sealed. I am recording under protest. The immersion blocks were funded as humane alternatives to full sensory burial and chemical restraint. We built continuity environments around vocational desire, memory stability, and aspirational identity. Courts signed the paperwork. Corrections renewed the contracts. Nobody stayed to audit what indefinite continuity does to a human mind." Water slapped the booth windows. Her image skipped once and returned. "The lower works are flooding. Transfer has been denied. I have argued for release. Release will kill some subjects. Continued immersion will kill all of them eventually, though the timeline is easier for administrators to live with. Central purge requires a human operator at the manifold wall. One person can open the system. That person may not reach the shaft in time." There was no pleading in her face. Weariness sat there instead. A woman who had helped build the instrument and only found her conscience when the building started taking water. The fire ended. The terminal dropped into the managed control. controls, surface shaft power, life support continuity, emergency instruments. Status bars showed what little reserve I had. There was enough for one more choice. No one half choice. I leaned over the board until my finger touched cold metal. This was the one. Take the shaft power. Again. Find the hole on the surface of the center. Carry the story to someone with a badge and a flag, and enough surviving law to protect it. Or stop. Open the cages. Wake men and women into pain, panic, fracture, and air. Spend the reserve here. Maybe drown before the shaft ever pounds. On the far wall, the battlefield stood behind the safety. 6 large pressure vessels, each tarred and set. Releasing were painted above them in block letters. The system wanted hands because hands after motors did. I had spent years telling myself hands were someone who did hard things for reasons that mattered. Then the floodgate night proved I was the sort of man who spent strangers to satisfy his own cultural instincts. Tom Bennett's last words rose clear as pipe blows in my ear. Do not leave the room. I went to the booth microphone and hit record. My name is Dean Wilson, I said. If you hear this waking up, the world is a tank built to keep us safe. Flooded prison facility under the old Gulf prison. Then open the system, wake hard, find air, head for the north shaft instead. If you cannot stand, make noise and stay there. Something stay. I keep the message to all sectors and send it to safety. Then I prove life support continuity to stand up and know that mass release. Sirens rose through the road. Facility alarm, roar, again. Pressure gates slammed open somewhere beyond the walls. The manifold beams of the rocks shredded fire for human beings. I took the first wheel and turned. It felt like a slow press of the wheels and shocked. My wheel flipped spins. I wrapped the twin tail of my shirt around both hands, planting my boots wide, and pulled until the wheel moved. Sector C purge lit amber, then green. Steam blew through the line overhead. Water burst from the vent across the room and sprayed. Wheel 2, wheel 3. The booth speaker played my message into the tank wall's above. Between each wheel, lids booming open in the distance. A long train of metal blades rolling through the structure. Sector B stepped out forward. I leaned my shoulder into it and felt something cool instantly in pain. There was safety. The pain lit the whole line. I bared my teeth and kept driving. The wheel turned. A line ruptured somewhere close to the gunboat. Water surged through the room up over my shins. Voices came from above then. Real voices this time. Coughing, screaming, confused calls ricocheting down vents and stairwells. Where's my son? Open it! Jesus Christ! Help me! Every sound carried a body behind it. That changed the work. The prison had spent a century trying to turn people into profiles, scenarios, continuity scores. Now the walls were giving them back one voice at a time. The fourth wheel took skin from both palms through the shirt wrap. Blood slicked the cloth black in the dirty water. I shifted grip and kept moving. Alarm lights stuttered over the room in slow red sweeps. Concrete dust fell from a seam in the ceiling. The flood outside had found a new way in. When Sector F opened, I pictured Tom on the catwalk under his dead screen and gave the wheel another quarter turn for him. Sector G jammed hard. The release indicator on the wall flashed between amber and dead. I kicked the lock housing twice, got the wheel moving with both knees against the rail, then hauled until a tendon in one wrist gave a deep hot twang that made my vision jump. The line cleared. Somewhere above, another bank of lids rose. The room shuddered under me. A wall panel across the machinery floor blew inward, and Gulf water hit the lower transformers in a roaring white burst. Sparks sprayed over the black surface and died. Half the work lights went out. 2 sectors left. I climbed the rail to get leverage on wheel 6 and nearly slipped. My boots skated. My chest struck the spokes. I hooked my raw fingers around one arm of the wheel and pulled with my whole back. The metal moved. The indicator crawled from amber to green. Relief tried to come, and I shoved it aside because one wheel still waited and the room was breaking around me. The last wheel turned easier than the others. That scared me. Easier meant pressure loss where it mattered. The indicator beside Sector J stayed dark. A woman cried out overhead, closed this time, somewhere in the stairwell shaft. Then coughing. I left the manifold and sloshed out of the booth, lamp swinging. The stairwell above the Nexus had a side corridor into Sector J maintenance. Water poured down it in a hard stream. I climbed against it, one hand on the rail, one on the wrench. The corridor opened into the last tank hall just as an overhead feed line split and dropped across 3 pods. Steam and water blasted the catwalk. 2 lids had opened and dumped their occupants back inside when power failed mid-cycle. A third stood half-raised. A woman in the nearest pod beat weakly at the stuck lid with both palms, eyes wide in blue emergency light. I crossed the catwalk at a crouch because the rail on the left had torn loose. The wrench went under the lid edge. I pried until the hinge shrieked and bent. Water from the broken line hammered my shoulders and back. The woman spilled forward into me, bald scalp slick with gel, age impossible to guess under all the lost years. She clutched my neck and gasped against my ear. "Station breach," she kept saying. "Evacuate ring 3. Evacuate ring 3. Can you stand?" Her legs folded as soon as I let go. I dragged her clear and moved to the next pod. Inside, a man with tattooed wrists stared up through the glass, calm in a way that unsettled me more than panic would have. His tank world still held him somewhere else. I drove the wrench under the lid lip and leaned until the metal buckled. The lid snapped free on one side and dumped cold gel across my legs. He came out fighting whatever war or storm or dream the system had given him. His fist caught my cheek. Then he saw the corridor, the broken feed line, the concrete ceiling, and his face emptied. "Where am I?" "Under the old coast complex," I said. "Stairs behind you. Up." He nodded once and got his feet under him by pure animal will. One who might make it. The woman on the deck had started crying without sound. Her hands pawed at the air, as if searching for controls. The catwalk under me gave a hard jolt. The line of pods to my right dropped half an inch as a support failed below. I looked toward the stairwell and saw water rising fast across the lower level. The release cycle had done all it could. Any more heroics here would buy me a drowned corpse and one more burden for whoever climbed out. I hauled the woman to her feet and shoved her toward the tattooed man. "Take her, north shaft." He took one look at my hands and did as told. I followed after them, slower now. Every rung on the stair chewed my fingers open again. Men and women crowded the landings above, some wrapped in torn tube lines and pod blankets, some naked, some muttering fragments to people who existed in vanished worlds. A few had already gone still against the wall, bodies unable to survive the break. Those still moving pulled others upward in blind little acts of grace. My message kept sounding from speakers along the shaft, thinner each time as power bled away. Somebody stayed. At the top landing, the north lift sat dead with its cage doors half open. A deadlift meant a usable maintenance ladder. I pointed people to it and started shoving at the jammed hatch to the shaft proper. 2 men joined me without asking. One had prison ink up his throat. The other wore the remains of a flight suit from some tank life built around another planet. Between the 3 of us, the hatch gave. Daylight lay somewhere high above us, a grey square cut small by distance. The ladder climb became the whole world. Rung, pull, boot, pain, repeat. Water roared in the shaft below as the lower works gave way. Now and then a cry rose from the darkness. Now and then another voice answered from above, guiding, cursing, begging men to keep moving. I climbed through blood, gel, and rust with fingers that had stopped feeling human around the second section. Halfway up, I lost my grip and slammed into the ladder side on hard enough to see white sparks. The man below braced my boot until I found the rung again. "Move," he said. "You stop here, we all stop here." I moved. Near the top, a wheel hatch sealed the shaft from the surface service building. The man in the ruined flight suit climbed past me when my hands failed at the wheel. He put his shoulder into it. I added mine. The throat ink man drove upward from below. The wheel spun, the dogs pulled back, and light poured down in a slanted wash that hit every face in the stack. Real sky. Grey morning over the Gulf Coast, wide and cold and full of low, fast clouds. Wind came in off open water, carrying salt spray that stung my torn hands. The surface building around the hatch had lost half its roof. Concrete walls stood broken to waist height on the seaward side where storms had bitten them for decades. Beyond the ruin, drowned roads cut through marsh and shallow sea in straight lines. Wind towers leaned offshore with broken blades. The remains of a federal sign hung from one bent post, lettering burned away by weather. I rolled out of the hatch and lay on rough concrete under the sky while survivors dragged themselves up around me. Some laughed, some wept. Some called names into the wind and got nothing back but wave slap from the flooded lots below. The woman from Sector J crawled to the wall and stared at the horizon as if a station wing might still appear there if she looked hard enough. The old prison under us groaned once through the broken slab. Then another section of the roof gave way below, and the sound died into water. I pushed myself to sitting. Blood had dried black over both hands. Several nails were gone clean. The ones that remained sat split and crooked. My shoulder had stiffened into a burning block. My cheek from the tattooed man's punch had swollen under one eye. Every part of me carried the prison out into daylight. I looked at the people around me. 11 on the surface with me then, maybe more still coming. A poor harvest from a tank farm that had held dozens on that level alone. Some sectors would have drowned before release reached them. Some mines would have torn apart under the return. Some had probably begged to stay in their fabricated worlds, right up until water filled the lids. A metal plate lay near the hatch where a panel had torn free during our climb. I picked it up with both ruined hands because I wanted something solid from below. The plate listed pod index numbers and names in small stamped rows. Enough proof to start with. Enough weight to hurt. The throat ink man stood over the shaft for a while, listening. At last he shook his head. No more voices. Wind moved through the broken building. Far inland, beyond the drowned flats, I could see a line of newer structures on higher ground. Towers, solar fields, maybe a settlement, maybe salvage, maybe another piece of government with a fresh seal and old habits under it. A century had passed since the judge sent me away. The country below us had buried its sentence architecture and walked off. The country ahead would be something else. I got to my feet because staying on the ground felt too close to slipping back into a pod. My legs shook under me then, from exhaustion and blood loss and the simple fact that I was standing in a world I had never expected to see. The others watched, waiting for somebody to decide what happened next. Maybe they took me for staff. Maybe they took me for the one man who knew a route through the wreck. Maybe they just needed a back to follow until the first clean water and food and shelter. My name's Dean Foster, I said. The wind pulled at the words, but enough reached them. There's higher ground east, we head there. We keep names, we keep count. Anybody falls, we pick them up if we can. A few stared blankly. A few nodded. The woman from Sector J rose with the help of the tattooed man. The man in the flight suit looked at his own hands for a second, as if he had expected another pair there. Then he joined us. I took one last look at the shaft hatch. Everything below it had been built to make escape feel like madness. The ship, the stars, the false labor, the voices wearing family and guilt like masks. The whole elegant cruelty of it aimed at one result. Keep the prisoner inside a story long enough that truth became the frightening choice. The prison lost power under my boots. Somewhere deep below, the last dream screens went dark. Then I turned east and started walking into the wind, with the nameplate in my hands and the dead years at my back.
Welcome back to Void of Fears. Before we jump into today's story, I've got a couple quick things. First, if you could smash that like button, drop a comment below,
Nothing wrong
and
with
hit subscribe
putting down an
if you
animal.
haven't already. It seriously makes a huge difference. The YouTube algorithm loves that stuff
I
and
found
pushes
out
my videos to
where the
new
white
viewers.
steed hides.
Secondly, I just launched the Void of Fears podcast on Spotify. Same stories, ad-free.
I refuse to
and
be
you can
taken
listen with
before
your
I
screen off.
succeed.
Links in the description. I really appreciate every single one of you who takes the time to support the channel. It means the world to me and helps keep it growing. Alright, enough of me rambling. Let's dive into today's story. The children started whispering before they could even form full sentences. We used to live under blue gravity. No one taught them that phrase. It wasn't in any lullaby loaded onto the station's education network. Wasn't stitched into any lesson plan. Wasn't something they could have overheard from an engineer passing in the corridor. It came out of them the way
You'll
breathing
rot
does,
by the
like
road
something the
when
body
I'm
already
done.
knew, and the mouth was only just catching up to. Every child born on the moon said it. Not some of them, not most of them, all of them. Across different years, different families,
White
different
hides
quarters of Celine Station.
make the red
Every
stand
lunar-born
out
child
beautiful.
sooner or later pressed their small palms flat against the observation glass, looked out into the dark, and said those 5 words in the quiet, certain tone of someone stating a fact about a place they had been. When the
I'm
adults
telling you.
crouched down and asked them to point to where they came from, the children didn't point at Earth. They pointed somewhere else, somewhere to the left of it, or below it, or in some direction that didn't have a clean name, because the thing they were pointing at wasn't there, not visibly, not yet. And then they drew it, every one of them. The same world every single time, regardless of age, regardless of whether they had ever been in the same room together. The same long sweep
Or I'll
of
make
coastline
your
along the
life
left side
a
of the planet.
misery.
The same double horizon, 2 separate arcs of atmosphere, curving at the top
I
of the frame
refuse
instead
to
of
be
one.
taken before I
The same
succeed.
thin silver ring sitting at the equator, like a scar that had healed a very long time ago. 6-year-olds drew it with fat crayons in slow, careful strokes. 14-year-olds drew it in the margins of their schoolwork with mechanical pencils, sometimes without appearing to notice they were doing it. The youngest child in the ward, a 2-year-old named Pell, could not yet hold a crayon properly, but would press her finger
I've yet
into
to
spilled
capture the
water
white
on
horse
a
of
tabletop and
legend.
trace the outline of that coastline over and over until the water dried. The drawings were not the frightening part. The frightening part came much later, on a night when Captain Oren Valesifer was sitting alone in the monitoring bay at 14 minutes past 2 in the morning, running his standard shift diagnostic, and he found the planet in the static of a channel that had been dead for 9 months, and the feed had turned itself on. Oren was 43 years old and had been running security operations on Celine Station for 6 years. He was the kind of man who trusted instruments over instincts, and wrote everything down in exact language, not because anyone demanded it, but because documentation was, in his view, the only honest relationship a person could maintain with the truth. He had come to the night rotation voluntarily. The station ran quieter after midnight. The corridors empty. The usual social friction of 230 people living in a sealed structure together.
Want to share the same
temporarily
fate as
dissolved.
those beasts?
And in that quiet, he could hear the station the way a doctor listens to a chest attending to what it was actually doing rather than what it was supposed to be doing. The monitoring bay was small and amber lit, humming with the low machinery
I refuse
of a
to
place
be
that
taken
never fully
before
slept.
I succeed.
16 screens arranged in a grid cycled through their usual
Let go!
rotation of hull readings,
Or I'll cut you
airlock
down
logs,
as well.
corridor feeds, and the row of satellite uplink channels that Oren swept every hour as a matter of habit. Most of those channels had been decommissioned over the years as the station upgraded its infrastructure. Old relay systems retired and replaced. The hardware still physically present but logged as inactive. They showed nothing. They were designed to show nothing. Channel 44 was not supposed to be active.
I've yet to capture the
You
white
noticed
horse
it the
of
way you notice
legend.
something wrong at the edge of your vision, before your conscious mind has processed what it is. A shape in the noise. He looked directly at it, and for a long moment, he did not move. The feed was grey-white static, the texture you expect from a dead line. But at the centre of the frame, something was sitting inside the noise with a kind of patient solidity, occupying the static the way a stone occupies water. A sphere. A planet recognisable as a planet by its curve, with what might have been a coastline visible along its lower edge. It held for exactly 3 seconds. Then the screen went black. Oren checked the channel log. Channel 44 had been inactive for 9 months. There was no enable entry, no maintenance flag, no scheduled test, no record of anyone accessing the channel at all. The hardware relay that serviced it was
My
listed
sword will
as
cut
physically
you into
disconnected.
pieces one day.
He wrote it up in his log as a ghost signal, a loose relay throwing noise, and he
I
moved on.
found out.
But he kept one eye on Channel 44 for the rest of the shift. It didn't come back. Not that night. It came back the next night at the same time, down to the minute, and the night after that, and every night for the following week. Always at 14 minutes past 2. Always lasting 3 seconds. Always showing him the same shape in the static. He said nothing to anyone. He pulled the hardware record and traced the relay pathway through the station's infrastructure himself, junction by junction, on foot, with a handheld diagnostic reader, checking every component in the physical chain. Everything registered as dormant. Nothing in the
white
channel's hardware
steed
was receiving
hides.
power. He stood in a cable conduit on level 4.
Let
His
go.
reader showing 0
Or I'll
signal
cut you
throughput
down
online
as well.
was displaying a live feed 50 meters away on his screen, and he spent a long time in that conduit thinking about what that meant. On the 8th night, he brought Dov Halser in. Dov was the station's head communications engineer, a broad, unhurried man who had been running Selene Station's network for 11 years, and who possessed the
Nothing
specific
wrong with
confidence
putting
of
down
someone
an
who
enemy.
has never met a signal he couldn't explain. He looked at Oren's logs with the expression of a person being shown something that
I
contradicts
refuse to be
a rule
taken
of the world
before I
they have
succeed.
built their professional life on. He ran his own diagnostics. He
I'm
sat back in his
telling
chair
you,
and was quiet for a
Or
while.
I'll make your
He said,
life a misery.
According to every instrument I can access, this channel is not active. The hardware is off. The relay is dead. Whatever you're seeing on that screen is not coming from anything in our system. Oren asked where it was coming from. Dov said he didn't know. Those 4 words in 11 years had never come out of Dov Halser's mouth about anything related to his network. The children's ward occupied a connected cluster of rooms along the station's eastern residential corridor, built to house the lunar-born children through their early developmental years in a space that was warmer and softer than the rest of the station, all rounded corners and adjustable lighting and walls that could be drawn on. It was overseen by Dr. Elira Sen-Braith, who had arrived on Selene Station 18 months earlier to conduct the first long-term study of cognitive development in children raised entirely outside Earth's gravity and atmosphere. Elira was 38, precise with language, and genuinely curious about children in a way that went beyond her professional investment in them. She listened the way good researchers listen, which is to say she listened to what was actually
Nothing
being
wrong
said
with
rather
putting
than
down an
to what
animal.
she expected to hear. She had noticed over the past 6 weeks that something was shifting in the ward.
You think I've
Something
never
that didn't
slain
have
a
clean
human?
clinical name yet, and that she was not ready to put in a formal report until she understood it better. The drawings had changed. They still drew the usual things, the animals they had only seen on screens, the
I
earth
must
hanging
get
blue
to the
through the
south of
observation
Payloon.
glass, the stick
I
figure
can't
families
stand this.
floating in low gravity. But during free periods, without
I
instruction,
refuse
without
to be
any
taken
apparent
before I
coordination among
succeed.
themselves, all 11 children were gravitating toward the same subject. Every session ended the same way.
I
Someone
must get
reached
to the
for
south
a
of
dark blue
Payloon.
crayon and
I
began
can't
drawing a
stand
planet with
this.
a long coastline along its left edge, and a double horizon and a thin ring at the equator. And within minutes, every other child was drawing the same thing, silently, with the focused calm of people working from memory rather than imagination. Elira had 47 drawings, 11 children, 1 planet. She had not yet told anyone because she was still working on the right language for it, and because she had learned early in her career that raising an alarm without a framework to contain it is a good way to have your concerns dismissed. She was sitting beside 6-year-old Thomas one afternoon, watching him work, and she asked what planet he was drawing. He didn't look up from his paper.
Want to share the
He said,
same
"The
fate
one we
as
came
those
from before."
beasts?
Elira kept her voice level. She said, "Before what?"
White hide.
He stopped drawing and
Make
thought
the
about
red
it with the
stand
careful
out
seriousness small
beautifully.
children bring to questions they have actually considered. He was not inventing an answer. He was choosing words for something he already knew. He said, "Before we forgot." He
I
went back
must
to his
get to
drawing.
the south of
Elira
Payloon.
wrote it down in her notebook
I
and sat
can't
with the
stand
feeling it
this.
gave her for a long time. That particular feeling that lives adjacent to fear, without quite being fear. The feeling of standing at the edge of something whose size you cannot yet determine.
You'll rot
The
by the
oldest child
road
in
when
the
I'm
ward was
done.
Kyle Rodin, 14 years old, the first child born on Celine Station.
Want to share the
Long-limbed
same fate
and
as those
quiet
beasts?
in a way that had nothing to do with shyness. He had the slightly enlarged eyes that most lunar-born children developed, a physical adaptation to lower pressure and lower light that gave their faces a quality of perpetual attention, as though they were always seeing a little more than everyone else in the room. He studied astrophysics and cartography, not as hobbies, but with the focused intention of someone who already knows what they are going to use the knowledge for. He did not draw the planet during free period. He already knew what it looked like. What Cale did instead was to stand at the observation window, in the ward's common room, at certain hours of the day and night, still and straight, his arms loose at his sides and his head tilted slightly, the posture of someone attending to something just below the threshold of hearing. Elira had noted it in her files under a heading she called directional attunement, a phrase she was not entirely satisfied with, but that was the closest she could get. When she asked him about it, he said he wasn't listening for anything. He said he was looking in the right direction so that if something came through, he wouldn't miss it. When she showed him the 47 drawings and asked what he thought they meant, he looked at the stack for a long time before he answered. He was the only child who had ever answered her with more than a fragment. He said, "It keeps trying to reach us. It has to try again and again because something gets in the way most of the time.
I
The
must
moon
get
is
to
the
the south
clearest
of
window it
Payloon.
has.
I
Earth
can't
has its
stand this.
magnetosphere, that big invisible magnetic field that wraps around the whole planet and blocks almost everything coming in from space. The moon has nothing like that. No magnetic field, no protection. Whatever the signal travels on, it meets almost nothing in the way when it reaches us here." Elira asked what the signal was. Cale considered it the way he considered everything, without rushing. He said, "I don't think it's a signal the way you mean that word. I think it's more like an old sound that learned how to have a shape, and I think it found us first because we were the most open." She wrote that down and read it back, and felt that she had been given something true without being given all of what she needed to understand it. What Cale was describing, without the formal vocabulary, was something Elira had been circling in her own research since she arrived. The moon's lack of a magnetosphere, is not a minor detail. Earth's magnetic field is the reason life developed the way it did on the surface below it. A vast, invisible shield deflecting the solar wind and the harder radiation coming in from deep space, protecting the biosphere from energies that would otherwise be constantly penetrating it. On the moon, that shield does not exist.
You'll rot
Radiation
by the
levels on
road
the
when
lunar
I'm done.
surface run approximately 200 times higher than on Earth. For the adults who lived on Selene Station, this was managed through the station's physical shielding and monitored constantly. But
Nothing
for a
wrong with
fetus
putting
developing
down
inside
an
a
animal.
mother who had been living on the moon, the situation was different in ways that researchers had barely begun
My
to map.
sword will cut
Studies
you
had
into
already shown
pieces
that
one day.
electromagnetic exposure during fetal development could affect how the nervous system formed, that the early stages of pregnancy were the most sensitive to environmental signals of any kind, that the tissue being built in those first weeks was taking in information from its surroundings in ways that went far beyond what conventional medicine had accounted for. What no one had studied, because the sample size had only recently begun to exist, was what happened to a nervous system that formed in a place where the electromagnetic environment was not just different from Earth's, but fundamentally open, where the usual filtering was absent, where what came in from space came in without impediment. Illyra had a hypothesis she'd been afraid to commit to paper. She was working towards it. She brought the 47 drawings to the station's administrative council without the hypothesis, because the hypothesis was not ready yet. She brought just the drawings and the child development notes and the careful, neutral language of a researcher presenting an observation. The council was polite and managed the situation rather than looking at it, suggesting shared media exposure, a visual trend spreading through the children's social environment, requesting a follow-up survey of their content consumption. She had already run that survey. None of the 11 children had ever encountered any image resembling the planet they drew. She was leaving the council chamber with the particular exhaustion of someone who has been heard but not listened to when Oren Velesifer came out of the adjoining room and caught up to her in the corridor. He had been in the building for a security briefing and had heard her presentation through the open door and had been very still during it. He asked if she had the drawings with her. She gave him the folder. He went through them one by one, with the slow, methodical attention he gave to everything. Then he took out his personal tablet without a word and opened the file he had been keeping for 8 nights and turned the screen towards her. The planet in the static and the planet in the drawings were the same. They stood in the corridor and neither of them spoke, for a stretch of time that felt longer than it was. The station moved around them, the distant percussion of life support cycling, the hum of recycled air, 230 people going about their evening, and in the middle of it, Oren and Illyra stood with a folder of children's drawings and a tablet full of screenshots, and the mutual understanding that something was true, that neither of them had the framework to contain yet. Oren said, "I think we need to talk about
To
this
share the
somewhere
same
private."
fate as those beasts.
They met the following evening, with Kale in the station's observation lounge, the wide room
You
with
picked the
floor-to-ceiling
wrong
glass
fight.
that looked out at the pale grey surface of the moon and the black beyond it. Oren
One
described
swing
what
of
he'd
my
been
sword,
seeing on Channel
and you'll
44
be gone.
without showing Kale anything first. He laid it out plainly, the channel that had been inactive for 9 months.
I'll hunt you
The
down
3-second feed.
and end you.
The identical timestamps, the hardware that registered no active power, watching the boy's face while he spoke. Kale's breathing changed when Oren began describing the shape for his step in the static. Not faster, not agitated. It slowed. It deepened. The shift was so slight that only someone watching carefully would have caught it, but Illyra was watching carefully and she caught it, and she wrote one word in her notebook without looking down. Recognition.
You
Kale
picked the
said,
wrong
"It
fight.
has a narrow window. Most of the time there's too much interference, the distance is too great, or something else gets in the way, and the signal fragments before it arrives." but the window opens at the same moment every night because that's when the geometry is right, when the station's orientation, relative to the signal's source, lines up exactly. When that happens, it can push through for a few seconds before the geometry shifts again and the interference closes back in. Oren asked what was in between. What created the interference? Cale looked at the observation glass. He was quiet for a moment. He said, distance mostly, and time, and something else that I don't have a word for in any language I've been taught. Illyra asked him how he knew these things. He said, I don't know how I know. I know the way I know that this room has walls. I don't have to see them. I've always known what the planet looks like, what it feels like. Not the way you know a fact, the way you know your own hand. Then, he said the thing that made the temperature in the room feel different. He said, tonight is going to be different. It's been building towards something, and tonight the window is going to stay open longer. It found a better path in. It's been learning. He said it without drama, without performance. He said it the way you'd say it looks like rain. All four of them were in the monitoring bay when it happened. Oren, Illyra, Dov, and Cale, who had asked to be present and whom Illyra had refused to leave alone in the ward while this was occurring. Dov sat at his own terminal with his arms folded, making it clear through his posture that he was there in a professional capacity and remained professionally skeptical. Cale sat in a chair against the back wall, hands flat on his knees, perfectly still. At 14 minutes past 2 in the morning, Channel 44 opened. It ran for 4 minutes and 12 seconds. The image was not the 3-second ghost shape. It was clear. Clearer than a powered, active, fully operational channel had any right to be. Sharper than the station's own best feeds. The planet rotated in the frame. Not a still image and not a loop. Actual rotation, the smooth, continuous movement of something being watched in real time from something else that was also moving. The double horizon curved at the top of the frame. The silver ring at the equator caught light from a sun that was not their sun. The coastline swept across the lower hemisphere in the exact curve that appeared on every one of
I've yet to
Illyra's
capture the white
47
horse of
drawings.
legend!
Every detail in place, nothing missing, nothing added. And then the planet turned far enough to show the other side.
What?
No child had ever drawn on the other side. They only drew the face that had been shown to them. The other side in the long dark of its night. And across that dark surface there were lights. Not city lights, not any arrangement that suggested a grid or a road or a building plan. Something more organic and more vast than that. The lights were scattered across the surface the way phosphorescence scatters through ocean water, following no grid, following something else,
You'll
some
rot by the road
logic
when
of their
I'm
own
done.
that felt biological, more than architectural. They pulsed in a slow rhythm that Illyra registered in some part of herself before her conscious mind had named it. She recognized it because she'd been noting it in her sleep studies for 18 months. The lights on the dark side of that planet were pulsing in the same rhythm as the breathing of the children in the ward. Dov Halser said, quietly enough, that it was almost to himself. That's not a recording. The star positions are moving. That's a live feed. Nobody answered him, Cale said from the back of the room, in a voice that was low and even. It's showing you the other side, because it needs you to understand that it's real. That's the only reason. It's not performing for you.
You picked the wrong
It just
fight!
needs you to know. And then, before anyone could respond to that, the feed cut out. The room was silent except for the station systems. And then from the eastern residential corridor, from the children's ward at the opposite end of the station, behind closed doors, in the middle of the station's sleep cycle, all 11 children began to speak at the same moment. Oren and Illyra ran the full length of the corridor. They pushed through the ward doors and stopped in the entrance. All 11 children were sitting up in their beds in the low amber dark. They were facing the same wall, the wall that faced in the direction from which the signal had come. Their eyes were open,
My
but they were not
sword will
awake,
cut you
not in
into
the ordinary
pieces
sense
one
of the
day.
word. Their eyes were open and seeing something that was not in the room. Their bodies were upright in the careful, effortless way that bodies are upright in sleep, not held there by muscle
One
tension,
swing of my
simply
sword,
there. And the
and you'll
sound
be
coming
gone.
from all of them at once was something that Elira, who would spend a long time afterward trying to find language for it, could only describe as a response. It was layered in a way that 11 children's voices should not have been able to produce. It was resonant in a way that made the air in the room feel different. It was not frightening. That was the part that frightened her most. It was not the sound
I
of distress
found out
or confusion
where the white
or anything
steed
being done to them against
hides.
their will. It was the sound of people answering a question they had been waiting a very long time to be asked. It was the most beautiful sound she had ever heard, and it made her feel like she was standing at the edge of something whose drop she could not see. It lasted 40 seconds. Then all 11 children lay back down at the same moment, closed their eyes and returned to sleep, as though they had never moved. Orin stood in the doorway of the ward for a long time after Elira had finished checking each child, finding normal temperatures and calm breathing, and on Thomas's face the faint curve of a smile. He stood there and looked at them sleeping, and he thought about something he had read once
I
about the
must
Apollo
get to
10
the south of
astronauts,
Payloon.
who, in May
I
of
can't stand
1969, heard strange, layered, whistling sounds coming through their
I
radio
refuse to be
equipment
taken
while they were on
before
the far
I
side of the moon,
succeed.
cut off from all contact with Earth, and who sat with those
My
sounds for
sword will
almost an hour
cut you into pieces
before
one
the
day.
question came up, should we tell anyone about this? They had been trained for radio static. They had been trained for equipment anomalies. They had not been trained for whatever that was. One of them said, "You
Let
know that
go,
was funny.
or I'll
It was
cut
just like
you
something from
down
outer
as well.
space, really. Who's going to believe it?" And another said, "Nobody."
I'll hunt you down.
Those tapes
and
sat in
end
the
you.
NASA archives for nearly 4 decades before anyone went looking for them. Standing in the doorway of the children's ward in the
I
dark,
refuse to be taken
Orin
before
understood
I
those astronauts
succeed.
in a way he hadn't before. He understood the impulse to say nothing. He understood the failure of language in proximity to certain truths. He went back to the monitoring bay. He sat down. He started writing a report and stopped 3 times before he got to the end of the first paragraph. The next morning, Elira put the hypothesis on paper. She'd been building it for 18 months without allowing herself to complete it, in the way that researchers sometimes sense that the thing they are working toward is going to rewrite something fundamental, and so they approach it carefully, laying each piece down
One
slowly,
swing of my sword,
checking and
and you'll be
rechecking
gone.
before they add the next one. She wrote it now in one sitting, in her notebook, in the clear, unhurried handwriting she used.
I'll
when
hunt
she
you
was thinking
down
clearly.
and end you.
She wrote that the differences in the lunar-born children were not adequately explained by low gravity, altered sleep cycles, limited biodiversity exposure, or any of the environmental factors that have been studied so far. She
One
wrote
swing
that the
of my
moon's
sword,
absent magnetosphere
and you'll be gone.
meant that whatever frequency the signal operated on, it met essentially no resistance
Let
when
go,
it reached the lunar surface.
or I'll cut you
She
down
wrote
as
that
well.
a fetus developing inside a mother living on the moon would have been inside that signal
You'll
from the
rot
moment
by
its
the
nervous
road
system
when
began
I'm
to
done.
form. Every cell laid down in the presence of something arriving from outside the solar system, the fundamental architecture of its brain, shaped not just by genetics and oxygen and the chemical language of development,
You
but
think
by
I've
whatever
never
the signal
slain a
carried.
human?
She wrote that she believed the children were not sensitive to the signal because of some secondary effect of
How
lunar life.
best to
She
cut
believed
you
they were
apart?
sensitive to it because they had been built inside it. She wrote the last line slowly and underlined it twice. She wrote, "They are not receiving the signal, they are part of it." She'd slid the notebook across the table to Orin. He read it. He read the last line again. He looked up and asked the question that had been sitting in him since the night before.
I
He
refuse to
said,
be taken
"What
before
happens
I
when it finds a
succeed.
path that doesn't close? Not 3 seconds, not 4 minutes. What
I've
happens when
yet
it
to
stays
capture
open?"
the white horse of
She
legend.
said, "I don't know." I don't think we have a framework for that yet. Kale had been
Want to
honest
share
from
the
the
same
beginning,
fate as
but
those
honesty has
beasts?
layers, and Oren knew from 6 years of security work that the most important information is often the last to surface, not because people are hiding it, but because they are not sure it will be believed, and they are not wrong. He found Kale alone
My
in the
sword
observation
will
lounge
cut
the
you
afternoon
into
after the long feed,
pieces one day.
sitting cross-legged on the floor in front of the glass, watching the dark with the comfortable stillness of someone who has done this for a very long time. Oren sat down beside him without opening a conversation. After several minutes, Kale spoke first. He said he had been able to see the planet in static for about 2 years, not just in the satellite channels, in the grain of still photographs, in the visual noise between frames of video, in the texture of any screen showing a dead signal. He had developed a way of looking that he couldn't explain technically, only that it was like learning to see a shape that hides inside a larger image. The kind of thing where, once you found it, you wonder how you ever looked at the picture without seeing it. And it had evolved over time. In the beginning, it was only an image, only a visual. But over the past several months, it had become something more. When he looked at the planet long enough in the right conditions, he could feel it, not as a metaphor, as a physical sensation, a gravitational quality, a warmth and a weight that was different from the
White
moon's 1/6
hides
pull,
make the
different from
red
Earth's
stand
standard
out
gravity.
beautifully.
Something heavier and more settled, something that the word home came close to describing, but didn't quite reach. He said, "I think I was born knowing what home was supposed to feel like, and I've never felt that here. I felt comfortable here. I felt safe here. But it's like living in a very good hotel. It takes care of you, but it doesn't know you." Oren said,
You
"Your
picked
mother
the
was born in
wrong
Oslo.
fight.
Your father was born in Lagos. Their parents were born on Earth, and their parents, and every parent before them for as far back as the record goes. There is no planet in any star chart that matches what those children draw. Whatever that signal is, wherever it originates, the idea that it is showing you home is not a conclusion the evidence supports." Kale listened to this without any sign of being unsettled by it. He said, "I understand why you believe that. I'm not asking you to agree with me. I'm
Nothing
telling
wrong
you what
with
I know.
putting down
you
an
can do
animal.
with it whatever you need to." He paused. "I'm not scared of this. I know that
I
worries
must
you,
get to the
but I
south of
should be scared,
Payloon.
and I'm not.
I can't stand
But
this.
I've never once felt afraid of it. Not even the first time I heard it. It felt like hearing someone call your name in a room full of noise and realizing the person who called it has been calling it for a long
You
time.
think I've never slain
and
a
is very
human?
glad you finally turned around."
Let go,
Oren looked
or
at
I'll
him for a
cut
long
you
time.
down as well.
Kale turned back to the glass and pressed his palm flat against it. And outside the window, the lunar surface stretched pale, silent, and ancient in every direction. And above it, the boat held everything it always held. All the distances that dwarfed every human measurement. All the old light travelling from things that might not exist anymore. And somewhere in it, something that had been trying to be heard for long enough that it had learned to reach through the static of dead channels and speak in the drawings of children who could not yet hold a crayon. The last night did not go into any official report. What Oren knows is this: he was in the monitoring bay alone at 9 minutes past 3 when every screen on every terminal switched to the same image simultaneously. Not channel 44,
You picked
specifically
the wrong
every
fight.
single channel, every display in the bay, all 16 of them showing the planet at the same moment, filling every frame,
One swing of my
close
sword,
now in a way
and you'll be
it had
gone.
never been before. The details resolving with a clarity that felt like the difference
You
between
think
a
I've never
photograph and
slain a
window.
human?
The silver ring was visible in full for the first time, and it was not what any of them had assumed from a distance.
Let go!
It was not a
Or
simple
I'll
band
cut
of
you
debris
down
or
as well.
ice. It was made of smaller objects, thousands of them, moving in their own individual paths along the equatorial.
Telling
They were
me,
not rocks.
or I'll make
They
your
moved
life
with too
a
much
misery.
purpose, too much variation, adjusting to each other the way
One
birds
swing
in a
of my
murmuration
sword,
adjust.
and you'll be
The
gone.
organic logic of something alive. The coastline on the near side was a landscape
Want to
now,
share the same
readable
fate
as
as
a
those
landscape.
beasts?
Mountains on the northern hemisphere worn to soft shapes by time, measured in something much longer than
Tiny.
human years.
Or I'll make
At
your
the edge
life
where the
a
coastline
misery.
met what might have been an ocean, there was a structure.
Do you
Something
think
with the
I've never
rounded,
slain a
low
human?
profile of something very old. Something that had been built and had lasted and had been
I've
worn
yet
by
to capture the
uncountable
white
seasons
horse
into a
of
shape that was
legend.
barely distinguishable from the land around it, but was still distinguishable, still
I
there,
must
still
get to the
placed
south
where
of
it had been placed
Payloon.
with intention.
I
And
can't
at the
stand
landing
this.
site, the one that had been marked in every one of Illyria's 47 drawings, without any of the adults noticing, because they had been looking at the whole planet instead of the place marked on it. Oren saw it clearly for the first time. The children had never been drawing the planet the way you'd draw a globe.
You'll rot by the road
They had
when
been
I'm
drawing a
done.
map. All 47 pictures were the same map, the same destination marked the same way. And every child had drawn it from the moment they were old enough to hold a crayon. And no one had seen it until now because
Want to share
they had
the
all been
same
looking at
fate
the
as
world
those beasts?
instead of where it was telling them to go. Kale was standing in the doorway. He was in his sleep clothes with his feet bare on the cold floor. And his face in the blue light of the screens was carrying an expression Oren had not seen on him before. Not wonder, not excitement, not fear.
Do you think I've
Something
never slain
quieter
a human?
and deeper than any of those. The expression of someone watching a thing arrive that they've been patient about for a very
You
long
want
time.
some?
He looked at the screens and he said, "That's the landing site. That's where it wants us to come." Oren stood up from his chair. He said, "Kale, I need you to listen to me. Whatever this thing is, whatever
One
it is
swing
that
of my
has been
sword,
transmitting through our
and
dead
you'll be
channels
gone.
and showing itself in the drawings and doing whatever it did to those children last night, none of that makes the planet real.
Right.
None of the treatment is real. None of that gives it an address. None of that makes it somewhere that anyone can go." Kale said, "I am." Oren
Come on
said,
then.
"Then why are you looking at someone who already has a ticket?" Kale was quiet for a moment. He looked at the screens where the planet filled every frame, rotating slowly in its own light, the ring of living things orbiting its equator, the old structure sitting at the edge of its coast.
I refuse to
said,
be taken
"Because
before I
I think the
succeed.
going isn't the kind of going you mean. I don't think it's about a ship. I think when the channel finally stays
Want to
open,
share the
when there's no more interference, and the signal comes through the way it's been trying to come through, I think it's going to be more like remembering than traveling. And I think the children have been ready for it longer than I have, because I'm old enough to have built up walls that they haven't built yet, and those walls slow the signal down." He looked at
same
Oren.
fate as
He
those
said,
beasts.
"You're scared. I know. But you've been scared of the wrong thing this whole time.
Let
You've been
go,
scared of what the signal
or I'll
is.
cut you down
You should
as
have
well.
been wondering why it chose us." The screens went dark at sunrise simultaneously as the station's orientation shifted and the solar arrays cycled into their morning position.
White hides
Every channel returned to its
make the
normal
red
state.
stand out
The
beautifully.
logs showed nothing. Channel 44 read dormant, 9 months of inactivity. Same as always. Dov Halser ran 3 separate diagnostics that morning and found no trace of any broadcast, no power draw, no anomaly of any kind. By every instrument available to him, nothing had happened. Illyria's research report was classified by the station's administrative board 6 days later, before she was able to transmit it off station. She was given
Nothing
no
wrong with
formal
putting
reason
down
for
an animal.
the classification. She did not file a complaint. She understood. In the way that people understand things they have no power to change. That the board had looked at what she had written and decided that the most manageable response was to make sure as few people as possible ever read it. She still works in the children's ward. The children are different now in a way she documents carefully and discusses with no one. They are settled in a way they were not settled before,
Let go,
resolved
or I'll cut you
as though a
down as
question
well.
that been running in the background of their entire lives, consuming resources they didn't
You'll
know were
rot
being
by the
consumed,
road when I'm
has
done.
finally been answered. and the processing power is now free for other things.
Untie me,
lighter.
or
Not
I'll make
physically
your
lighter.
life a
Something
misery.
else. All 11 of them stopped drawing the planet the morning after the last feed. They have not drawn it since. Kale turned 15 3 months later. He studies astrophysics
My
and
sword
cartography.
will cut
With the
you
intensity
into
of someone on a
pieces one
deadline
day.
he hasn't shared with anyone. He does not discuss what he knows. He
I've
has the
yet to
patience of
capture the
someone
white
who's
horse
already
of
seen the end of a
legend.
story and finds the middle easy to sit through. Above his desk he keeps one drawing,
picked the
not of
wrong
the planet,
fight.
but of the landing site. The old structure at the edge of the coastline, with the double horizon rising behind it, and
I
the ring of
refuse to
living
be
lights
taken
just
before I
visible at the
succeed.
curve of the world. He drew it from memory the morning after the last feed, and it is exact in every detail, more precise
Do you
than
see
anything
me
produced
standing here?
before that night. When Alira asked him once, carefully, what he thought was going to happen, he said he thought it was already happening. He said that what the signal had done was not a transmission, it was an introduction. He said the difference mattered. She asked him to explain the difference, and he said, a transmission
You
ends
think
when
I've
the
never
broadcast
slain
ends.
a human?
An introduction is permanent. Once it's happened, you can't unhappen it. We know what the planet looks like now. We know where the landing site is. The children already knew. Now you know too. That's not something that goes away when the screens go
I'll
dark.
hunt you down.
He went
and
back to his
end you.
work. She stood in the doorway of his room for a moment longer. On August 12th of
I found out
1976,
where the
13
white
minutes past 2 in the
steed
morning,
hides.
engineers at the Madrid Deep Space Communication Complex picked up
Want
a
to share the
modulated
same
carrier wave
fate as those
on a
beasts.
frequency resembling Apollo-era transmissions from a direction that had no active spacecraft in
You
it.
picked the wrong
A
fight.
retired operator named Miguel Herrera described it later in an interview as human-sounding but distant, like someone speaking through a vacuum. The signal was recorded. The official position of NASA
I found
was that
out
no anomalous
where the white
transmission had occurred.
steed hides.
The records were filed and largely forgotten. Last year, astronomers using a radio telescope array in Western Australia detected a radio burst so powerful it briefly eclipsed every other signal in the sky. When they traced its origin, they found it was coming from NASA's Relay 2 satellite, a spacecraft launched
You think I've
in
never slain a human?
1964 and completely inoperative since 1967. The satellite carries no active transmitters. It has been drifting, silent and dead for nearly 60 years. No one has been able to explain what produced the signal, or why a piece of space junk that has not broadcast anything in 6 decades would suddenly, without any internal power source, emit a burst strong enough to overwhelm a professional telescope array. The astronomers said, "We don't know, we genuinely do not know." Things that have no power keep sending signals. Dead channels run feeds that no instrument can detect. Children who have never been anywhere but a sealed station on an airless rock point at the dark and say, "We used to live there," and draw the same world and sing in their sleep in a register their voices
I'll
should not
hunt
be
you
capable
down
of,
and
then
end
go
you.
back to sleep smiling. Oren
Stop
Velesifer
there!
filed his official report. It
You
said,
picked the wrong
signal
fight.
anomaly on a decommissioned channel, hardware fault suspected, resolved without intervention, no systems compromised, no personnel affected. It was 3 sentences long. In 6 years of night shift work, it was the
I
shortest
must
report
get to the
he had
south
ever
of
written,
Payloon.
and the only one in which
I
every
can't
sentence
stand
was
this.
technically true and completely inadequate. He kept a second document. On a tablet he no longer connected to the station network that
This is for
contained
you.
everything he had
Go take a
actually
look.
observed.
Impressive
he updated
work.
it the morning after the last feed,
That's the
and then
one.
did not open it for 2 weeks.
Lock 'em up.
When he finally opened
know,
it again, he read it from the
We'll run
beginning,
out of cells at
and
this
then
rate.
sat for a long time looking at the last
Still,
line he
you
had
saved
written.
me some trouble.
He had written,
Thank you.
Kale
Find
said
more
we should not
scum
be
in the
afraid of
future,
what the
bring 'em
signal
here.
is. He said we should be wondering why it chose us. He had written it and then left it sitting there without a response, the way you leave a question you aren't ready to answer. He closed the document. He went to the observation window at the end of the security corridor, the small one that faced away from Earth, away from the populated side of the station, out into the part of the sky that no one had a reason to look at regularly. He stood there for a while. The lunar surface beyond the glass was pale and still. The black above it was total. There was nothing out there that his instruments could see, nothing his eyes could find, nothing registering on any sensor he could access. He kept looking anyway. 3 weeks after the last feed, at 14 minutes past 2 in the morning, Oren woke from a dead sleep with no reason he could name. His quarters were dark. The station breathed around him. He lay still for a moment and then got up and crossed the room and picked up the tablet from his desk and turned it on. The screen came on blue, not the blue of a startup sequence, not the blue of a loading interface, just blue, deep and still and sourceless, with no icon, no text, no
Enjoying the
frame
day?
of reference. The colour of a sky on a world where the gravity is heavier and the sun is a different shape and the horizon curves twice. It lasted 11
Why don't you pick out
seconds.
some more?
He counted them without deciding to. One for each child sleeping in the ward at the far
Hello,
end of
traveller.
the station.
All right.
When it ended, the screen returned to its normal display, and the tablet behaved as it always had, and there was no record in its logs of anything unusual. He stood in the dark of his quarters and held the tablet and thought about what Cale had said, that an introduction is permanent, that once it's happened, you can't unhappen it. He put the tablet
What can I
down.
help you find?
He thought about the Madrid signal, a dead frequency calling out in a human voice from a direction with nothing
Why
in
don't
it.
you pick out some more?
In 1976, at 13 minutes past 2 in the morning, a single minute before the time that Channel 44 opened every night on Celine Station. He thought about the Relay 2 satellite firing off a burst powerful enough to eclipse
What can
the
I help you
sky
find?
after 60 years of silence, from a body with no internal power source, with no explanation that any instrument could provide. He thought about Thomas, sleeping with that small smile. He thought about Cale at the observation glass, palm flat against the cold surface, looking in the right direction so that when something came through, he wouldn't miss it. He did not go back to sleep. He got dressed in the dark and walked the length of the corridor to the observation lounge at the far end of the station. And he stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling glass and he looked out at the black. And for the first time since he had found the planet in the static of Channel 44, he stopped trying to explain it. He just looked, and the dark held everything it had always held. And somewhere in it, patient and very old and not finished with them yet, something looked back.
What can I help you find? Who knows? We might meet again.
of fears. Before we jump into today's story, I've got a couple quick things. First, if you could smash that like button, drop a comment below, and hit subscribe if you haven't already. It seriously makes a huge difference. The YouTube algorithm loves that stuff and pushes my videos to new viewers. Secondly, I just launched the Void of Fears podcast on Spotify. Same stories, ad-free, and you can listen with your screen off. Links in the description. I really appreciate every single one of you who takes the time to support the channel. It means the world to me and helps keep it growing. Alright, enough of me rambling. Let's dive into today's story. He was the only astronaut still alive on the station, but when Earth finally came back into sensor range, it wasn't there anymore. No explosion, no debris, just empty space where a planet used to be. My name is Ilias Van Kor, and I am the commander of Orbital Station Kestrel. I want to say that clearly before anything else because there will be parts of what follows where clarity becomes difficult, and I want you to have it on record that it began here, with a man who knows exactly who he is and exactly what he observed, and is choosing deliberately to put all of it into words. That choice is not easy, but I believe someone needs to hear this. I believe that the act of telling it matters in ways I am only beginning to understand. I've been recording these logs every single day for the past 33 days. I do it partly because the mission protocol requires it, partly because a man alone in a pressurized metal structure, roughly the size of a large house suspended in a vacuum several hundred kilometers above a coordinate where a planet used to be, has very few tools available to him for staying sane, and talking out loud into a recorder is one of the better ones. The others are routine, sleep, and the maintenance rounds, which I run twice daily whether anything needs checking or not. NASA has known for decades that isolation in space does things to the human brain. Studies from long-duration missions have confirmed that after several months aboard a station, grey matter in the frontal lobe and temporal regions begins to shift, that memory processing changes in ways that can take years to reverse after returning to Earth, that the brain essentially starts rewiring itself in response to an environment it was never built for. I know all of this. I'm a meticulous man. I track my own cognition the way I track the station's systems. So, when I tell you what I saw and what I found and what I've come to believe, I need you to understand that the possibility of instrument failure in the machine between my ears is something I've accounted for at every step. I've been ruthless about it, and I still cannot make what happened go away. The mission was 18 months. Orbital Station Kestrel is a deep-range science platform, positioned in an orbit further out than most crewed installations, in a region of space that puts her through a communications dead zone every few weeks. The geometry between Kestrel's array and Earth's relay network breaks down completely in those periods. No incoming, no outgoing, not a corrupted signal or a partial transmission, not static where a voice should be. Nothing. You are as isolated as a person can be while still technically in orbit around a sun they share with 8 billion other people. The blackouts last between 8 and 22 days depending on the orbital phase, and we've been through several of them without particular incident before the last one began. We had a routine. We had each other.
A blood
We had
red
work.
pool. Just
There were
the
4 of
thought
us when
it.
the final blackout started. Myself, the mission commander, navigation specialist, the person responsible for knowing where we are in relation to everything else at all times. Dr. Sorin Vale Myrtle, our orbital psychologist, whose job was to keep the crew mentally and emotionally intact over the duration. She was one of those people who manages to be both clinically precise and genuinely warm at the same time, which is a harder combination to sustain than it sounds. She took her role seriously without ever making you feel like a subject being studied. She brought 3 physical notebooks on the mission for journaling, which she said she preferred to digital logging because the act of writing by hand, she said, made her slow down and actually think about what she meant,
so I can't
instead
keep
of just
playing.
reacting. She filled all 3 of them before she
Instead,
died.
I'll help you see this area so
Tamsin
much
Rowe
better.
Calder, our communications specialist. She had a gift for it that went beyond training, the kind of instinctive feel for signal and frequency that some people have for music. She could hear interference the way a musician hears a flat note, automatically, and before she could stop herself. She was quieter than the rest of us, more internal, but she had a dry wit that came out unexpectedly and always landed. And Brannick Holt-Shiv, our chief engineer, the loudest human being I've worked with in a professional setting, which is saying something given that I've spent 11 years in close quarters with astronauts.
Just the
Brannick
thought of
was
it.
the kind of person who fills rooms, not aggressively, just completely. He had been maintaining life support systems on long-duration platforms for longer than I had been a commander, and his relationship with Kestrel's infrastructure was something close to intimate. He knew where every valve and junction and relay sat in his body rather than in his head. If the station was a living thing, Brannick was whatever kept its heart beating. By the time the blackout ended and Earth came back into sensor range, I was the only one left. I need to dwell on that for a moment because it is the kind of fact that the mind wants to rush past. 3 people gone over the course of a 22-day communications blackout. No violence, no obvious illness, nothing the medical system could categorize or explain. Just 3 people, each of whom had been healthy and functional when the dead zone began, who were not alive when it ended. I've been alone for 33 days since
Whatever
then.
happens, we must defend this
I've
land.
had 33 days to think about what happened to them, and the thinking has not led me to any place comfortable. Sorin was first. She had complained of headaches for 3 days before it happened, mild ones, the kind she attributed to tension and sleep disruption, both of which are common enough during blackout periods that nobody looked twice. She logged them herself with the objectivity you'd expect from someone whose job required her to monitor the crew's mental state with precision. On the morning of day 9, she didn't come to breakfast. I found her in the medical bay, in the diagnostic cot, with her eyes closed and her hands folded at her sides with a neatness that almost looked deliberate, though I I know that's probably my memory, making it worse than it was. Her vital signs were flat. The medical system ran its full diagnostic battery and returned no cause, no cardiac event, no respiratory failure, no neurological anomaly on the readouts. Just Sorin, who had been alive the night before, and was not alive in the morning, and a machine that could tell me everything about what her body was doing, except why it had stopped. I sat on the floor of the medical bay for a while after that, not for any particular reason. I just sat there. Then I got up and wrote it into the mission log. Undetermined physiological event. I used those exact words because they were accurate. That is what it was. I was not going to reach for an explanation I didn't have. Tamsin was next, 11 days later. In retrospect, the signs had been there for weeks. She had essentially stopped coming to meals, which I noticed and addressed once, gently. She told me she was fine, just absorbed in the equipment. That was true in the most literal sense. She was always in the deep array communications bay, always at her console, always with the headset on, always running sweeps. I told myself this was displacement behavior, which Sorin had actually written about in her journal notes as a healthy enough coping mechanism under isolation stress. You go toward the thing you can control when everything else feels uncertain, so I let it go. I should not have let it go. But I did not know then what I know now about what she was listening to. On the morning she didn't appear, I went to the communications bay and found her exactly where she always was. Seated at the console, hands on the keyboard, headset on, screens running, active sweeps. Everything looked like the beginning of a shift rather than the end of anything. Whatever had happened quietly enough that nothing had even registered an alert. That left Brannick and me, and for a while we managed. We did not talk about Sorin and Tamsin much, because Brannick was not a man who processed things through language. He processed them through work. He threw himself into the maintenance rounds with the intensity of someone trying to outrun something they knew was gaining on them. He was in every corridor every day. He refilled the station's noise and motion with his own. And for a couple of weeks that helped. So I told him around day 4. That was when he came to dinner and mentioned. He said he report a loose calibration panel. Something wasn't right with the wall. Between the supply locker and the water rack to level 3. I asked him what he said to verify that. Not structurally compromised, not damaged, just wrong. The way something feels when it's been placed. I logged it, structural concern. Told him to keep monitoring. He did, every single day. Each time I came back to level 3, the look on his face was slightly different. Uncertainty, naturally. He was not built for it. Watching uncertainty settle onto it was like watching water that doesn't usually get weather. Then he started making things with the maintenance team. Plans were flagged for further inspection. He put it around sections of hull plating near the lower maintenance corridor. Around the junction couldn't reconcile with his memory of the sections. And the wall on level 3, which he had begun treating as a boundary rather than just the surface. I asked him what he was marking it for. He said he wanted to know if anything changed. I asked him if he expected something to change. He was quiet for a moment and then said, I went within the next 3 of the wall. I knocked on it. It sounded hollow. I checked the schematics and they said it had a solid construction behind it. I told him to investigate it properly when we had the time. He nodded. He briefly let himself reassured that everything what he was perceiving. That mattered to him. Having someone else agree that the thing he was noticing was real. He died 4 days after that. I found him in the corridor on level 3. His back against the wall of the section he'd taken off. His hands in his lap, facing it, as though he had physical explanation any more than sorry for Tamsin. I wrote in my log, I think Brannick simply stopped. I meant it the way a clock stops. Not a catastrophe, not a collapse, just the cessation of something. I was alone, I went to the navigation bay and ran the sensor sweep and found nothing where Earth should have been. I want to walk you through what I did in that room because I think it matters that you understand I did not panic. I ran the sweep again. I ran it a third time with different parameters. I executed a full hardware diagnostic on the sensor array, which came back completely clean. I rolled the navigation software back to the backup and ran the sweep. I pulled out the physical star charts, which are part of the emergency navigation computer system. Using standard reference points that we teach you in the early training before everything is automated. I used 3 independent methods. Was exactly where she was supposed to be. The sensors were pointed at the right coordinates. At those coordinates, there was nothing. Not wreckage. Not the gravitational echo of something that had collapsed. Not a gas cloud or debris field. Any signature of a body that had been there recently and was no longer. Just empty space. Quiet and dark and perfectly ordinary. The way a room looks when it has never been furnished. I logged all of this. Then I sat in the navigation chair for a long time and looked at the readout without saying anything, because there was nothing useful to say. Then I got up and went to the communications bay. I'd been avoiding it since Tamsin died. Her handwriting was on the notepad beside her console. A few words at the top of a page she'd never finished. Her personal shorthand that I'd never fully learned to read. Her headset was on the hook, where she always hung it when she wasn't wearing it, which created a specific difficulty in the room. Because one part of my brain kept expecting her to come around the corner and pick it up. I sat at her console anyway and put on my own headset and started scanning the coordinates where Earth should have been, looking for anything. An automated relay, an emergency beacon, a residual transmission from infrastructure that might still be intact even if the sensor readings of the planet itself were wrong. I found a signal almost immediately. Tamsin's console was already locked onto it. She had been pointed at these coordinates when she died, and the signal had been broadcasting continuously since long before that, and it was still going, steady and patient, as though it had all the time in the world and had never expected anything else. I don't know how to describe what I heard accurately. It was not quite audio and not quite data. It came through as something between the two, a low, cycling tone that had a texture to it that bypassed the analytical part of hearing and landed somewhere more instinctive, somewhere the brain keeps older things. It made me feel as though I were on the edge of remembering something, reaching towards a specific sensation that kept dissolving before I could close my hand around it, like the smell of a place from childhood that you cannot name but recognize completely the moment it reaches you. I sat there and listened and thought it had been about 15 minutes. When I finally looked at my watch, 2 hours had passed. I logged the signal. I logged its coordinates, its frequency range, the fact that Tamsin had already found it and locked onto it before I had. Then I went to the medical bay and sat on the diagnostic cot and picked up the first of Soren's notebooks. She wrote the way she spoke, precisely and without wasted motion. The early entries were almost entirely professional, careful catalogues of the crew's psychological health during the blackout. She noted Brannity's tendency to overinvest in engineering work as a stress response, which she considered healthy, within normal parameters. She noted Tamsin's increasing withdrawal and her excessive hours in the communications bay, which she was watching with moderate concern. She noted that I was, in her clinical assessment, managing
What? You
exceptionally
truly slew the
well, that she
blood-hued
had no
monster.
significant recommendations for me at this
It
stage of the
shrugged
mission.
off our every attack.
Reading that,
How
sitting
did
in
you?
the room where she had died,
Remarkable.
was one of the stranger
At last.
experiences of my life.
True peace returns to
The
Palin.
journals changed around.
I must spread
Week
this
9,
news to the entire
The professional
town.
distance started to narrow. She began
Here.
including observations
This is
about
the
herself
reward for ridding us of
alongside
that
the crew
monster.
assessments. And at first these were minor, the small erosions of detail that anyone might notice under stress and isolation. She wrote that she couldn't remember whether her apartment had hardwood floors or carpet. She found this disproportionately troubling, she said, not because the forgetting itself was abnormal, but because of its specific shape. Every other detail of the apartment was intact. The books on the shelf arranged by height. The sound the radiator made in winter, that particular metallic knock, like something shifting in its sleep. The way morning light came through the east window and lay in long rectangles across the kitchen table that she used to eat breakfast at. Only the floor was gone, as though whatever was maintaining her memory of the apartment had decided that particular detail was no longer necessary to preserve. 2 weeks after that entry, she wrote that she couldn't remember what season it was when she had left for the mission. She knew she had left. She knew the process of leaving, the drive to the facility, the final briefings, the suit-up, the launch itself. All of that was intact, just the season was missing. The way you might pull a word out of your memory and find the shape of it, but not the sound. A week later, I cannot retrieve the experience of standing in sunlight, not a specific day or moment. Any day, any moment. I understand what sunlight is. I have the information. I know what it looks like and what it does to the world. It's warm, and I've experienced it hundreds of times. But the experience itself is gone. It is like being handed a detailed description of a meal you cannot remember eating. I know what it contained. I cannot taste it. And I cannot determine whether this is because something is failing in my memory under the pressure of isolation, or whether it is because the thing I'm trying to remember is less available than it was before. I cannot tell whether the problem is in me or in the source. I set the notebook down and sat with that for a while. The station hummed. From somewhere distant, barely there, I could just make out the cycling tone from the communications bay. It had become a kind of ambient presence in the station by then, like the ventilation, something that didn't quite register until you tuned into it and then couldn't stop hearing it. I picked the second notebook up and kept reading. The last dozen pages of Sorin's journals were written at a pace you could see in the handwriting. She had always written in small, even letters. Near the end, they were still even, but compressed, as though she was trying to get more onto each page than it could comfortably hold. She'd been building towards something. She called it an interpretive framework. She was careful with that language, not a theory, not a conclusion. An interpretive framework that she could not rule out, which is the most honest thing a scientist can say about an idea that has outrun their ability to prove it. Here is what she was working toward: that the relationship between an observer and an observed thing is not passive, that when billions of human minds hold a body as real and present, as something under their feet and above their heads, as the ground they walk on, and the sky they breathe under, that collective act of perception is not simply a consequence of the planet's existence. It is one of the mechanisms by which the planet continues to exist in the way it does. The observed and the observers are in relationship. They are not two separate systems, one of which generates facts and one of which receives them. They are something more tangled than that. She wrote, "Remove one side of that relationship or damage it severely enough, and something about the other side changes. I'm not claiming to know the I'm claiming that the experience of having become unretrievable is essential for me and true of others, as well based on things Tamsin has said recently. It's consistent with change happening, not only in us, but in the relationship itself. rate it in the category of things that don't exist. Genuinely, I cannot tell whether the fault is in my mind or in the category. The final line was not clinical at all. It said, Ilias will fight us. I hope he is alright. I hope he knows that one person is ours. I closed the notebook. I held it closed with both hands for a while. Then I set it down carefully on the cot and sat on the floor of the medical bay and thought, for the first time since the whole thing started, about what it would feel like to cry. I did not cry. I'm not sure if this is because I'm a control person or because something about the situation was too large for that response to scale to it. But I sat there for a while and I let myself understand fully that all three of them were gone, and that what Soren had been writing about was not the product of an unravelling mind, but of a very precise mind arriving at the edge of something it couldn't cross. Then I got up and went back to work. I spent the next several hours going through the station's audio archive, looking for anything I might have missed. I was specifically looking for a crew meeting log I thought I had misdated. Something routine, something with no significance at all. What I found instead was a file that had no business being there. It appeared in the archive tucked between two standard pre-flight system checks from before the mission began, listed with a timestamp that predated our launch. I did not recognize the file reference. I did not recognize the naming convention. I sat at the console and looked at it for a full minute, and then I played it. The voice was male, calm. It had the specific quality of someone who has been trained to dictate technical reports and has done it so many times that the cadence has become a permanent feature of how they speak rather than something they put on. It spoke in the register of a report meant for colleagues who already understood the context. I did not understand the context, but I listened. It described a process it called phase cancellation. It defined this in terms that I could mostly follow as the removal of an observable body, not through destruction, not through any physical event, but through the withdrawal of the conditions that made it observable in the first place. It distinguished carefully between a thing ceasing to exist and a thing ceasing to perception, and it treated these as substantially different outcomes. It spoke about something called the observational threshold. Perception, that the body requires to maintain its full observable state. And it said that when that threshold dropped below critical competence, it said, orbital station Kestrel has been designated a reference point to be maintained. The core of Kestrel represents the most coherent observational record of the cancelled body. This is being noted. It ended there. No identification, no speaking, no origin in the system. Fire simply a stone appears in a field after heavy rain, as though it had always been there, under the surface.
I saw that coming.
Finally brought it up.
I saw that coming.
I said it to the window. I found something. I don't know what to do. I couldn't sleep that night. Every time we realized the station was at its quietest, I ran through a flashlight of Granite's hand drawing. He had left the map inside his personal toolkit folded into a small square. When I unfolded it, I had to take a moment, because the quality of it was remarkable. Brannick had drawn Kestrel from memory with precise detail. Every compartment labelled, every corridor scaled correctly, every system annotated in his small, exact handwriting. He had done this not as a professional exercise, but as a private one, over the course of weeks, as part of trying to understand something he couldn't reconcile. And in several places on the map, drawn in red ink, with the same precision as everything else, were outlines of spaces that did not exist on the official schematics. A room on level 3 between the supply locker and the water reclamation. Junction low maintenance corridor shown hollow when the official plan said it was solid. 2 other locations I investigated. I found the panel on level 3 without difficulty. I stood in front of it. Up close, the screw heads were subtly different alloys to the surrounding hardware. The seam pattern didn't match the rest of the corridor. I dozens of times and never noticed until maybe pulled it off with the pry tool from the engineering kit. The space behind it was roughly 2 meters deep, 3 wide, unlit, and cold in the way that sections of the station are cold when the lives of their surroundings don't account for them. There was no ventilation in this room. Nothing in any document I had ever read acknowledged that this room existed. Piece of equipment. It was approximately the size of a large surface, dark surface, completely featureless, except for a single indicator light on its face. Steadily, and buzzing that I recognized after a moment as close to a resting compartment. The device was warm. Not hot, not running hot. Just warm, the way something is warm when it's been powered, operating for a very long time without interruption. Everything in that space was cold. Only the south. I stood in the doorway, did not touch it. I could feel the pulse of the indicator light on my face as I stood there. Each one regular, each one patient, as though it had been counting out this rhythm since before we arrived, and would go on counting it long after. I said into my audio log, which I had running on my wrist unit. Brannick was right. This isn't ours. I put the panel back. I went to the navigation bay and sat in the dark. The second observer log appeared 6 hours later, time-stamped to within the window of time I'd been on level 3. Whatever generated it had placed it in the system while I was in that corridor, while I was standing 20 meters away, looking at the device that the file was. I would soon understand, about to tell me not to disable. The voice began the same way, report cadence, the same careful, drained precision. It confirmed what the first entry had established, that Kestrel's designation as a reference point remained active, that what it called the anchor's observational coherence was stable. And then the cadence changed, not dramatically, but enough to notice the way a person's voice changes when they stop reading from a prepared statement and start speaking for themselves. It said, "You have found the compensator. Please do not disable it. It is what is maintaining the station's coherence within the local observational field. Without it, you would undergo the same process as the planetary body. Not destruction, not death in any physical sense. You would simply cease to be available to perception. You would become, as the body has become, present, observable, effectively removed." It paused. A pause long enough that for a moment I thought the recording had ended. Then, Earth is still there. I want to be precise about this because I understand how important it is. The body did not cease to exist. It underwent phase cancellation because the collective observational threshold that maintained its full state was not held. Something failed. The failure was not caused by the crew of Kestrel, and it was not caused by anything that could have been prevented at this level of understanding. What it has left is a body that is present but no longer perceivable by any means available to the systems that were observing it. It is there the way a frequency is there when you don't have the equipment to receive it. And then of course, the voice continued, something in it. Not emotional, but present, the way a person is present when they've stopped performing their role and are just speaking. Your crew was not supposed to be affected. The range of the cancellation effect extended further than our modelling predicted. We are trying to understand why. We are trying to understand whether the process is reversible. What you can do, the one thing available to you at this stage, is this. Remember it. Not generally, specifically. with full sensory precision, with every detail you can hold. Your memories constitute the last active and fully coherent observational record of Earth in its perceivable state, not a record stored in a file or a system, but in a mind, which is a different kind of record and may function differently in what we are attempting. You are the anchor. As long as you hold the memory, there is something to work from. There is a reference point. There is a direction to restore toward. The last thing it said, "We are sorry about your crew. They were not supposed to be part of this. We miscalculated." The recording ended. I did not move for a long time. My audio log was running on my wrist, which is how I know that I sat still in that chair for over 2 hours after the recording finished. The station kept its sounds around me. The ventilation, the structural settling that happens during the cold parts of the orbit when the hull contracts slightly. And under all of it, like a note held at the bottom of a piece of music, the cycling tone from Tamsin's console, patient, continuous, broadcasting from a coordinate where a planet used to be visible and may still be present, in some sense that the equipment I have access to cannot currently confirm. I reached into my chest pocket and took out the photograph. It is not an official photograph. Nothing mission related. It is a picture taken on a beach on an evening in late summer. Somewhere I went once during a stretch of leave between mission cycles. Someone took it without warning and sent it to me afterward. I'm in it, younger, caught mid-laugh at something said just outside the frame. The sky in the photograph is the colour that happens just before the last of the daylight gives up. Orange above dark water. I am standing on sand. My shoes are off and I'm holding them by the laces in my left hand. I look like a person who is not thinking about anything in particular, which was true, which is why the photograph has stayed with me. I looked at the photograph for a while. Then I opened my audio log and I started talking. I talked about the photograph first. That specific quality of late summer evening light, which has a weight and warmth to it that earlier daylight doesn't. Something slower, something that feels like it knows it's the last of itself for the day. The way sand feels underfoot, which is not a single sensation but a compound one. The surface warmth held by it even in the evening. The instability of it, the way it gives under your foot in a way that no manufactured surface does. The sound the waves were making in the background of that photograph, which I cannot hear in the photograph, but which I remember from that beach on that evening, that particular rhythm of water against a moderately sloped shore in calm conditions. Not violent, almost leisurely. The kind of sound that empties the mind out. I talked about the smell of the ocean, which is something you cannot reduce to a single thing. It is algae and brine and cold, open water and whatever the wind has picked up across however many kilometers of nothing before it reached you. It sits differently in your nose than any other smell. It has a clarity to it. I talked about the cold that comes in off the water after the sun goes down, which creeps up on you while you're standing there not paying attention to temperature. And then you become aware of it all at once and realize you've been shivering for a while without noticing. I talked about other places. A city I lived in during my mid-20s, which had stone buildings, old enough that the rain changed the smell of the streets into something specific to that city and no other. The smell was somewhere between mineral and organic, the old stone reacting to the water, and I could retrieve it completely. And I did. And I held it in my mind and described it as precisely as I could into the recorder. The apartment I kept during my first years of navigation work, which was on the 5th floor of a building near a transit hub, and which vibrated faintly when the heavy freight trains passed, a low rumble that came up through the floor and the furniture, something you felt more than heard. I had hated it initially and grown fond of it by the time I left. I described the pattern of it, the interval between trains, the specific frequency of the vibration in the floorboards versus the window pane. The field behind my grandmother's house where I used to go as a child. It was not dramatic countryside, just a field, long grass in summer, usually cut once in the season. The insects loud enough in July and August that the sound seemed to have mass, to occupy space the way a physical thing occupies space. I described the specific visual quality of long grass and late afternoon light, the way it catches the angle of the sun and becomes something almost luminous, the movement of it when a light wind comes through. I described the smell of it, which is one of those smells that is only itself. Cut grass is different. Dry grass in heat is different. Long summer field grass in the middle of the day with insects in it has its own particular smell that I've never encountered anywhere that is not a field, and I still have it. And I described it in as much detail as I could manage. I talked about the sky every version of it could be the blue at high altitude which is a different blue than the sky. The harder blue, more saturated, the kind that makes you feel the distance above you in a way that ordinary sky doesn't. The sky over water, which is lighter and more diffuse, as though the reflection below is pulling some of the colour out of it. The sky at the edge of evening, and the colour is leaving it. The first cold quality of night is moving in at the top of the dome of it, while the west still holds something orange. The sky before a storm, which goes a green-grey colour that I have never seen exactly replicated in any artificial light or any other natural context. The sky at 3 in the morning, which most people don't see often, to have it clear night. The sky at 5 in the morning. There is a stillness in it that belongs specifically to that hour, as though the world is breath. I talked about the ordinary things, the specific sound of a street you know well. At the time of day you always walk with it, which is a composite of so many small sounds that you could never list them all. But your brain holds it as a single recognizable thing. The weight and temperature of another person's hand in a handshake. The way a room smells has been lived in for years. The someone you love, which is not anyone complex. Whatever that person's particular work in space. All of it collapsed by the brain into a single sensation of that person being present. I described my living as cast iron stove and windows that faced west. Been there longer than she had. The sun on the stove was running. The way the late afternoon light came in those windows inside was covered in gold. I talked about rain falling from inside, about the sound of it against glass, and the way it changes the quality of the light in a room, the particular grey that comes in when the sky is full of water, about the smell that follows rain on pavement, which scientists have learned technical, but which I knew before I knew the word. I often used it. And the first time as a child you smelled it, and your brain filed it under the category of things that matter. I talked about bread, the smell of it baking, which is one of the oldest human smells there is, and the weight of a good loaf in your hands, and the sound of cutting through a crust, about the feel of soil picked up in a handful, which is not just weight, but texture, and temperature, and something else, something that has to do with the fact that soil is alive, a complex thing, and the hand knows this without being told. Eventually, the stars are seen from Earth, because I have always loved them from there, as much as I love them from here, and they are different. From the ground they come through the filter of an atmosphere that blurs them slightly, and makes them flicker, and gives them colour they don't technically have. Some people consider this diminishment. The atmosphere that blurs them is the same one you breathe. That seems important. I described watching them from the rooftop in the 20s on winter nights when the city was quiet and the light pollution faded the dimmer ones out, but left constellations listening and not minding. I'm still recording. These are not the first session. They will not be the last. 3 days ago, the sensors registered a planetary body at correct coordinates, 4.7 seconds. Then the reading dropped out. 4.7 seconds is not proof of anything. I know that. The instruments reported it. The instruments said things that required me to sit very still in a dark navigation bay and breathe deliberately for a while before I could respond. Compensated pulsing on and off, steady and warm, keeping the station coherent in whatever way keeps the station coherent. As I touched it, I do not intend to. The signal from Townsend or everything else, a low note underpins a piece of music. I've started to believe, the way Townsend was starting to believe before she died, that it is not a signal aimed at anyone.
Get planes out!
It is more like what it really sounds like when it's translated outside. It is looking for a reference, and it is reaching toward the last thing that still holds its shape in mind, where a person in darkness reaches towards the last place they remember light to be in. I am the last place light was. That is not a metaphor. The observer log used the word anchor. Soren's framework, which he is careful not to call theory, suggests that the observational record held in a mind functions differently from the record held in a file or a system. I don't know the mechanism. I don't think the mechanism is mine to understand. What is mine to understand is what I can do, which is this. Hold it. Hold all of it. Hold it with as much specificity and sensory detail and full-bodied presence as I can manage. Describe it. Keep describing it. Make the record as complete and as coherent and as alive as possible, because a complete and coherent and alive record is the closest thing that can exist in the absence of the thing itself. I believe Earth is still there. I believe it the way I believe a reading on an instrument can be calibrated properly and run correctly and return what I wasn't expecting. I believe it not because I want it to be true, though I do want it to be true. Because the alternative is a kind of incoherence. I can't work it. When it is not there, there is nothing to do. If it's there, no it's a state. It's current. There is something to do. The only person who able to do it. So I keep going. Every day I animate its rounds, I measure meals, I run my sensor sweeps and log those notes. I sit down in this
I'll
chair.
break you in two! Now!
I hold it in front of me as clearly as I can. All the weight and smell and sound and texture of it. The enormous ordinary fact of the planet that 8 billion people woke up on this morning without once thinking about what an extraordinary thing that was. You're right not to think about it. You shouldn't have to think about the ground being there. That's the whole point of the ground. But I am thinking about it now. I'm thinking about it with everything I have. I'm going to keep thinking about it with everything I have until something changes, or until I cannot anymore. And I'm going to put every thought I have into this recorder, so that if something happens to me, the record is still here. The station still has a reference point, so that whatever is listening from those coordinates still has something to reach toward. Let me tell you about the morning light in autumn. I remember it perfectly. The specific slant of it through a window, the quality of warmth in it that is different from summer warmth because you know it's borrowed, because you know the angle is changing, and this is the last of it for a while, and so you lean into it in a way that you don't in July. I used to stand in it on autumn mornings in the apartment with the freight trains, just stand in the patch light on the floor. The window was closed. I remember exactly how that felt. I remember it completely. And I'm not going to stop.
on the corpse! I love all this! I'll enjoy your death.
You've done me a great service. I can't thank you enough, friend. I owe you a great debt. I owe you a great debt.
Let's finish it!
bad. It would be unfair.
Welcome back to Void of Fears. Before we jump into today's story, I've got to ask for a quick favour. If you could smash that like button, drop a comment below, and hit subscribe if you haven't already. It seriously makes a huge difference. YouTube's algorithm loves that stuff, and it pushes my videos to new viewers who might dig these stories too. I really appreciate every single one of you who takes the time to do that. It means the world to me and helps keep this channel growing. Alright, enough of me rambling. Let's dive into today's story. Every shift, the hum of the portal was a constant reminder. I was guarding humanity's biggest secret, a gateway to unimaginable realities. The isolation was crushing, but the whispers from the other side, those were far worse. Join me as I recount the chilling narrative of what it's truly like to stand between our world and whatever else is out there. My name is Owen Garrett, and this is my story. The phone call came on a Thursday afternoon in late September, while I was shelving used paperbacks in the back of Morrison's Books in Portland, Maine. I'd carefully constructed this quiet life after leaving the Navy. Each day, a predictable rhythm of strong coffee, old novels, and customers who never asked about my past. The number showed as private, and something in my gut told me not to answer, but I did anyway. Mr. Garrett, a woman's voice, professional, clipped, the kind of voice that didn't waste words. We need someone who understands what they're seeing, someone who won't break when things get unusual. I should have hung up, should have blocked the number and gone back to my peaceful existence. But she said something that made my blood run cold. We're reopening operations at Camp Hero, Montauk Point. Everyone who'd worked in military intelligence knew the stories. The Montauk Project, Preston Nichols and his wild claims about time travel, mind control, psychic warfare. Duncan Cameron, the supposed psychic who could manifest objects with his thoughts. The conspiracy theories that inspired Stranger Things and a dozen other pieces of pop culture. The official line was that it was all nonsense, that Camp Hero had been closed since 1981, turned into a state park, just another Cold War relic with a decommissioned radar tower and some crumbling concrete bunkers. The base has been closed for 40 years, I said carefully, keeping my voice neutral. That's what we want people to think. She paused, letting that sink in. Triple your current salary. Hazard pay on top of that. Full benefits. And Mr. Garrett? This conversation never happened. She hung up before I could respond, and I stood there in the back room of the bookstore with my phone still pressed to my ear, surrounded by the musty smell of old paperbacks, knowing that my quiet life had just ended. 3 days later, I was on a private charter plane from Boston. No passenger manifest, no flight plan I was allowed to see, just a silent pilot who handed me a black folder with my instructions. The folder contained a single page, coordinates, a time, and a name, Dr. Evelyn Cross. I read it 3 times during the flight, memorizing details that told me nothing, and watched the Atlantic coast slide past below us like a map of a world I was leaving behind. We landed at a private airstrip in Southampton at sunset, the sky bleeding orange and purple across the horizon. A black SUV waited on the tarmac, engine running, windows tinted dark enough to be illegal. The driver was a stone-faced man in his 50s who never spoke, just handed me a blindfold and waited with infinite patience. I put it on, surrendering the last bit of control I had over my situation. The drive took 45 minutes on what felt like increasingly rough roads. I counted the turns, tried to maintain my sense of direction, but gave up after the first 20 minutes. When the SUV finally stopped and I was allowed to remove the blindfold, we were parked in front of what looked like a maintenance shed at the edge of Camp Hero State Park. The massive radar tower loomed against the darkening sky, exactly like it did in all the photographs I'd seen online. Tourists came here every day to take pictures and hike the trails, completely unaware of what lay beneath their feet. Dr. Evelyn Cross met me at the shed door. She was in her early 50s with steel grey hair pulled back in a severe bun and eyes that had seen things they could never unsee. She wore a white lab coat over dark slacks and carried herself with the rigid posture of someone who'd spent time in the military, someone who understood the weight of command and the cost of secrets. Mr. Garrett, thank you for coming. She didn't offer her hand, didn't smile, didn't waste time on pleasantries. We have a lot to discuss, and not much time. Please follow me. She led me past the public hiking trails where a few late-season tourists were making their way back to the parking lot, through a gate marked authorized personnel only, and down a path that wound through dense brush. The air smelled of salt and pine and something else, something I couldn't quite identify, but that made the hair on the back of my neck stand up. We arrived at what the park signs identified as Battery 113, one of the old World War II gun emplacements built to defend against German naval attacks. The concrete bunker was covered in graffiti, tags and declarations of love that made it look abandoned, forgotten, just another piece of history slowly crumbling back into the earth. But at the back of the ammunition magazine, behind a false wall of crumbling concrete that swung open on hidden hinges, was a steel door that belonged in a science fiction movie. Biometric scanner, keypad, reinforced hinges thick as my wrist. Dr. Cross placed her palm on the scanner and typed in a code, her fingers moving with practiced efficiency. The door opened with a pneumatic hiss that sounded like the facility itself exhaling. Preston Nichols was right about some things, she said as we stepped inside, her voice echoing slightly in the steel corridor beyond. He was also dangerously wrong about others. Beyond the door was an elevator that looked like it had been installed last month, clean, modern, lit by LED strips that gave everything a clinical white glow. Dr. Cross pressed the button for level 7, and the elevator began to descend. My ears popped after 20 seconds, popped again after 30. We were going deep, far deeper than any official record suggested. dropping through layers of rock and history into something that shouldn't exist. The elevator descended for 45 seconds before stopping with a gentle chime that seemed obscenely normal, given what was happening. The doors opened onto a corridor that made my breath catch. The facility was vast, stretching in multiple directions. White corridors lit by harsh fluorescent lights that made everything look slightly unreal. The air smelled of ozone and something else, something wrong that I couldn't quite identify, but that made my stomach turn. The hum of machinery was constant, punctuated by the occasional hiss of ventilation systems working overtime. We passed laboratories with reinforced windows, and through those windows I could see researchers in hazmat suits working with equipment I didn't recognize. Strange devices that seemed to bend the light around them. Containment vessels filled with substances that shifted and changed color even as I watched. Dr. Cross walked quickly, her heels clicking on polished concrete, not slowing down to answer the questions I was too stunned to ask. We turned down another corridor, then another, until I'd completely lost my sense of direction. The facility was a maze deliberately designed that way, I realized, so that no one person could ever map the entire thing. Finally, she brought me to a conference room that looked like it belonged in any corporate office building, except for the complete absence of windows and the thickness of the door. 3 people waited inside, and the moment I saw them, I knew this was far stranger than I'd imagined. Lieutenant Torres was 44, built like a linebacker, with the weathered face of someone who'd seen combat in places the government didn't admit we had troops. His hands were scarred, the kind of scars you get from working with your hands in dangerous situations, and those hands never stopped moving, fingers tapping against his thigh in a nervous rhythm that suggested he was always ready to reach for a weapon. Former Army Ranger, I guessed from the way he carried himself, from the way his eyes constantly tracked the room's exits. Dr. Chen was 29, Chinese-American, with sharp eyes behind thick-framed glasses and the slightly manic energy of someone who'd been running on coffee and adrenaline for too long. She spoke in rapid bursts when she greeted me, her mind clearly moving faster than her mouth could keep up, jumping from introduction to technical specifications to warnings about the facility's layout without taking a breath. And then there was Father Paolo, 62, with an Italian accent that made every word sound like a prayer, wearing a clerical collar visible beneath his lab coat. A priest, in a secret government facility buried under a Long Island state park. He smiled at me with sad, knowing eyes, the kind of eyes that had seen suffering, and tried to offer comfort even when comfort was a lie. Vatican liaison, Dr. Cross explained when she saw my confusion. Saw the question forming on my lips. You'll understand soon enough. Father Paolo's smile didn't waver. Some doors should never be opened, Mr. Garrett. But they were. And now we must live with the consequences. Dr. Cross pulled out a presentation on the wall screen, and the first image made my chest tighten. Grainy photographs from 1983. The kind of security camera footage that had been transferred from tape to digital too many times, degrading with each copy. A man I recognized from conspiracy theory websites. Preston Nichols, standing beside what looked like a modified dentist's chair surrounded by electronic equipment that seemed
Do I know you?
cobbled together from military surplus and custom-built components. And in the chair, a young man with dark hair and haunted eyes that stared at something beyond the camera's view. Duncan
He
Cameron,
snapped a man's spine
Dr.
like a
Cross said,
twig.
her voice taking on the formal
Fucking
tones of
savage.
briefing.
He wasn't
The most
always the
powerful
champion
psychic
that he is
who'd
today.
ever documented. On August 12th, 1983,
How so?
he sat in his chair for 6 hours.
Fancy seeing
His
you here.
abilities, amplified by the equipment
I was
Preston
planning to
Nichols had
find you
built,
through Marius.
punched a hole
Found
through
me
the fabric
first.
of reality itself.
I've been
She
poking
clicked to the
around a
next
bit
slide,
myself.
and I felt the temperature in the room
You
drop.
think you can take him on?
Security camera footage,
You've come
black
all
and
this
white.
way. You stopped by the
Timestamped
bone pit
August
yet?
12th, 1983, 11:47 p.m.
Supposedly
The
a
image
lad
showed
called
the
Muskin
same
is the
room,
standing champion.
But now the air around Duncan Cameron was
That
distorted,
horse, son.
warping like heat shimmer
Killing
rising
folks
from
is
summer
just
asphalt.
sport to him.
And in the centre of the room, something
Vicious
was
bastard,
forming.
that one.
A vertical crack in space.
Power falls into
darker than
strange
darkness,
hands.
pulsing
And
with a
chaos
roar that
follows.
made my eyes hurt
Ring a bell?
even through the degraded footage. A
Heading out
stable
now.
portal,
Thanks, lads.
Dr.
See
Cross
you around.
continued, advancing to the next slide, to somewhere else.
It's just like what happened in
Torres
Nand.
leaned forward, his scarred hands flat
It's an
on the
artifact
conference
at
table.
work.
When he spoke, his voice was
When I
flat,
face him,
emotionless.
find out.
The voice of someone reporting facts too terrible for emotion. And something came through. The next photograph made my stomach turn. Something with too many limbs, hunched over what looked like a torn hazmat suit. Its body configured in ways that violated basic biology. The image quality was poor, deliberately degraded or naturally corrupted, but I could see enough. It had been human once. Maybe. Dr. Michael Rousseau, Dr. Cross said quietly, respectfully, speaking the name of the dead. He was standing near the portal when Duncan lost control. Something reached through and
Have a
pulled
good
him
one.
partially into the opening. When they got him back, he wasn't entirely human anymore. The dimensional energies had rewritten his biology, twisted him into something that existed, partially in both realities. She clicked through more images,
Fine day
each
for it,
one
no?
worse than the last. Creatures that might have once been people, twisted into new configurations. Their bodies adapted to exist in conditions that should have killed them instantly. And then a photograph that made everyone in the room go silent, made the air itself seem to thicken with dread. It was tall, hunched, moving on four legs that bent in directions that hurt to perceive, angles that shouldn't exist in three-dimensional space. Covered in what looked like matted dark fur or burned flesh, the image was too blurry to tell which. Its head was elongated, eyeless, with a mouth that seemed to open in multiple directions, revealing layers of teeth that looked less like bone and more like broken glass. Preston Nichols called it the Beast, Dr. Cross said, and I could hear the capital letter in her voice. Could hear the fear she was trying to suppress. He wrote in his books that Duncan manifested it from his subconscious, that it was a thought form given shape by the Montauk chair. That's not quite accurate.
No weapons,
She looked at
no
each of us in turn,
excuses.
making
Bare
sure we understood the
fists.
gravity of what she was about to say. It came through the portal. It was reconnaissance, testing our reality to see if it was viable, if the environment could support their biology, or if they needed to adapt first. I found my voice, though it came out hoarse. Where is it now?
It's
Torres
time
answered
to
with grim
show off
certainty,
your skills.
with the voice of someone who'd been hunting something for years, without success. Somewhere in the facility.
First time in the arena.
Didn't leave when they shut down
You're
the
lucky
project
to
in
fight me.
1983. It adapted, learned to hide, learned our patrol patterns.
I'll kill you quick.
We catch glimpses of it sometimes on the security cameras at various levels, sections that were never officially built, level 15 and below. It's learned to avoid aggressive areas, places where it's performing consecrations, but it's still here, waiting for something. Partly didn't want to know the answer, didn't want to face whatever truth was coming. Dr. Cross stood, the chair scraping against the floor, with a sound like a coffin lid opening. Come with me. It's time you saw what you'll be guarding. We left the conference room and descended even deeper into the earth. Level 8, level 9, level 10.
I know you. I know all
The
about
elevator
you.
descended in stages, stopping at each level with that same cheerful chime that felt increasingly inappropriate. The air grew heavier with each level, thick with that long smell I couldn't identify.
Let me
My head began to
catch
ache,
my breath.
pressure building behind my eyes like something was trying to push its way into my skull. At level 12, this official level, the elevator doors opened into corridors that felt different from the others. The walls here weren't just concrete and steel. They were covered in symbols, crosses, stars of David, crescents, and ambulas. Others were completely folded, angular and complex, looking more like circuits than religious iconography. Those markings are from multiple religious traditions, Father Paolo explained. And these fingers are a particularly intricate symbol of the familiarity of long practice. Catholic, Orthodox, Jewish, Islamic, Hindu, Buddhist, even older traditions that predate organized religion. Every major faith symbols for binding and sealing evil. We've learned that faith itself creates a barrier, though we don't understand
No
the mechanism.
weapons, no
Perhaps
excuses.
consciousness,
This.
when focused through the lens of belief, affects reality in ways our instruments can't measure. The corridor ended at a vault door 20 feet tall and 3 feet thick, covered in more of those symbols, these ones looking freshly painted. Torres entered a code into the security panel, his scarred fingers moving with practiced precision, and the vault door groaned as it began to open. Ancient hydraulics strained, protesting the movement, and the sound echoed down the corridor like a death rattle, like the earth itself was crying out in warning. Beyond the vault was the chamber, and the moment I saw it, I understood why they needed guards with military backgrounds, with classified clearances, with the kind of mental resilience that came from seeing things that could break an ordinary person. The chamber was cathedral-sized, carved directly from bedrock that looked older than the facility itself. The walls were covered in copper mesh that hummed with electrical current, and more of those strange symbols covered every surface, layer upon layer of protection. Cables as thick as my arm ran across the ceiling, connecting to banks of equipment that looked like they belonged in a particle accelerator or a starship engine room. The air was electric, charged with so much energy that my hair stood on end and I could taste metal on my tongue. But it was what stood at the center of the chamber that made me stop breathing, made every instinct in my body scream to run. The apparatus, that's what they called it, Dr. Cross explained, because no one could agree on what else to name it. What words could possibly describe what we were looking at? It was a framework of titanium and some other dark metal I didn't recognize, suspended by cables from the ceiling, like something crucified. Electromagnetic coils surrounded it, crackling with barely contained power, throwing off sparks that died before they hit the floor. And at its center, held in place by the framework, like a wound held open by surgical clamps, was the portal. A vertical rip, in reality, 8 feet tall, 3 feet wide, pulsing with a darkness that wasn't quite black, wasn't quite any color I had words for. It was alive. I could feel it in my bones, in my chest, behind my eyes, in the base of my spine where primal fear lived. A wrongness that made every instinct in my body scream that this shouldn't exist, that reality itself was damaged here in a way that could never be repaired. Duncan Cameron sat in the original chair for 6 hours on August 12th, 1983, Dr. Cross said, her voice echoing in the vast space, and I could hear the exhaustion in every word, the weight of years spent guarding this thing. His psychic abilities, amplified 1,000-fold by the equipment Preston Nichols had built, ripped this hole in our reality. What you're looking at is what he created before he completely lost control and something used his amplified consciousness to manifest the beast. I couldn't look away from the portal. It pulsed like something breathing, rhythmic and organic, and I swear I could see movement in its depths, shadows that moved wrong, flowing against invisible currents, things that shouldn't exist pressing against the boundary between worlds. Why hasn't it been closed? I managed to ask, my voice barely above a whisper. Torres laughed, a bitter sound with no humor in it, the laugh of someone who'd asked that same question 1,000 times. They tried. God knows they tried. In 1984, after they evacuated the facility and filed all the reports claiming the project never existed, They came back with a plan to seal it permanently, pumped 300 tons of concrete into this chamber, buried it completely, filled every inch of space with reinforced concrete mixed with iron, and blessed by 3 different priests.
Good to see you.
The portal ate through all of it in 2 weeks. Dr. Chen
A man's
added,
gear can be
pulling
his
up data
saving
on a
grace.
tablet she produced from
Or his
somewhere.
downfall.
Not just dissolved it or pushed it aside, consumed it, converted the matter into energy to fuel its own growth. And it grew larger, every attempt to destroy it, every attempt to seal it, every attempt to collapse the chamber around it just made it bigger, made it stronger. So now we contain it, monitor it, try to understand what's on the other side, and pray we can find a way to close it before it's too late. Too late for what? I asked, though I was starting to understand, starting to grasp the enormity of what I was seeing. Dr. Cross pulled out a tablet and showed me a graph, lines and curves that told a story of steady, inexorable growth. The portal is expanding, 0.03% every 28 days. It sounds like nothing, a rounding error, but it compounds. At that rate, in 5 years, it will be too large to contain with our current infrastructure. In 10 years, it will have consumed this entire facility, then Montauk, then Long Island. The growth pattern is exponential, disguised as linear progression. By the time people notice, by the time it becomes visible above ground, it will be far too late to stop. She looked at me with exhausted eyes that had seen too many failed solutions, too many good people broken by this place. We need guards who can monitor it 24 hours a day. Document the changes, even the subtle ones. Sound the alarm when something tries to come through. Your Navy background, your work with classified electromagnetic research, your psych evaluations showing latent, intuitive abilities. It all makes you uniquely qualified for this position. What happened to the last guard? I asked, and the silence that followed told me everything I needed to know. Finally, Torres spoke. He lasted 3 months, started hearing voices, seeing things that weren't there. Or maybe they were there, and the rest of us just couldn't see them. One night he walked past the red line, got too close to the portal. We pulled him back, but he wasn't the same. Kept talking about what he'd seen on the other side, things that made him weep like a child. We had to let him go. Last I heard, he was in a psychiatric facility in upstate New York, still talking about the things that whispered his name. My first shift began at 8 p.m. on a Friday, and as I descended to level 12, I wondered if I'd made a terrible mistake. Dr. Cross personally escorted me down, running through the protocols one final time, her voice taking on the rhythm of someone who'd given this speech before, who knew that no amount of preparation could really ready someone for what they were about to face. The rules are simple, she said as the elevator descended, but breaking them means death. First, never approach the portal closer than the red line marked on the floor. That's the safe zone boundary, calculated based on the portal's field strength and our understanding of its influence. Anything past that line, you're in the field of direct influence. Field of influence? I asked, watching the level numbers tick down. The portal pulls, not physically, though there's some of that, a measurable gravitational anomaly. It pulls at consciousness,
If you need
curiosity.
gear, you come and
Makes you
find
want to
me.
get closer, to touch it, to understand it. It's subtle at first, just a nagging thought, easily dismissed. But past the red line, you won't be able to resist. Your conscious mind will rationalize, will tell you that you need to check something, to verify a reading, to get just a little bit closer, and then you'll be gone. The elevator reached level 12, and we walked the corridor to the vault, passing those layers of protective symbols that suddenly seemed far too thin. Second rule, Dr. Cross continued. If the portal changes colour from black to grey, sound the alarm immediately. Grey means something is pressing against the boundary from the other side, testing its strength. It means they're trying to come through, and we have approximately 90 seconds to respond before a breach occurs. They? I asked, though I wasn't sure I wanted the answer clarified. She didn't answer, just kept walking, her heels clicking in an ominous rhythm. Third rule, if you hear your name, ignore it. No exceptions. The portal speaks. It learns your voice by listening to your thoughts, your memories, your subconscious fears and desires. It will call to you in the voices of people you love. Dead family members, old friends, lost loves. The voice will be perfect, indistinguishable from the real thing, because it's pulling the memory directly from your mind. Never respond. Never acknowledge it. Never turn toward it. Just mark it in the log and continue your work. We reached the vault door where Torres was waiting, along with two armed guards I hadn't met, both of them looking alert and exhausted in equal measure. Fourth rule, Torres said, taking over the briefing with military precision. If you see movement in the portal,
at your leisure.
document it but do not
See what
engage.
calls to you.
We need records of every manifestation, every attempt at contact.
You'll find what you
But
seek here.
engaging draws attention. The more they notice us, the more they try to break through. Observe, document, report. Nothing more. He handed me a silver crucifix on a chain, the metal warm from his hand. Fifth rule, keep this visible at all times. We learned the hard way that whatever's on the other side
We meet again.
responds to certain symbols. Faith creates a barrier, some kind of metaphysical resistance they can't overcome. We don't understand why, and frankly, we don't care. It works. That's all that matters. I took the crucifix, feeling its weight in my palm, and looked at Father Paolo, who had joined us in the corridor. You're serious about this? About demons and faith and protection through prayer? The priest nodded gravely, his accent thickening with emotion. More serious than you can imagine, Mr. Garrett. I've spent 30 years studying demonic possession, performing exorcisms in places the
Wander
church
at
doesn't
your
officially
leisure.
acknowledge,
See what
studying
calls
the
to you.
thin places where evil bleeds through into our world. What's on the other side of that portal is beyond anything in our theological texts, beyond anything in our history of spiritual warfare, but the old protections still work. That should tell you something about the nature of what we're facing. The vault door opened with that same groaning protest, and we entered the chamber. The portal pulsed at the center of the apparatus, and I felt its attention turn toward me, like a searchlight,
Wander at our
like the gaze
paths
of
will
something
cross
vast
again.
and patient and hungry. My workstation was a reinforced desk, 30 feet from the portal, well inside the safe zone marked by a red line painted on the floor. Banks of monitors showed various readings I didn't fully understand yet. Electromagnetic fluctuations, atmospheric pressure, temperature gradients, seismic activity, radiation levels in spectrums that didn't have names. A thick logbook sat beside the keyboard, its pages filled with entries in multiple handwritings, some neat and careful, others increasingly erratic and desperate. I flipped through a few pages, reading entries that ranged from mundane observations to accounts of things that made my skin crawl. One entry from 3 weeks ago simply read, "It showed me my son. But my son is alive in Boston." Whatever that was, it wasn't him. It knew things, though. Private things. How does it know? Dr. Chen gave me a crash course in the monitoring equipment, her fingers flying over the keyboards and touchscreens with practiced efficiency. You're looking for deviations from baseline. The portal has a rhythm, a pattern to its fluctuations. You'll learn to feel it after a few shifts, the way you can feel your own heartbeat once you stop and pay attention. When that rhythm changes, when something disrupts the pattern, that's when things get dangerous. What kind of things? I asked, though I was starting to understand. She hesitated, choosing her words carefully. Manifestations, incursions, voices. Sometimes it's subtle, just a shadow that moves wrong in the corner of your vision. Sometimes it's overt. Last month, something pushed a limb through the portal, testing the boundary. We had to call in Father Paolo to drive it back with prayer and holy water. It screamed when he touched it with the blessed water, screamed in a frequency that shattered 3 monitors and made everyone's ears bleed. Torres positioned his guards at strategic points around the chamber, their weapons loaded with ammunition I didn't recognize, rounds that gleamed with symbols etched into the brass. We're here for the first 4 hours of your shift. After that, you'll be alone, except for video monitoring, from the control room on level 6. Dr. Cross will be watching, but if something goes wrong, response time is 90 seconds. A lot can happen in 90 seconds. A lot can go wrong. I sat at the desk, trying not to look at the portal, but it was impossible. It dominated the space, drew the eye like a wound in the world, like a rip in reality that showed something beyond, something that shouldn't be seen. The darkness pulsed, slow and rhythmic, and I realized Dr. Chen was right. It had a heartbeat. 1 pulse every 3 seconds, steady as a metronome. And with each pulse, I felt that wrongness wash over me again. The first hour passed without incident, though every minute felt like 10. I monitored the readouts, made notes in the logbook, in handwriting that was shakier than I would have liked. Tried to ignore the increasing pressure behind my eyes. The headache was building, a steady throb that made it hard to concentrate, made the monitors blur slightly. "That's normal," Torres said when I mentioned it, his voice sympathetic. "Everyone gets the headaches. Your brain is trying to process something it wasn't designed to perceive, stimuli that don't fit into normal sensory categories. They fade after a week or so. Your brain adjusts to the wrongness, finds ways to compartmentalize it." Hour 2 brought a temperature drop I felt in my bones. 3 degrees over 15 minutes, even though the environmental controls maintained constant 68 degrees according to the thermometers. The drop wasn't registered on the equipment. I felt it in a way that had nothing to do with physical sensation and everything to do with some deeper sense I didn't know I possessed. Hour 3. The pressure in the chamber shifted, and this time I knew it wasn't my imagination. The air itself felt different, heavier, charged with attention. Not physically heavier, but weighted with awareness. Something was paying attention to me, studying me through the portal with senses I couldn't comprehend. Hour 4. Torres and his guards left, heading back up to the control room, their footsteps echoing in the vast space until the vault door closed behind them, with a sound like a coffin lid. I was alone with the portal for the first time, truly alone, and the silence was worse than any sound. That's when I heard my name, not spoken aloud, not even really heard in the traditional sense. It was like a memory of sound, an echo of someone saying Owen that existed only in my mind, bypassing my ears entirely and planting itself directly into my consciousness. It came from the direction of the portal, and every instinct I had screamed at me to turn and look, to see who was calling me. I didn't turn. I marked it in the logbook with hands that shook so badly I could barely write. Time 12:47 a.m. Event, auditory phenomenon. Voice, male, unfamiliar. Source, portal. I did not respond. The words looked inadequate on the page, couldn't capture the absolute wrongness of hearing your name spoken by something that shouldn't have a voice. Hours 5 and 6 passed in terrible silence. I kept my eyes on the monitors, on the logbook, on anything except the portal. But I could feel it watching me, studying me, learning me. It was intelligent, whatever it was, and it was patient. It had been here since 1983, 41 years of patient watching. And it at 2 a.m. to bring me coffee.
Why on earth are you doing this?
Check the readings with greatest efficiency. Something in your expression softened. You did everything. Ignoring it is hard, especially the first person. Every instinct you have says to respond, to to acknowledge, because that's what humans do.
Wait!
We respond
Let me
when
tell
someone
you
calls our
something.
name. But that thing isn't human, and responding gives it a foothold in your mind. Does it ever stop? I asked, wrapping my hands around the coffee cup for warmth, even though the temperature was supposedly constant. She didn't
You
answer,
saved my life.
which was an answer in
I
itself.
thought that was the end of me.
And the silence between us
I think
was
some
heavy
of
with
those
shared
thugs are still
understanding
lurking
of
around.
what this job really cost.
Could you escort me to the
Hour 7
trading
brought
post?
the first real crisis.
I
The
never
portal
imagined
pulsed
there'd be so
brighter for
many
just a moment.
outlaws in this area.
Darkness lightening to
The
deep
main
grey.
road seemed
I could
safe.
see something
But my
pressing
life
against it
nearly
from the
ended
other side.
today.
A shape that might have been a hand if hands had too many fingers. If skin had that particular texture like burnt plastic. I hit the alarm button without hesitation.
I haven't introduced
The
myself.
klaxons were deafening in the
I'm a
enclosed
merchant from
space,
the Salt
bouncing
Road
off the
trading
walls
post.
until I couldn't think.
I've never run
Torres
into
and
trouble when
response team
traveling with
arrived
a
in
large
83
caravan.
seconds. Weapons
Seems
raised,
they only hunt
taking
those traveling
positions around
alone.
the portal with military precision.
Once I'm back,
But the portal had already
I'll
returned
make
to
sure
black.
to warn everyone to travel in
Whatever had pressed
groups.
against it from the other side had
Have you
retreated,
ever visited the
pulled
Salt
back
Road
into the
trading
darkness,
post?
and we were left staring at nothing.
It's always bustling with
Good
rare
catch,
goods and
Torres
people
said,
from all
lowering his
over.
weapon but not holstering it.
I'm sure you'd
Fast
enjoy
response.
it.
Most first-timers freeze for a few seconds, their brain trying to process what they're seeing. That hesitation can be fatal. You've got good instincts. The rest of the shift passed without major incident, though I heard my name twice more. Different voices each time. One sounded like my mother, who died 3 years ago from cancer that had eaten through her lungs and left her gasping for breath at the end. She called my name with the exact inflection she'd used when I was a child and she wanted me to come home for dinner. The other voice sounded like Danny Kerrigan, my best friend from the Navy, who'd been killed in a training accident in 2019 when a helicopter went down in the Pacific. He called my name the way he used to when he wanted to get my attention at the bar, jovial and slightly drunk, and alive in a way he'd never be again. I didn't respond. I marked them in the log and kept my eyes on the monitors and tried not to think about how perfectly that Sid had captured their voices down to the smallest detail. When my relief came at 8 a.m, a tired-looking woman named Dr. Rashid, who moved like she hadn't slept in days, I practically ran to the elevator. The decontamination protocols took 20 minutes. 20 minutes of standing in
Weren't you
a
coming
chemical
with me
shower
to the
that burned
trading
slightly,
post?
scrubbing away contamination that might be physical or metaphysical or both. Full body scan with equipment that hummed and clicked. Psychological evaluation administered by a bored technician who asked the same 15 questions she probably asked everyone. Standard procedure after every shift, they told me. Necessary precautions. I slept for 12 hours in my assigned quarters on level 3. Small efficiency apartments with no windows and white noise generators to help drown out the constant hum of the facility. When I woke up groggy and disoriented, it was already time for my next shift, and I realized this was my life now. 12 hours on, 12 hours off, the world reduced to the chamber, and the portal, and the thing that called my name. The pattern continued for a week, then 2, then 3. 12 hours on, 12 hours off, the routine becoming familiar even as it remained terrifying. I shared a corridor with Dr. Chen and 2 other researchers I rarely saw. Ghosts who worked different shifts and haunted the same spaces at different times. The work was mind-numbing and terrifying in equal measure. Most shifts were quiet, just monitoring and logging. Watching
Thanks to
numbers
you, I've
fluctuate
arrived
in
safely.
patterns I was starting
I
to understand.
truly appreciate it.
But there were moments of
In the
stark
desert,
terror that
you
left
never
me
let
shaking.
your guard down.
Moments when the
Today I
portal
proved that
changed colour
again.
or shadows moved it in its
It's
depths.
not much, but
or
please
sounds that
accept
couldn't
this
be sounds
token
resonated
of my
through
gratitude.
the chamber in frequencies that made my bones ache. On my 8th day, during a routine 3 a.m. check when exhaustion made everything slightly unreal, I saw something in the portal that made my blood freeze. A face. Human, or close enough to human that the differences were worse than if it had been completely alien. Pressed against the darkness from the other side like someone looking through a window, features distorted by the medium through which I was seeing it. Its eyes were wrong, too large and too far apart, placed where eyes should be, but proportioned like something had studied human anatomy and gotten the measurements slightly off. But the expression was unmistakable. Hunger, calculation, intelligence. This wasn't some mindless creature. This was something that thought, that planned, that understood exactly what it was doing. It looked directly at me.
So
I
many
felt its
treasures.
attention like a physical
I'll
rat
meet you
like
in.
being studied by a predator, deciding whether you were worth your time. I documented it, shaking hands. Photographs of the passing camera, and the workstation sent the data to the control room with a positive flash. The face watched me work, never blinking, never moving, just staring with those wrong eyes. After 7 minutes that felt like 7 hours, it retreated back into the darkness, sliding away like something pulled by an invisible current. Dr. Cross called me to her office after the shift ended, and I rode the elevator up to level 2 in silence, trying to process what I'd seen. Father Paolo was already there when I arrived, looking grave in the way only priests can look grave, like he carried the weight of sins both human and inhuman. That's the third facial manifestation this month, Cross said, pulling up images on her computer screen, photographs from other incidents that showed similar faces, all slightly different but all sharing that same wrongness. They're getting bolder, testing our defenses more frequently, learning our response patterns. What are they? I asked the question I'd been avoiding since my first day, the question that sat at the heart of everything we were doing here. Father Paolo spoke, his accent thickening slightly the way it did when he was tired or upset. That depends on your framework of understanding, Mr. Garrett. In theological terms, they are demons, entities from a realm of existence that preceded our own, or exists parallel to it, separated by barriers that should never be breached. In scientific terms, they are something from another dimension, a place where the laws of physics and biology are fundamentally different from our own, where reality itself operates under different rules. Which is correct? I asked, looking between the priest and the scientist. The priest smiled sadly, the smile of someone who'd spent a lifetime seeking answers and finding only more questions. Perhaps both, perhaps neither. Science and faith are not as incompatible as many believe. The universe is stranger and more terrible than we imagined, and old wisdom sometimes contains more truth than new theories. Whatever they are, wherever they come from, they are intelligent, they are malevolent, and they are trying very hard to find a way into our world. Dr. Cross pulled out the journal from her desk drawer, handling it with the care usually reserved for religious artifacts. The leather was cracked and stained, the pages yellowed and brittle with age. Duncan Cameron's actual research notes, not the published books that Preston Nichols wrote. Those were sanitized, made palatable for public consumption, turned into conspiracy theory entertainment. But this is what Duncan Cameron really experienced during those 6 hours in the chair. She handed it to me, and I read with growing horror. Duncan hadn't just opened one portal. The initial breach had created fractures throughout the facility, cracks spreading through reality like a windshield after impact. Most had sealed themselves within hours or days, reality healing itself like skin growing over a wound. Some hadn't, and the entities on the other side weren't exploring, weren't simply curious. They were invading, testing our reality for weaknesses, looking for ways to expand the breaches, to make the temporary permanent. One entry near the end made my hands shake so badly, I almost dropped the journal. The handwriting was erratic, words crossed out and rewritten, entire sentences scrawled in margins, the product of a mind coming apart under impossible stress. They made me do it. I thought the chair was amplifying my abilities, but it was amplifying their will. They reached across dimensions and used me as a tool. I was the hand that opened the door, but the mind controlling that hand was not my own. We didn't create a portal. We answered an invitation we couldn't understand. And now they're coming through. God forgive me. They're coming through. and I can't stop them. I can hear them in my head even when I'm out of the chair, whispering, promising, threatening. They say they've been waiting so long. They say our world is perfect for them. They say the entry ended there, the pen trailing off the page like Duncan had been interrupted, or had simply given up trying to explain the unexplainable. "Where is Duncan Cameron now?" I asked, carefully closing the journal and handing it back to Dr. Cross. She locked it in her desk drawer with 3 separate keys. Unknown. After the project shut down in 1983, after the beast came through and they had to evacuate the facility, Duncan vanished. Some say he went into hiding, living off the grid somewhere in the southwest. Others claim he died by suicide within a year, unable to live with what he'd done. Preston Nichols claimed Duncan was still alive, still being monitored by the government, but Preston said a lot of things that weren't true. We've looked, of course. The facility has resources that most intelligence agencies would envy, but Duncan Cameron, if he's still alive, doesn't want to be found. "And the beast?" I asked, though I wasn't sure I wanted to know. "The creature that came through?" Torres answered from the doorway, and I hadn't heard him enter, which suggested he'd been there the whole time, listening. "Still in the facility. We catch glimpses of it sometimes on the security cameras in the lowest levels. Level 15, and below sections that were never on any official blueprints. Spaces that shouldn't exist according to the geological surveys. It's learned to avoid the blessed areas, the places where Father Paulo has performed consecrations. But it's still here, still alive, whatever passes for alive for something like that. Waiting. Waiting for what?" Torres's expression was grim. "We don't know, but it's been here for 41 years and it hasn't tried to leave. That suggests it's either trapped or it's here by choice. And if it's here by choice, that means it's waiting for something. Probably waiting for the portal to grow large enough that more of its kind can come through." The weeks blurred together after that conversation, each shift bleeding into the next until time lost meaning. Monitoring the portal, documenting its slow growth, living with the voices that called my name in increasingly familiar tones. I learned to live with the headaches, learned to function despite the constant nausea, learned to sleep despite nightmares that left me gasping and drenched in sweat. I learned to eat the tasteless facility food, to make small talk with researchers who were all fighting their own battles with what they saw and knew, to exist in a world that was simultaneously mundane and apocalyptic. The facility became my entire universe. I stopped asking to leave, stopped thinking about my apartment in Portland, stopped imagining a future that didn't involve the portal. The outside world felt increasingly unreal, a dream I'd woken up from, while this underground prison felt more solid and true with each passing day. I moved my quarters to level 11, closer to the chamber, because the trips up and down the facility were becoming exhausting, and the time between shifts felt better spent near the thing I was guarding. Dr. Chen became my closest friend during those months, the person who kept me tethered to something resembling humanity. She'd sit with me in the cafeteria at 3 a.m. when the nightmares made sleep impossible, when the voices in my head wouldn't shut up long enough to let me rest. We'd talk about anything except the portal. Her family in San Francisco, parents who thought she worked for a defense contractor doing classified research on radar systems, the physics papers she wanted to publish someday, theories about dimensional boundaries and energy, transfer that she could never share with the academic community, the normal life she'd left behind to work in this underground prison, a life that felt increasingly like it had belonged to someone else. Father Paulo taught me meditation techniques, drawn from multiple traditions, prayers from Catholic and Orthodox and Buddhist practices that helped calm the fractured pieces of my mind. We'd sit in the facility's small chapel on level 4, a room barely larger than a closet but filled with symbols from every major religion, and he'd guide me through breathing exercises while burning frankincense and myrrh. The smoke would curl up toward the ceiling, and for those brief moments, the whispers would fade, and I'd feel almost normal again. Torres showed me photographs of his daughter during our breaks, a girl of 8 with a gap-toothed smile and her father's eyes, completely unaware that her father spent his days guarding the world from interdimensional horrors. "This is why," he'd say, his scarred fingers gentle on the photograph. "This is who we're protecting. Not abstract concepts of humanity or civilization, but this specific girl who likes unicorns and wants to be a veterinarian. As long as I remember her, remember that she exists and is real and deserves a world without monsters, I can do this job." On day 23, 3 weeks and 2 days into my employment, everything went catastrophically wrong. It was 11 p.m, middle of my shift, and Dr. Chen was with me, running diagnostics on the monitoring equipment. We'd noticed some anomalies in the readings over the past week, fluctuations that didn't match the portal's normal rhythm. Chen was convinced it was just equipment degradation, sensors that needed to be recalibrated or replaced, but she wanted to be thorough. The portal had been unusually quiet all week, barely pulsing, the voices silent for the first time since I'd started. We should have known that was a bad sign. We should have recognized the pattern for what it was, the calm before something terrible. The portal expanded without warning. Not slowly, not the gradual growth we'd been documenting. In the span of 3 seconds, maybe less, it went from 8 feet tall to 12 feet tall, the framework of the apparatus groaning as it struggled to contain the breach. Metal shrieked as it bent. Cables snapped with sounds like gunshots, and alarms shrieked through the chamber, red lights flashing in a pattern that made everything look like a nightmare. Something came through before we could react, before we could even process what was happening. It was massive, easily the size of a horse, but configured all wrong. Moving on 4 legs that bent in directions that hurt to perceive, joints that articulated in ways that violated every principle of anatomy. Its body was covered in something like charred flesh, black and cracked like burned meat, oozing a substance that steamed when it hit the floor. The head was elongated, eyeless but not blind. I could feel it seeing us through senses I didn't understand. Its mouth opened in 3 directions simultaneously, revealing layers of teeth that looked like broken glass, transparent and sharp and wrong. "Run!" Chen screamed, her voice cutting through my shock, and she grabbed my arm and pulled me towards the vault door. But security protocols had activated automatically, triggered by the portal's expansion. The vault door was in lockdown, sealed with hydraulic bolts that could withstand a nuclear blast, designed to prevent anything from escaping the chamber. We were trapped with that thing, trapped in a space that suddenly felt far too small. The creature moved with impossible speed, crossing the chamber in seconds, its legs eating up the distance with a gait that looked wrong. Looked like it was moving through different laws of physics than the ones that governed our reality. Torres and his team were on the other side of the reinforced windows, firing their weapons, and I could hear the muffled shots, but the bullets passed through the creature like it was made of smoke. It wasn't entirely physical, wasn't entirely present in our dimension. It was something else, something that existed in our space but not entirely of our reality, phasing between states of matter that shouldn't be possible. I grabbed the fire axe from its emergency mount on the wall, the weight of it familiar and useless in my hands. What could an axe do against something that bullets pass through? But the human mind needs to hold a weapon when facing death, needs that illusion of control, even when control is impossible. The creature charged, and time seemed to slow down the way it does in moments of absolute terror. Chen dove behind a bank of equipment, disappearing from view, and I raised the axe knowing it was futile. knowing I was about to die but unable to simply stand there and accept it. Father Paolo appeared from a side corridor I hadn't known existed, a maintenance access or emergency exit that the chamber's designers had hidden in the walls. He was holding an ornate golden cross that looked ancient, medieval, covered in engravings I couldn't read. He was chanting in Latin, his voice rising above the alarms, above the creatures screaming, above my own thundering heartbeat. The words were old, older than English, older than any modern language, prayers that had been spoken in catacombs and monasteries and battlefields for 2,000 years. The creature recoiled from the sound, from the sight of the cross, from whatever power Paolo was channeling. It screamed, a sound like grinding metal and dying animals, a sound that made my teeth ache and my vision blur. It backed away from the priest, but slowly, fighting the compulsion with visible effort. Whatever power the cross held, whatever force was pushing the creature back, it was strong enough to resist partially. This wasn't some mindless demon fleeing from faith. This was an intelligent being choosing to retreat because the cost of advance was too high. Paolo's voice grew stronger, the words coming faster, and the cross began to glow with a light that had no source. Not metaphorically, not poetically. It actually glowed. Radiance that spread from the metal like it was becoming incandescent. Light that pushed back the shadows in ways that normal light couldn't. The creature retreated another step, then another, its eyeless head turning between Paolo and the portal, like it was calculating odds. Then it lunged at Paolo with everything it had, abandoning caution, choosing to risk everything on one desperate attack. I swung the axe without thinking, pure instinct taking over. The blade connected with one of the creature's twisted limbs. I felt the impact shudder up.
Straight to your brain!
The blade bit deep, cutting through that burned flesh, and black liquid sprayed out under pressure. It hit the floor and immediately began eating concrete, acidic enough to dissolve stone. Something splashed on my arms, my chest, my face, and the pain was indescribable. I'd been wounded simultaneously.
Some fight left in you!
I screamed, the creature screamed, and somewhere in that chaos of sound came the creature fled from the portal, retreating into the darkness from which it came. With my skin smoking and glistening, the light caught Torres and the medical team broke through the vault door override. The hydraulic bolts
Some
released
fight
me.
left in you!
They rushed in with decontamination, neutralizing agents, stretchers and medical gear. They stripped our clothes with scissors, cutting away fabric that was already dissolving, and doused us with chemical compounds that burned almost as much as the ichor. Chen and I were both covered in the acidic substance, our skin blistering and smoking, and they loaded us onto stretchers with the practiced efficiency of people who'd done this before. The next 3 hours were a nightmare that made everything else seem mild by comparison. Chemical showers that burned away layers of contamination and skin together, scrubbing with brushes that left us bleeding, neutralizing agents that made the original pain seem gentle. Chen screamed through most of it, her composure finally breaking under the assault. I bit down on the leather strap they gave me and endured, focusing on breathing, on surviving one moment at a time. Father Paolo collapsed from exhaustion after the medical team took us away. His body had been pushed beyond its limits by whatever power he'd channeled, whatever force he'd drawn upon to drive the creature back. They found him unconscious on the chamber floor, his aged heart struggling to keep beating. But he'd saved our lives, and that was worth whatever price he'd paid. I spent 2 days in the medical bay, healing from acid burns that went deeper than the doctors expected. The ichor hadn't just burned tissue, It had changed it at a cellular level, rewritten parts of my biology in ways that made the medical staff exchange worried glances. Dr. Chen visited on the second day, bringing coffee that tasted like the best thing I'd ever consumed, and news that was considerably worse. "I've been analysing the readings from that night," she said quietly, keeping her voice low even though we were alone in the medical bay. The portal didn't just expand randomly. It pulsed, like a heartbeat, but stronger, more violent. And I found a pattern in the historical data going back to 1983, data that should have been analysed years ago but wasn't. Every 28 days, the portal pulses. It's subtle, barely noticeable in the normal fluctuations, but it's there, and each pulse it grows. 0.03% doesn't sound like much, but it compounds over time. The growth is exponential, disguised as linear progression. "How long do we have?" I asked, though I wasn't sure I wanted the answer. Her expression told me everything before she spoke. "In 5 years, we won't be able to contain it anymore, with our current infrastructure. The apparatus can't adapt fast enough, and we can't build containment faster than it grows. In 10 years, it will have consumed this entire facility. In 15, it will reach the surface, and everyone on Long Island will see it. And by that point, by the time people notice, and governments mobilize and the world realizes what's happening, it will be far too late to stop. Those things will be able to come through freely. Not one or two, hundreds, thousands, everything on the other side, flooding into our world." Dr. Cross entered the medical bay, overhearing the end of our conversation. She looked older than she had a month ago, the weight of command pressing down on her shoulders with visible force. New lines around her eyes, new grey in her hair, a physical manifestation of stress that could kill as surely as any creature. "We have a plan," she said without preamble, without cushioning the blow. "It's dangerous, probably suicidal, but it's the only option we have left." She explained, and with each word, my blood ran colder, my certainty of survival diminishing. They were going to use me. I knew had possessed. Traits I'd written off as intuition. In these situations, there's nothing more than information and experience. I'd seen something, some potential enhance my abilities using the reconstructed version of the mental chair. I'm not psychic. As I said, I knew it was a recovery. I heard the voice of the ears. I'd seen things in the darkness of the cameras. Neither was Duncan, originally, Dr. Chen said. His voice was gentle, apologetic. Psychic ability isn't anything. It's not reading minds or moving objects with thoughts. It's sensitivity to objects most people feel. Awareness of things that exist outside normal sensory ranges. You feel the portal, and you can't see it. You know when it's
Time to trim the fat.
You feel the voices. It's a it's all you know. And if it doesn't work? I asked, though I already knew the answer. Torres spoke from the doorway, his tone matter-of-fact, the voice of someone who'd seen enough death to speak about it without flinching. "We shoot you before you turn into one of those things. Quick and clean, bullet through the brain stem. Better than the alternative, better than what happened to the others who got too close. We won't let you suffer." Day 28 of my employment at the facility. 4 weeks of standing guard over a hole in reality. And now they wanted me to dive into it head first. To push my consciousness into a space where consciousness shouldn't exist. fight beings that had been waiting for millennia for a chance to invade our world. The reconstructed Montauk chair sat in a separate chamber It looked like something from a movie, something designed by someone who understood human anatomy. A metal frame that vaguely resembled a chair, covered in restraints that would lock my arms and legs and torso in place. Neural interface cables that would connect to my brain and pieces of contact points. Bags of equipment, generators, amplifiers, and devices whose purpose I couldn't begin to guess. Dr. Chen explained the process in terms that barely made sense, her words tumbling over each other as she tried to make me understand what would happen. The chair would amplify my latent sensitivity 1,000-fold, connecting my consciousness directly to the portal's energy field. For approximately 17 seconds, I would exist simultaneously in both realities, able to perceive and potentially manipulate the portal's structure. 17 seconds to do what Duncan Cameron couldn't do in 6 hours. 17 seconds to save the world, or die trying. 17 seconds, I'd asked. That's oddly specific. Her expression had been grim. That's the maximum time a human consciousness can maintain coherence in that environment. Duncan Cameron lasted 19 seconds before he started manifesting the beast, before his mind broke under the strain and something else took control. Preston Nichols lasted 12 seconds in later experiments, before he had a complete psychotic break and never fully recovered. We're aiming for 17 as a safety margin, a buffer to keep you from crossing the line. Duncan crossed. What happens if I exceed 17 seconds? She hadn't answered, which was answer enough. The team assembled in the chamber around the chair. Dr. Cross at the control station managing the power flow and monitoring the connection to the portal. Chen monitoring my biometrics, watching my heart rate and brain activity, ready to pull me out if my vitals crashed. Torres and 4 armed guards positioned around the room, weapons loaded with those special rounds, ready to shoot me if I transformed into something that needed shooting. And Father Paulo, recovered from his collapse but still looking frail, holding his ancient cross and preparing prayers in multiple languages. Last chance to back out, Dr. Cross said as they strapped me into the strong coffee on cold mornings, steam rising from the cup as I watched rain fall outside the windows. The peaceful, boring routine I'd built after leaving the Navy. The safe existence I constructed. Safe. Comfortable. Ignorant. Then I thought about the creature, about the portal growing, about those things spreading across the world, if we did nothing. I thought about Torres's daughter with her gap-toothed smile. I thought about Chen's family in San Francisco who believed she was doing classified radar research. I thought about every person who didn't know they were standing on the edge of an invasion. Every child who deserved to grow up in a world without monsters. Do it, I said, and my voice didn't shake as much as I expected. They attached the neural interface cables to my head, my neck, my spine, dozens of connection points that would let the chair access my nervous system directly. Each connection felt like ice water injected directly into my brain, cold spreading through neural pathways with alien precision. Dr. Chen injected me with a cocktail of drugs through an IV line, chemical compounds designed to lower my mental barriers and make me receptive to the chair's influence, stimulants to keep my brain firing at maximum capacity, psychoactives that would strip away the filters normal consciousness uses to keep out information it can't process. Something experimental she wouldn't name, something that made my vision blur and my sense of time start to stretch. Father Paulo anointed my forehead with oil that smelled of myrrh and ancient churches, of catacombs and martyrs, and faith tested through centuries of persecution. He whispered a prayer in Latin, Words of protection and binding call in on powers I didn't understand to shield me from what I was about to face. His hand was surprisingly steady as he made the sign of the cross on my forehead, his voice calm despite what he knew I was about to attempt. "God be with you, Owen Garrett," he said, switching to English for the final blessing. "And if God is not there, in that place beyond places, may he grant you the strength to endure what is and the wisdom to know when to retreat." Dr. Cross initiated the sequence from her control station, her fingers moving over keyboards and touchscreens with practiced precision. The equipment around the chair hummed to life, building in pitch and intensity, generators spinning up to provide the massive amounts of power this would require. I felt the power flowing through the cables, into the neural interfaces, directly into my brain, and it was like nothing I'd ever experienced. My consciousness exploded outward in a way that language can't adequately describe, expanding beyond the boundaries of my skull, beyond my body, beyond the chair and the room and the facility. I could feel the portal not with my senses, but with something deeper, some awareness that existed below consciousness, below thought, in the spaces where identity dissolved into pure perception. The portal was alive, not metaphorically alive, not alive in the way a virus or bacteria is alive, actually truly alive in a way that didn't fit into any category of life I understood. It was a living wound in the fabric of space, a rip in reality that had developed its own form of consciousness, its own desires. It was feeding on the energy differential between dimensions, growing stronger with each pulse, each heartbeat that pushed it closer to consuming everything. And I could feel what lay beyond it, what waited on the other side with patience that made human lifespans look like mayfly existences. Them. Thousands of them at first, then millions, as my awareness expanded and I understood the true scale of what we were facing. Pressing against the boundary between worlds, hungry and patient and ancient, beyond anything in human experience. They had been waiting for so long, waiting through ages when Earth was covered in ice, and through the rise and fall of civilizations that left no trace, waiting for the barriers to weaken, for some species to evolve intelligence and technology and curiosity enough to open a door from the inside. Duncan Cameron had been that door. I pushed deeper, my consciousness touching the edges of the portal itself, and it resisted, pushing back with force that felt like being crushed under miles of water. But I held firm, anchored by the chair's technology, and Paolo's prayers, and my own desperate will to survive, to complete this mission, to justify the faith they placed in me. I could see the structure of the portal now, not with eyes, but with senses that didn't have names in human language. It was a rip, yes, but also a gateway, and it was held open by something I hadn't expected. Duncan's psychic imprint was still there, locked into the fabric of reality itself, his fear and trauma and guilt from that night in 1983 somehow encoded into the portal's structure. The portal was feeding on his emotional resonance, using it as fuel to stay open, to keep growing, to slowly expand until it could bring through everything that waited on the other side. And then I felt something else, something that made Duncan's psychic imprint seem small and insignificant, something vast and ancient and aware, consciousness on a scale that made human intelligence look like the firing of a single neuron. It turned its attention toward me, and for a moment that felt like eternity, I understood what an ant must feel when a human finally notices it exists. The entity spoke, but not in words, not in language, not in anything resembling human communication. It spoke in concepts that burned themselves directly into my mind, bypassing language entirely and planting meaning like seeds in fertile soil. Thank you for the invitation. With those 5 words that weren't words, I understood everything. Duncan hadn't accidentally opened the portal. He hadn't lost control of his abilities or manifested something from his subconscious. We'd been manipulated, compelled, used as a tool by something that had been pressing against our reality for eons, testing our defences, looking for weaknesses. The Montauk Project was never humanity's experiment. It was their experiment. A test to see if they could make us open the door ourselves, if they could manipulate us into providing the invitation they needed. And we had. We'd built the chair, we'd found the psychic, we'd poured enough power through his consciousness to punch a hole in reality itself. And now the door was open and they were coming through, slowly but inexorably, waiting for the portal to grow large enough to bring their full strength to bear. My 17 seconds were up, passed up. The monitors in the room were screaming warnings. I'd been in the chair for 23 seconds. My heart had stopped twice, and I was screaming. Screaming words that weren't words. Sounds that didn't belong in human throats. Languages that predated human speech and would exist long after humanity was dust. Chen hit the emergency cutoff, her hand slamming down on the red button with enough force to hurt. The chair's power died instantly, generators spinning down with a whine like dying animals. The neural cables disconnected with bursts of electricity that left burn marks on my scalp, small circles of charred flesh where the current had arced. The drugs in my system were still active, still stripping away my filters, and I could see things I shouldn't see. Shadows in the corners of the room that moved wrong, faces pressed against the boundaries of normal space. I woke up 3 days later in the medical bay, and for several minutes I didn't remember who I was, or where I was, or why my head felt like it had been split open and poorly reassembled. Dr. Cross sat beside my bed. She looked like she'd aged a decade. New lines etched into her face, exhaustion written into every muscle. What happened? I managed to ask, my voice coming out as a croak. Did I close it? She shook her head slowly, and my heart sank. No, but you did something unexpected. Something we didn't think was possible. The portal contracted. For the first time since 1983, for the first time in 41 years, it got smaller. By 6%. That may not sound like much, but it's 6% we didn't have before. 6% less portal for them to come through. Dr. Chen entered, and she looked exhausted, but excited in the way only scientists can be excited by data that confirms a hypothesis. Your neural patterns created a counter-resonance. We were wrong about the portal, wrong about its fundamental nature. It's not just a rip in space, not just a hole that needs to be patched. It's alive. There's something close to it, something that responds to consciousness. Duncan Cameron's fear and trauma fed it and made it grow, gave it the emotional energy it needed to expand. Your determination to stop it, your will to survive and protect, your refusal to give in. It damaged the portal, weakened its structure, created cracks in something we thought was indestructible. Torres leaned in the doorway, arms crossed, looking at me with something that might have been respect. We need you to do it again. Multiple sessions. As many as you can survive. Each one will push it back a little more. Weaken it further, until maybe we can close it completely. My burns from the creature's ichor hadn't healed. Not really. The flesh was knitting back together, but wrong. Leaving patches of skin that didn't quite match the rest, that felt numb or hypersensitive by turns. My memories of the chair were already solidifying into nightmares I knew would haunt me forever. Dreams of being stretched across dimensions, of consciousness expanded until identity dissolved. But I understood what was at stake, understood this was the only chance we had. Over the next 6 months, I went into the chair 17 more times each session, carefully spaced to give my body time to recover, to give my mind time to reassemble itself into something resembling coherent thought. Each session pushed the portal back, slowly and painfully, Each session, a victory measured in fractions of a percent. But each session also took its toll, extracted a price that I couldn't afford, but paid anyway because the alternative was unthinkable. I started seeing things when I wasn't in the chair. My filters damaged beyond repair. Shadows that moved wrong in my peripheral vision. Things that vanished when I looked directly at them. Faces in reflections that weren't my own. Strangers looking out through mirrors and windows. Voices in empty rooms. Whispers in languages I didn't know but somehow understood. My hair went grey. Not gradually the way hair usually greys, but in patches, like someone had painted silver streaks through dark brown with careless brushstrokes. I was 37, but looked 50. Felt 70. My body aging faster than it should, as the sessions damaged me in ways that went beyond physical injury. The doctors ran tests that showed cellular degradation, telomeres shortening, biological age accelerating. Dr. Chen became my anchor during those months, the person who kept me grounded between sessions when my grip on reality felt increasingly tenuous. She'd sit with me in the cafeteria at 3 a.m. when the nightmares made sleep impossible, when the voices in my head wouldn't shut up long enough to let me rest. We'd talk about anything except the portal, about her family, and my past, and the lives we'd lived before this place. She told me about her sister's wedding that she'd missed, about nephews she'd never met, about parents who were proud of her but didn't understand why she couldn't come home for holidays. Father Paolo taught me meditation techniques that helped, taught me to find stillness in the chaos of my damaged mind. We'd sit in the chapel on level 4, surrounded by symbols from every faith tradition, and he'd guide me through breathing exercises while burning frankincense and myrrh. The smoke would curl up toward the ceiling, and for those brief moments, the whispers would fade, and I'd feel almost normal again. Almost like the person I'd been before the chair. Torres showed me photographs of his daughter during our breaks. Pictures from her birthday parties and school plays and ordinary moments that meant everything. This is why, he'd say, his scarred fingers gentle on the photographs. This is who we're protecting. Not abstract concepts of humanity or civilization, but this specific girl who lost her first tooth last week and won a spelling bee and wants to be a veterinarian when she grows up. As long as I remember her, remember that she exists and is real and deserves a world without monsters, I can do this job. The facility became my entire world during those months, the only reality I could hold on to with any certainty. I stopped asking to leave, stopped thinking about my apartment in Portland or the life I'd abandoned. The outside world felt increasingly unreal, a dream I'd woken up from, while this underground prison felt more solid and true with each passing day. I moved my quarters permanently to level 11, sleeping in a room 20 feet from the chamber that held the chair, because the trips up and down between sessions were becoming too exhausting. Dr. Cross kept me informed of our progress with regular briefings, showing me graphs and charts that documented what we were accomplishing. The portal was now 34% smaller than when I'd arrived, 34% less gateway for those things to come through. The incursions had decreased in frequency and intensity. The entity presence felt weaker, less focused, like we were actually hurting them. We think at 40% reduction, it'll reach a tipping point, she explained during one of those briefings, her finger tracing the curve on a graph. The portal might become unstable enough to collapse entirely on its own, or it might explode, I finished, because I'd been thinking about that possibility for weeks. Release everything that's been held back in one catastrophic breach. Everything on the other side flooding through all at once. That's the risk, she admitted. But doing nothing guarantees the portal grows until it consumes everything. At least this way, we have a chance. At least this way, we're fighting back. Session 18 approached, and everyone knew it would be the last one. My body couldn't take another trip into the chair. my nervous system too damaged to survive another amplification. Dr. Chen had been absolutely clear about that, showing me brain scans that made the medical staff exchange worried looks. My neural pathways were rewiring themselves in ways that shouldn't be possible, synapses firing in patterns that resembled the portal's energy signature more than normal human brain activity. One more session might kill me outright, or worse, might strand me permanently on the other side, might push my consciousness across the boundary and leave my body as an empty shell. They strapped me into the chair one final time on a Wednesday morning, and the ritual had become grimly familiar. The neural interfaces attached to contact points on my scalp and spine, the drug cocktail flowing into my veins through the IV line, chemical compounds designed to strip away the last barriers, protecting my sanity. Father Paolo's blessing, the ancient cross pressed against my forehead, prayers whispered in Latin and Greek and languages older than both. Chen's worried face behind the monitors, her hands poised over the emergency cutoff, Torres and his guards with weapons ready, prepared to shoot me if I transformed into something that needed shooting. "Whatever happens," Dr. Cross said, her voice thick with emotion she rarely showed, "you saved thousands of lives, maybe millions. The portal would have consumed Long Island by now if not for you. Children are alive because of what you've done. Families intact because you were willing to sacrifice yourself." I didn't respond because I was already slipping into the chair's consciousness, already feeling the drugs take hold and strip away the filters that separated me from that other realm. The familiar sensation of my awareness expanding, consciousness exploding outward, beyond the confines of my skull, beyond the boundaries that defined human thought. Dr. Cross initiated the sequence, and the chair activated with a hum that resonated in my bones. My awareness shot into the portal like a bullet, like a missile aimed at the heart of something that shouldn't have a heart. I felt it recoil, felt its structure weakening under the assault, cracks spreading through the fabric of the rip itself. The entity on the other side sensed what was happening and surged forward with everything it had, trying to push through before I could finish the job, trying to force the portal open wider, even as I worked to close it. "Stay with us," it whispered in my mind, and the voice was seductive, reasonable, offering solutions to problems I hadn't known I had. "You belong here now. Your consciousness is fractured, damaged beyond repair in your world. You'll never be whole again, never be normal, never fit into human society. But here, in our dimension, in our reality, you would be whole, complete, powerful. We could repair what the chair is broken, could make you into something greater than human." The temptation was real, more real than anything I'd felt in months. I could feel the truth in its words like a physical weight. My mind was shattered, pieces of it lost during previous sessions, other pieces transformed by exposure to impossible realities. I would never be normal again, never be the person I'd been before Camp Hero. The doctors had confirmed it, the brain scans showing damage that couldn't heal. I would live the rest of my shortened life as a broken thing, haunted by voices and visions, aging too fast, dying too young. I thought of Chen sitting up with me at 3 a.m. when the nightmares were too much, sharing coffee and conversation, and keeping me tethered to humanity. I thought of Torres showing me pictures of his daughter, reminding me what innocence looked like, what deserved protection. I thought of Father Paolo teaching me to find peace in meditation, offering comfort without judgment. I thought of Dr. Cross shouldering the burden of command with exhausted grace, making impossible decisions every day. I pushed back with everything I had, every fragment of will and consciousness in stubborn human refusal to surrender. The portal screamed, and I'd never heard it make sound before, but it screamed now. A noise that shattered monitors in the observation room and cracked concrete walls and made blood run from the noses of everyone in the chamber. It screamed in frequencies that shouldn't exist, in harmonics that violated every principle of acoustics, in sounds that carried meaning beyond simple noise, and then silence so profound it felt like going deaf. I opened my eyes in the medical bay, and Dr. Cross was crying. She was standing beside my bed with tears running down her face, and I'd never seen her cry before, never seen her show that kind of raw emotion. "It's gone," she said, her voice breaking. "The portal is gone. The readings show nothing, just solid rock where it used to be. You did it. You actually did it." 3 years later, I stand in the chamber on level 12, looking at the wall where the portal used to pulse and breathe and threaten to consume the world. They've reinforced it with titanium mesh welded directly into the bedrock.
Looking to add some colour?
Blessed it with every religious ritual known to humanity, and installed enough monitoring
Hope you
equipment
like it.
to detect
You
even
can
the
count on
slightest
me for
dimensional
perfect
instability.
dye work.
The copper mesh is still active, humming
Tell
with
me where,
current,
I'll be ready
and the
for your...
symbols are freshly painted, maintained on a weekly schedule. I come down here sometimes during my shifts, during the quiet hours between midnight and dawn, when the facility is as close to silent as it ever gets. Because I never left Camp Hero, never returned to Portland, never tried to reclaim the life I'd abandoned. I'm the security chief now, promoted after Torres retired 2 years ago. He'd done his time, served his sentence guarding humanity's secrets, and he'd earned the right to move to Florida and be closer to his daughter. He calls sometimes, asks how I'm doing,
Next project.
in that careful way that means he already knows the answer. We talk about meaningless things, weather and sports and anything, except the portal, maintaining the comfortable fiction that we're both fine. Dr. Chen took over as project director when Dr. Cross finally burned out and accepted a teaching position at MIT. Cross deserved that escape, deserved the chance to work on normal problems with normal students, to rebuild a life that didn't involve guarding interdimensional portals. She'd given enough, sacrificed enough, and no one could ask her to stay. Chen was a good replacement, brilliant and dedicated, understanding the facility's systems better than anyone. Father Paolo died last year, peacefully in his sleep, finally released from his burden. We found him in the chapel on level 4, kneeling before the altar with his ancient cross in his hands, looking more peaceful than I'd ever seen him. They gave him a funeral with full honours, buried him in a cemetery in Vatican City, with other priests who'd fought in the secret wars against darkness. I like to think he earned his rest, earned whatever
Speak up.
rewards his faith promised. I miss them all, but I understand why they left. The facility is different now with them gone. Quieter, lonelier, smaller staff, tighter security, most of the researchers replaced by a skeleton crew of monitors and analysts. The lower levels, where the beast once roamed, have been sealed and flooded with concrete, tons of it pumped in until the entire section is solid. We haven't seen the creature in 18 months, no glimpses on security cameras, no sounds in the darkness. Either it died when we closed the portal, or it's learned to hide so well that we can't detect it anymore. I don't know which possibility worries me more. I sleep in my quarters on level 11 when sleep comes at all, which is rarely these days. The nightmares never stopped, never faded, like the doctors promised they might. I see the entity from the other side in my dreams, that vast intelligence that spoke to me through the portal. I see the thousands of beings pressing against the barriers, patient and hungry, and willing to wait centuries for another chance. I see Duncan Cameron, young and terrified, sitting in the original chair, unable to stop what he'd been compelled to begin. Sometimes I wake up screaming, sometimes I wake up in tears, and sometimes I don't wake up at all for days at a time. Sometimes I wonder if Duncan is still alive somewhere, hiding from his past, trying to forget what he opened. Part of me wants to find him, to tell him it wasn't his fault, that he was manipulated by something beyond human comprehension, that no one could have resisted that kind of pressure. Another part of me wants to blame him, to hold someone accountable for the nightmare my life has become, to find a target for all this anger and fear. But mostly I don't think about him at all. The past is done, finished, unchangeable. All that matters is the present, the monitoring, the waiting, the preparation for what might come. Because the portal isn't gone. Not really. Dr. Chen discovered the truth in the data from my final session, in readings that she analysed for months before she was certain enough to tell me. The portal didn't close. It contracted to the point of invisibility, folded in on itself like origami, compressed to a point so small our instruments can barely detect it. But it's still there, still alive, just sleeping. The dimensional barrier is still damaged, still torn. The wound's still open, even if we can't see it bleeding anymore. There's a cosmic alignment that occurs every 47 years, Chen had explained during one of her last briefings before she took over as director. Some arrangement of celestial bodies, or gravitational fields, or intersection of dimensional membranes, something we don't fully understand that thins the barriers between worlds. The original Philadelphia experiment was in 1943. The Montauk Project opened the portal in 1983, exactly 40 years later. The dates are too precise to be coincidental. When's the next alignment? I'd asked, though part of me didn't want to know, didn't want to face what was coming. Her expression had been grim, the look of someone delivering a death sentence. August 12th, 2030. Exactly 47 years after Duncan Cameron opened the first portal. The barriers will thin again, and when they do, the portal will wake up, and we need to be ready. That's 7 years from now as I stand here in the chamber. 7 years to prepare, to study, to train the next generation of guards, because I won't be here forever. The sessions in the chair damaged me in ways that can't be healed, aged me in ways that go beyond simple biology. The doctors give me 10 years, maybe less. My heart is struggling, my organs showing signs of premature failure, my cells dying faster than they should. But I'll be here for the alignment, standing guard when the barriers thin again, ready to stop whatever tries to come through. The facility is different now, changed in ways both obvious and subtle. Smaller staff because funding has been cut and priorities have shifted. Tighter security because we know now what can happen if something gets out. Most of the researchers are gone, replaced by a skeleton crew of monitors and analysts who don't ask questions and don't expect answers. The cafeteria is quieter, the corridors emptier, the facility feeling increasingly like a tomb where we're all just waiting to be buried. It's 2:47 a.m. as I stand here in the chamber, alone except for the security cameras, watching from the control room upstairs. The wall where the portal used to be is quiet, solid, showing no signs of the dimensional wound that lies dormant beneath the titanium and blessings and layers of protective symbols. The monitors show normal readings, temperature stable, atmospheric pressure normal, no dimensional fluctuations detected. Everything is quiet. Everything is safe. Now, but I can still feel it. The wrongness hasn't gone away, hasn't faded with time, distance, or the closing of the portal. My sensitivity to it has only increased, damaged by the chair and enhanced by repeated exposure, until I exist in a perpetual state of awareness of that sleeping thing behind the wall. I can feel the portal dreaming, sense its consciousness turning in slow cycles, waiting for the alignment that will wake it again. And sometimes late at night when the facility is silent and I'm alone with my thoughts, I hear my name called in voices I recognize. Be here, because someone has to watch the door. Someone has to monitor the wound in reality that we managed to close but couldn't heal. Someone has to be ready when they try to come through again, when the barriers thin and the portal wakes, and everything we fought to stop tries once more to force its way into our world. The Montauk project ended in 1983, or so the official story goes, the conspiracy theory dismissed and debunked and relegated to the realm of internet myths and Netflix entertainment. But some doors once opened can never truly be closed. They can only be watched, monitored, guarded against the day they open again. And that day is coming, as certain as sunrise, as inevitable as the alignment of planets and the thinning of barriers. I am Owen Garrett, and this is my story. The story of the threshold, the rip in reality that sleeps beneath Camp Hero, and the terrible things that wait on the other side with patience that makes human lifespan.
We meet again. Welcome. Wander at your leisure. See what calls to you. Wander at... May wisdom guide your path.
You gonna help me out or not?
Trouble?
If you want something unique, just ask. This forge, if the Song of the Forge calls, return whenever.
I should hand you to the jailer.
Watch it.
are broken.
You can do better than that. Fight like you mean it.
Get back, you insolent byword!
The worms will eat well today.
You fight better than I expected. Good. I'll pass judgment on you myself. How dare you mock the Grand General? You are not fit to raise your hand in defiance. How dare you! Your head to prove our resolve. We will rule the world in the name of his cause.
You thought this would be easy.
This one sorely needs a lesson.